Mapapalad ang mga may malinis na puso, sapagkat makikita nila ang Diyos. Mapapalad ang mga mapagpayapa, sapagkat sila'y tatawaging mga anak ng Diyos. Mapapalad ang mga pinag-uusig dahil sa katuwiran, sapagkat kanila ang kaharian ng langit. Mapapalad kayo pagka kayo'y inaalimura at kayo'y pinag-uusig at kayo'y pinagwiwikaan ng sari-saring masama na pawang kasinungalingan dahil sa akin. Mga galak kayo at mga sayang totoo, sapagkat malaki ang ganti sa inyo sa langit, sapagkat gayon din ang kanilang pagkausig sa mga propeta na nangauna sa inyo.
Kayo ang asin ng lupa. Ngunit kung ang asin ay tumabang, ay ano ang ipagpapaalat? Wala nang ano pamang kabuluhan, kundi upang itapon sa labas at yurakan ng tao. Kayo ang ilaw ng sanlibutan, ang isang bayan na natatayo sa ibabaw ng isang bundok ay hindi maitatago. Hindi rin nga pinaniningasan ang isang ilawan at inilalagay sa ilalim ng isang takalan, kundi sa talagang lalagyan ng ilaw at lumiliwanag sa lahat ng mga anak sa bahay. Lumiwanag na gayon ang inyong ilaw sa harap ng mga tao upang makita nila ang inyong mabubuting gawa at kanilang luwalhatiin ang iyong Ama na nasa langit.
Yan mo kami alaala upang hindi kami makalimot. Maging sa kasaysayan, araw naming buhay o araw na ipinagdadamot ang buhay ng mahal namin sa ilang tuk ng gatilyo ay napaslang tila ang aming kalungkutan ay ikinasaya ng halimaw. Sinabi sa amin ng ilan na hayaan na ang nakaraan sa pagpapatawad ay doon na lamang idaan upang kami ay nagpapatuloy at kamtin ang mapayapang buhay. Aming Diyos, kami ay nananalig na walang kapayapaan kung walang katarungan. Kaya aming hiling, gawad mo ang pamantayan ng katarungan. Ang paggamot ang utos ng pagpaslang.
Patawarin mo kami sa aming pagwawalang bahala. Sa gitna ng pagpaslang sa mga dukha, nagkulang ang aming mga awa. Kaya ngayon, nagpapanibagong tapang kami na ihayag sa madla. Kami ay kaisa ng inyong mga anak na ang hanap ay ginhawa. Ginhawang makakamit kapag ang katarungan ay manaig na. Wala kaming ibang hiling kundi kami ay pakinggan. Hayaan mo na ang aming tinig ay maging isa sa tinig ng mga pinaslangan. Palitan ninyo ng tapang ang aming hapis at bigyang kabuluhan ang aming dasal na kami ay kumampi sa mga dukha at
Sa Ebanghelyo ni Matthew, "Mapit kayo sa akin, kayong lahat na nahihirapan at lubhang nabibigatan sa inyong pasanin, at kayo'y bibigyan ko ng kapahinga. Pasanin ninyo ang aking pamatok at matuto kayo sa akin, sapagkat ako'y maamo at may mababang loob. Makakatagpo kayo sa akin ng kapahingaan, sapagkat madaling dalhin ang aking pamatok at magaan ang aking pasaning ibibigay ko.
Natang-anim talata. Tinuro na niya sa iyo kung ano ang mabuti. Ito ang nais ni Yahweh, maging makatarungan ka sa lahat ng bagay. Patuloy mong mahalin ang iyong kapwa at buong pagpapakumbabang sumunod ka sa iyong Diyos.
Pinagpupugayan namin ang bawat pamilya na tuloy-tuloy na naghahanap ng katarungan. Tayong lahat ay tumayo, mga nanay. Itaas natin ang mga bulaklak at larawan ng ating mga mahal sa buhay, sapagkat ito ang simbolo ng ating paghahanap at pagtataguyod ng katotohanan at katarungan. Namamanata tayo na di tayo makalilimot. Banal, napakabanal ng panawagang papanagutin ang berdugo. Ngayon po, iniling po natin si Father na basbasan ang mga bulaklak at larawan. Pagkabasbas po, marahan nating iaalay ang mga bulaklak. Isa-isa po, bulaklak dito, ang mga larawan sa sahig. Pag nabasbasan na po, yung flowers lalagay po sa table. Yung bulaklak ay yung mga larawan sa sahig.
Sino man ang nabubuhay para sa sarili lamang. Walang sino man ang namamatay para sa sarili lamang. Tayong lahat ay may pananagutan sa isa't isa. Tayong lahat ay dinipod ng Diyos nakapili. Sa ating pagmamahalan at paglingkod sa Kanya. Ay may pananagutan
natin ang mga kinatawan ng ating congresswomen and men at mga pare. Pwede po dito tayo sa bandang unahan para sa ating pagbabasbas. Congresswoman Arlene, Congresswoman Franz, Congressman Raul Manuel, tayo sa unahan para sa ating pagbabasbas. Tinatawagan din po natin si Congressman Nery Colmenares dito po sa unahan at si former Congressman Ay Casilaw, Congressman Antonio Tino, at yung mga dating mga kinatawan. Dito po tayo sa unahan bilang mga saksi at kasama ng mga magulang, pamilya. Pwede pang isang istansa ng pananagutan.
Sino man ang nabubuhay
Para sa sarili lamang, walang sino man ang namamatay. Para sa sarili lamang, tayong lahat ay may pananagutan sa isa't isa. Tayong lahat ay tinimulang nakapiling niya.
Sa ating po pagbabasbas, kung nais ninyo itaas ang kamao bilang patuloy na pakikibaka para sa katarungan, pwede. Yung iba pwede nakabukas palad, iba nakataas yung kandila. Kung ano po yung inyong kapahayagan na tinutuloy-tuloy natin ang ating paglaban, ang ating panalangin para sa katarungan, gawin natin habang pinangungunahan tayo sa pagbasbas ng ating mga kaparian. Tataas nilang kanilang kamay sa kanilang paraan ng pagbabasbas.
Binabasbasan namin ang inyong katapangan at ang inyong mga dasal.
Umayo kayo, taglay ang pag-ibig ng Diyos. Mabuhay kayo sa pag-asa at pananampalataya na ang katarungan ang siyang magiging ating gabay sa ating landas.
Taglayin ninyo ang liwanag ng katotohanan habang kayo ay nabubuhay sa katotohanan, walang makadadaig ng liwanag.
Sa pangalan ng pananampalataya, pag-asa, pag-ibig, umayo kayo. Amen. Hilingin po natin yung lahat ng pamilya dito sa likod, tapos para sa ating sama-samang pagkuha ng litrato. So, dito na lang tayo luminya, mga pamilya. Pwede nang patayin yung mga kandila. Pwede nyo pong kunin na yung mga larawan, tapos tayo-tayo dito. Tapos, mapayapa po, maayos. Tapos, pila po tayo sa likod natin ang ating mga mahal na pare. Tapos, linya na po tayo dito. Sige po, peso na po, marahan lang. Kahit yung peso na po. Okay po, picture. Dito na po tayo sa likod. Peso na po tayo. Kasi iba hindi ko. Peso na po tayo para po makita na po tayo ng media. Dito po, diretso. May nais po pa magdala kay Kian? Picture. Maraming salamat po. Magandang nagtipon-tipon muli ang mga pamilya. Siguro hindi ito yung unang pagkakataon na magtitipon-tipon tayo. Kaya yung mga taga-Payatas, taga-Silangan, taga-Silang, Bulacan, minsan pa, marahil ay magsama-sama ulit tayo sa panalangin, sa pananambahan, at sa tuloy-tuloy na paglaban para sa katarungan. Maaari na po tayong bumalik sa ating mga upuan. At kung ano instruction sa atin na pagpasok natin doon ay yun po ang susundin natin. Isa na lang. Katarungan para sa biktima ng war on drugs ni Duterte. Katarungan para sa lahat ng biktima ng war on drugs ni Duterte. Katarungan para sa biktima ng war on drugs ni Duterte. Una po tayo para sa susunod na instructions. Maraming salamat po. Pwede niyo pong dalhin muli yung mga rosas para uwi niyo sa bahay. Alam ko dinadala niyo sa mga
Nothing works on this acne.
Hi. Who? I'm a licensed dermatology provider.
Subject test. Testing 1, 2.
Sir, may ikiran lang ha. Konti lang po. CCR lang sadali.
Subject test. Testing 1, 2.
would start, you 1 minute, please, Senator Mel.
doon sa lawyer namin. Bibigyan ko yung number mo para doon sa notarization. Ilagay niyo.
Good morning. Magandang umaga po sa ating pong mga bisita and welcome to the Season 2 or the 8th Joint Public Hearing of the Quadcom. On behalf of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the meeting is now called to order.
On behalf of the Committee on Public Order, this Quadcom is hereby called to order.
For the Committee on Human Rights, this Quadcom is called to order.
For the Committee on Public Accounts, this hearing is now called to order.
Thank you. Before we start, may we ask the committee secretary to please lead the committee in prayer and let us all rise.
Let us all place ourselves in the presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. We gather today, humbled in your presence, and ask for your guidance as we continue this important hearing of the Joint Committee. We come together, united by our shared commitment to justice, truth, accountability, and the welfare of our nation. We seek your wisdom as we address the complex issues before us, particularly those affected by extrajudicial killings, those who have lost their lives unjustly, their families who continue to bear the pain of their absence, and communities torn by fear and violence. May you bless our leaders, resource persons, and all who contribute to this hearing. Grant them the resolve to uphold transparency and accountability, and the fortitude to stand for truth and justice, even in the face of adversity. May their work be a reflection of our collective responsibility to create a society where every life is valued and human rights are protected. We pray for those who have been victims of violence, for their families and loved ones who continue to seek justice. Surround them with your peace and comfort, and may our efforts honor their memories and contribute to a future where no one lives in fear and every individual is free to pursue a life of dignity and safety. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng sinanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng wataw at mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim, luha ng araw ng luwalhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please be seated. The next part of the agenda is the roll call of members and the acknowledgement of resource persons. Any motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Angkop.
may I respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the roll. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion.
Second.
There is a motion to suspend the calling of the roll and duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The next part of the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting held last September 27, 2024. Any motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes of the previous meeting, Mr. Chair. So moved.
Second.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes and approve the same. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Now, before we proceed with the next part of the agenda, please allow the chair to deliver his opening remarks for this committee hearing today. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. To the principal proponent of the Quadcom, Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, Co-Chairman and Vice Chair of the Quadcom, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 8th meeting of this joint committee. Today, as we continue our journey of uncovering the truth and seeking justice for victims of human rights violations committed by some rogue and misguided elements of the police in the guise of implementing the war on drugs, we shall be hearing testimonies of some of the victims, members of their families, and other witnesses who will recount to us their horrible experience and retell their painful stories. This time around, without fear and with renewed hope that Quadcom may be the instrument to find their closures and the justice that has eluded them for years. Inspired by the Quadcom success in the Barayuga murder case, other victims have decided to come forward to help us tell the nation and the world the evil that they have experienced, so that, just like in the Nuremberg trials of World War II atrocities, these horrible acts may not happen again. Their perpetrators brought to justice and laws may be amended, introduced, and crafted to guarantee these ends. Sa ating mga kababayan, sa lahat ng dako ng daigdig, hindi po natutulog ang hustisya. Gagawin po namin ang lahat ng aming makakaya upang magampanan ang aming tungkulin bilang mga mambabatas. Ipaglalaban namin ang lahat ng ating mga karapatan. Karapatang mabuhay ng tahimik, walang takot, malaya at may dignidad. Sa lahat po ng aming ginagawa, wala kaming gustong sirain at wakasan kundi ang pang-aabuso sa kapangyarihan, ang pagmamalabis, ang pangluloko at pagsasamantala ng mga dayuhan, pagnanakaw sa kaban ng bayan, pananakot at pagpatay ng walang katwiran o pagsasaalang-alang sa karapatang pantao kapalit ng pangakong salapi, promosyon sa posisyon o pagbabalik sa serbisyo. Ang mga pangakong ito at pabuya ang sumira ng mga institusyon. Paninindigan, dangal, paniniwala sa Diyos, relihiyon, pagpapahalaga sa kapwa at sa halaga ng buhay sa mga pamilya at nagpatibay ng maling paniniwala ng mga sangkot sa karumal-dumal na krimeng ito na ang kanilang ginagawa ay tama at ang kanilang pabuyang natatanggap ay kanilang premyo sa pagsunod sa mga utos ng nakatataas. Isang matinding kanser ng lipunan ang nangyari. Marami sa mga sangkot ay nagkamal ng limpak-limpak na salapi na siya ngayon nilang ginagamit upang patuloy na takutin ang mga biktima na para bagang walang katapusang kasamaan ang hanggang ngayon ay namamayani at naghahari sa ating bayan. Ang ibang mga abogado na may sinumpaang tungkulin na maghanap ng hustisya ay naging mga biktima, kasangkapan at kasangkot sa pag-aalipusta sa ating bayan. Sa ngayon, ang Quadcom ay nahaharap sa mga pagsubok. Nais na mga ibang nasasangkot na supilin at patahimikin ang ating pandinig. Sa Korte Suprema, may mga aksyon na nakabinbin kung saan ay hiniling ng mga nasasangkot at mga dayuhan na ipatigil ang ating pandinig o alisan ng kapangyarihan ang kumiting ito na humiling ng mga dokumento at paliwanag mula sa mga taong ito. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, mismo ang ating saligang batas ang nagbigay ng kapangyarihan sa Kongreso na mag-imbestiga upang bumalangkas na mga batas na magbibigay proteksyon sa mga mamamayan laban sa mga masasamang gawain gaya ng mga nakita at napatunayan natin sa mga nakalipas nating mga pagdinig. Habang patuloy sila sa pagtanggi na sila ay kumita ng limpak-limpak, Patuloy naman sila sa pagkuha ng serbisyo ng mga abogado na limpak-limpak din kung maningil. Paano nila nababayaran ang mga sangkatutak na abogadong ito? Sila na rin ang nagpapasinungaling sa kanilang mga sinabi rito. Mga minamahal naming mga kababayan, ano man po ang hadlang na itatapon sa amin, mananatili kaming tapat sa inyo. Makakaasa kayo na patuloy naming gagampanan ang aming tungkulin. Mananatiling bukas ang aming mga pintuan para sa inyo dito sa tinaguriang House of the People. We will continue to hear your stories, seek out justice and truth, and fight for your rights in the face of threats to suppress them. Together, we fight for dignity and honor. We can only craft protection if we know the truth. Those who violated our laws should be brought to justice. Salamat at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Justice. Salamat at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. The next to deliver his opening remarks is our Chair of the Committee on Human Rights. Congressman Abante, you are recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. My incredibly industrious co-chairs, our distinguished colleagues, resource persons and witnesses, mga kababayan, ang mga nanonood po ngayon na libu-libong mga kababayan natin dito po sa Quadcom hearing. Tayo po nagsimula na ng ating Season 2 ng hearing na ito. Of the Quad Committee. In seeking justice for the countless lives that have been affected and lost due to the evils of pogos, illegal drugs, and extrajudicial killings. But before I continue, I would like to acknowledge the members of the Quad Committee who have returned to work despite the ongoing House break, a time when many of our colleagues are filing their certificates of candidacy. This hearing was originally scheduled for October 17. But we move it up because the House of Representatives recognizes that justice cannot wait. The urgency of our work is clear. Those responsible for the violence and suffering we have uncovered must be held accountable. We must continue to be resolute in our quest for justice. Kahit na po dapat kami ay nandun na sa aming mga distrito upang kami magpakilala bilang mga kandidato rin naman. Andito kami upang ipagpatuloy po natin ang ating tinatawag na quest for justice. The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 21 verse number 15, and I quote, "It is joy to the just to do judgment, but destruction shall be to the workers of iniquity." Destruction shall be to the workers of iniquity. End of quote. This passage, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, speaks of the righteous path of justice and the inevitable downfall of those who commit wrongdoing. It helps us to remember our duty in this committee to ensure that justice is served and that those responsible for violence, corruption, and extrajudicial killings will face the consequences of their actions. To all those who believe they can continue to evade the law, let me borrow the words of the late Mike Enriquez, "Hindi namin kayo tatantanan." Kaninang umaga, andun po kami sa bills and tawag doon, bills, records section. Kami po ay nag-file ng dalawang bill. Ito po ang House Bill number 10986 tungkol sa EJK at House Bill 10987 Anti-Offshore Gaming Operations Act. Upang sabihin sa ating mga taong bayan na ang Quad Committee ito ay concerned in aid of legislations. Pero gusto ko rin pong bigyan ng babala ang mga tao na siyang guilty sa mga krimen na ito pang Quad Committee ay pwede rin namin gamitin in aid of prosecution. During this short pause in our hearings, this representation could not stop thinking about the information we have unearthed. We have heard in these hearings shocking examples of unexplained wealth. Ito po'y binanggit na sa inyo ng ating Quad Committee Chairman. Houses that cost millions of pesos, businesses bought and owned by those living on government salaries. This reminds me of the line that appears at the beginning of the book by Mario Puzo, the Godfather, attributed to the Honoré de Balzac. The quote is, "Behind every great fortune, there is a crime." The crimes we are investigating, however, go far beyond mere financial gain. They have resulted in the loss of life. I cannot fathom how those who have enriched themselves at the cost of the suffering of others can live with themselves knowing that their fortunes are built on the blood of their fellow citizens. How they can live lavishly knowing that their money is blood money. Hindi po kami ang Quadcom ang maghihiganti rito, kundi ang sabi po ng ating Panginoon, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay." Gagamitin po ng Diyos ang ating mga korte, ang ahensya ng gobyerno, mga law enforcement agencies. Gagamitin po ng Diyos ang taong bayan upang makita po natin na ang mga taong gumawa ng mga krimen na ito ay hindi maaaring makatakas. To these people and to those still in hiding, like Attorney Harry Roque, I say this: have the courage to face the consequences of your actions. It is better to stand and be judged than to live in the shadow of your wrongdoings. Maniwala po kayo, justice will catch up to you sooner or later. It is not a matter of if, but when. As we have always said, the time of reckoning has come. Mga kababayan, the House of Representatives will not rest until those responsible for these heinous crimes are caught, tried, convicted, and punished. We owe this to the victims, their families, and to every citizen who believes in the rule of law. Nandito po ang ating mga kamag-anak ng ating mga biktima na sila po ay nag-travel pa sa malayong lugar mula Cebu upang pumarito. Hindi na po sila pumasok sa trabaho upang idaing po nila ang mga injustices na nangyari sa kanila. We will not stop there. We will also ensure that the suffering we have witnessed will not be repeated. We are committed to putting in place safeguards and laws that will prevent such tragedies from happening again. Hindi ito pwede maulit muli. Justice may sometimes be delayed, but it will not be denied. With resolve, we will continue this fight until justice is finally served. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts, Congressman Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I would like to submit my opening remarks to the COMSEC for record purposes. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that we defer discussion on admin matters and we'll discuss it in the later part of this hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there is a motion to defer discussion of admin matters on the committee hearing duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Thank you, Congressman
Mr.
Paduano.
Chair.
The next is to deliver his opening remarks is Congressman Dan Fernandez, the Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Safety. You are recognized.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Since again, a long opening remarks was delivered by Chairman Abante, so I will not be delivering my opening remarks anymore, and I will be submitting it to the COMSEC for their perusal. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Before we proceed with the hearing proper, may we ask the committee secretary to please acknowledge the members present in our committee hearing today, as well as acknowledge the resource persons present. COMSEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. For this public hearing, we have with us the following congressmen and congresswomen. Representative Robert S. Barbers, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong D. Gonzalez Jr., Representative Dan S. Fernandez, Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps S. Paduano, Representative Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Representative Romeo M. Angkop, Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez, Representative Francisco Paulo B. Ortega V, Representative Ambrosio Boy C. Cruz Jr., Representative Jose Arturo Jojo S. Garcia Jr., Representative Zia Alonto Adjong, Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel, Representative Richard Gomez, DPA, Representative Emerson D. Pascual, Representative Franz S. Pomaren, Representative Franz L. Castro, Representative Joseph Jojo L. Lara, Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, Representative Arlene D. Brosas, Representative Lordan G. Suwan, Representative Salvador Plato, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Representative Amparo Maria Zamora, Representative Jefferson F. Konghun, Representative Isabel Maria J. Zamora. For our resource persons, we have with us from the Commission on Human Rights, Commissioner Faida Domarpa and Director Gemma Paruhinog. From the Department of Justice, we have Attorney James S. Calona. From the Civil Service Commission, we have Attorney Christian Don G. Molina and Ms. Cheryl Maria M. Meloria. From the National Police Commission, we have the Vice Chairperson and CEO Alberto A. Bernardo, Director Chito Noel D. Bostonera, and Attorney Naylan Lay Gandeza. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Attorney Angelito Magno, the Assistant Director for Investigation, Attorney Ross Jonathan Galicia, Attorney Dennis Victor Asistio, Attorney Florendo Gamonac, and Attorney John Mark C. Santiago. From the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, we have Director General Moro Virgilio M. Lazo, Attorney Hill Pabilona, Director Imiterio Bitong, Attorney Francis Del Valle, and Director Wardley Hitalia and Colonel Rolando Magno. From the Philippine National Police, we have with us the Chief of the Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, Police Brigadier General Nicolas De Loso Torre III. And from the Drug Enforcement Agency, Police Brigadier General Eleazar Mata, Police Major General Sidney Hernia. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Adrian A. Arpon. Sydney, Ernia. From the non-government agencies, we have from the Center for International Law, we have Attorney Joel R. Butuyan. From the National Union of People's Lawyers, we have Attorney Neri J. Colmenares and Attorney Maria Cristina Conti, the Secretary General of NUPL NCR. We also have with us the NGO called Rise Up, represented by Diaconess Robilin Litao, the convener. We also invited the advocates, Father Manuel Noel Gatchalian, SVD. Also, we have invited the relatives of the victims of EJK. We have 35 here, but 5 are here present. From other government officials, we have the PNP. Major General Romeo Karamat is here. Police Colonel Lito E. Patay, Police Colonel Rolando Villela, Police Colonel Hector Grijaldo Jr., Police Colonel Serafin Pitalio, Police Colonel Marvin Marcos, Police Colonel Chuck Barandog, and his spouse, former Barangay Captain Yvonne Barandog, Senior Inspector Emil Garcia, and Corporal Junjun Obales and his wife. From the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office, we have Attorney Analisa P. Insyong, Miss Cynthia Rigodo, Miss Agnes Ibera, and Miss Ejelet Shahar Awakay, and Mr. Larry Sidro. We also have the General Manager of PCSO, General Manager Mel Robles. Also present from the PCSO is Attorney Maria Katrina Contacto and Mr. Arnel Casas, the Vice Chairperson. Also from the PCSO, Attorney Eufrasio Fufugal Jr., Attorney Leia Christine Jimenez, Maria Cristina Gregorio, and Maria Teresita Carbonel. And former PCSO officials, we have Police General Anselmo Simeon Pinili, the former chairperson of PCSO. We also have with us former PNP official, Police Colonel Royina M. Garma, and Attorney Carol K. Paquera, the former Chief of Staff of Colonel Garma at PCSO. And other resource person, sir, we have with us the former Senator, Honorable Kit Tatad. And other congressmen who are here, Representative Crispin Gigo Ping Diaz Rimolla, Representative Ernesto Junicio Jr., and Representative George Bustos. That's all for now, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Here.
Yes, Congressman
I would just like to ask the SecGen, all the invited resource speakers, they're all here.
No, sir, there are those who are not present, but those I read are here.
What's their reasons for not attending?
Mr. Chairman.
Comsec,
Mr. Chairman,
would you like to...
With the indulgence of the good Congressman.
Yes, with the
Pumaren.
indulgence of Congressman Pumaren. Yes, Congressman Paduano.
In my previous motion, I moved that all admin matters will be deferred now in the later part of the hearing. So all resource persons that is not present in today's hearing will be discussed on the later part of this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman.
I'd just
Abante.
like to find out if the resource persons or colonel like Colonel Patay, I'd like him to be recognized here, if he's here, and Colonel Barandong.
Okay,
Oh, they're there, okay. Thank
Colonel
you.
Patay and Lieutenant Colonel Barandog, can you please occupy the seats on the right side of the hall?
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Congressman Fernandez.
Since we have invited all the resource persons all in one time, no? Can we possibly discuss the time that those resource persons will be invited, no? Kasi I think we have an issue with the issue of Espinosa, the issue of Leonardo, the issue of Garma. So what will be the priority issue that we have to tackle in order for the resource persons to be properly seated on the proper chairs?
Okay. For the information of the Honorable Dan Fernandez, the flow of our hearing for today is that we have a witness who has informed the committee, the Quadcom, that he was willing to testify before the Quad Committee. And as part of our requirements for all those who wants to speak before this committee is that first, he should execute an affidavit. And second, he has to pass the vetting process that our legal team is conducting. In this case, for today's committee hearing, we have on the list Mr. Kerwin Espinosa. And then after Mr. Kerwin Espinosa, we will continue with our deliberations on the PCSO, where former GM Royina Garma will be invited to appear in this committee, as well as Colonel Edilberto Leonardo. So that is the flow, Your Honor, of our discussion for today.
So primarily yung pong ano muna kay Espinosa, and then after the issue of Garma and Leonardo.
That is correct. Yes,
Okay.
we're just. Can we ask the Secretariat to please provide the honorable members present today with copies of the sworn statement of the witness, so that they can start reading it and ask questions later on. So we also
Mr.
have.
Chair, are going to start, meron pang admin, no? Go ahead.
Chairman.
Yes, Congressman.
Mr. Chairman, again, the admin matters will be discussed later, and it was seconded and approved by this committee. Now, Mr. Chairman, since Colonel Patay is now in the front seat, may we request also if Colonel Grijaldo is present? Kindly take your seat. And si Colonel Pitalio, I've seen him. Please, occupy the vacant seat. Colonel Marcos, kindly occupy the seats. You can sit beside retired Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Bilela is present. Please kindly occupy the seats, vacant seats. A certain Senior Inspector Emil Garcia is present. Emil Garcia. Comsec, do you have a written reply or excuse letter coming from Police Captain Emil Garcia? Please. Corporal Obales and the wife. Dito ba yung wife? Why? Corporal Obales, can the Have your seat, yeah. So your wife is not present today?
Yes, Your Honor,
Why?
wala po akong way para makakommunicate sa kanya, Your Honor. Nakakontempt po ako sa Quezon City Jail.
Oh, you cannot use your phone? There are schedules?
Wala po akong cellular phone, Your Honor.
Since your detention, wala kang cellular phone?
Wala po, wala po.
Okay. Now, Comsec, the wife of Corporal Obales received a copy of such invitation?
Sir, we sent the letter through the PNP.
O, PNP. Colonel Kulangan. Comsec, it was goes through to Colonel Kunanan.
To the Lola, sir. To the Lola.
Oh, Colonel Kunanan, has the wife of Corporal Obales received the invitation? General Torre, napadala niyo ba yung invitation doon kay Mrs. Obales?
Your Honor, sir.
I'm asking with regards to the invitation for
Yes,
the
sir.
wife of Corporal Obales.
Can I approach the chair? Can I approach the Your Honor for?
Please.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. I think
Yes,
the question was,
Congressman Diong.
yes, I think the question was asked. It's very simple, whether an invitation was extended to a particular invitee that we would like to have in this committee hearing, but I believe there's a silent exchanges between and among the invitees and Congressman Karaps Paduano. Is this information classified? Is this not supposed to be shared publicly? Because we're waiting for the response of the question of Congressman Paduano. If it's classified, we do totally understand.
No, the invitations that we sent to our resource persons, such as Ms. Obales, apparently has not been sent to her yet. No?
Okay.
Because I think there are conflicts in the address that was given. And invitations were sent, I think, to the old address. But that's why we're getting some clarification from General Torre as to the location of Ms. Obales.
The address. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At least that's on the record.
1 minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me proceed while waiting for the presence of Mr. Kerwin Espinosa, Mr. Chairman. May I move that we open once again discussion on admin matters.
Okay, please proceed, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The PNP was ordered to, based on the statement coming from Colonel Espinido with regards to the list of police generals and other PNP who received money from Kerwin Espinosa Group. The reply of the PNP, Mr. Chairman, is they don't have the list, and it's Colonel Espinido should submit that list to us, since he was the one telling that during the previous hearing, Mr. Chairman. Now, question of the excuse, the veracity of information with regards to the letter of Attorney Roque, his schedule in Singapore. Until now, wala pong reply. So, COMSEC is directed to once again follow up such reply documents.
COMSEC, you are directed to comply.
And the Sioco's order was issued to Catherine Cassandra Ong, all Cassandra Ong, with regards to copy of real property tax of Whirlwind, copy of deed of sale of Lucky South to Mr. Cheng, contract of lease between Cassandra Ong and Lucky South, and copy of construction agreement and building plans of the Lucky South 99 and Whirlwind. Until now, it was issued, we issued the Sioco's order until now. Cassandra Ong has submitted. That's why, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a subpoena dosis TECOM with regards to the mentioned documents. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue subpoena duces tecum on the documents being required of Cassandra Ong. And it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, to the PDEA,
please take note.
they were directed last hearing that study of the origin of drug list and the reply of PDEA for the first, second, and third list ongoing yung study. Is it correct, DG Lasso?
We are done with the study, Your Honor.
You have done. So can you submit it by today or before the next hearing?
We are ready to present it today, Your Honor.
You're present. Okay. Now, please, DG, if you cannot present it today, please submit na lang po a copy to the COMSEC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to NBI, they were directed to conduct a thorough investigation and submit a report of the deaths of 3 Chinese nationals. Ito po yung sa Dapicol. And the investigation of the NBI is still ongoing. Is it confirmed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Timeline po tayo. When will be that reinvestigation ends?
I will check with the investigating team, and I will
Please.
give the answer within the day, Your Honor.
Thank you. COMSEC, please take note the commitment of the NBI that they will submit today the final timeline with regards to that topic. Again, on Attorney Roque, until now, no compliance with regards to the omnibus motion that he cannot attend the judge hearing because of his medical condition. This refers to the wife of Harry Roque. And as far as I remember, during the last hearing, we issue a subpoena ad testificandum to the wife of Attorney Harry Roque. COMSEC, what's the latest? Have we received any letter reply coming from Ms. Roque?
None yet, Your Honor.
Is it correct also that last hearing we issue a subpoena ad testificandum to Ms. Roque?
I believe so, Your Honor.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, since we have given Ms. Roque the due process with regards to supposedly her presence in the hearing, I move to cite in contempt Ms. Harry Roque, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Just a clarification. Did you say Miss Harry Roque?
Yeah, Miss, the wife of Harry Roque.
Myla Roque.
Myla Roque.
Okay. Thank you. There is a motion to cite in contempt Mrs. Myla Roque for her failure to appear for the third time before this committee. And it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. We are now citing Ms. Myla Roque in contempt. Comsec, please take note. Okay. Please proceed, Congressman Paduano.
I need a second motion from the good Congressman Akop.
Congressman Akop, you are recognized. The second motion, for the second motion. We can...
May I respectfully move, Mr. Chair, that because Madam Milo Roque has been cited in contempt by this committee, may I move that we also issue an arrest order insofar as the person of Ms. Milo Roque is concerned. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to
Second.
issue an arrest order to Mrs. Myla Roque in relation to the contempt order by this committee, and it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Congressman Paduano,
Thank you,
please
Mr.
proceed.
Chairman. Again, a subpoena ad testificandum was issued to PSMS Jeremy Kausapin during the last hearing, and until now, he is not present in today's hearing. That's why, Mr. Chairman, I move that we cite in contempt PSMS Jeremy Kausapin alias Tox in violation of our internal rules for not attending the hearing of this committee. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to cite in contempt PSMS Jerry Kausapin or alias Tox for violating Section 11 of the Rules of Procedure Governing Inquiries in Aid of Legislation of the House of Representatives, and it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. So, Comsec, please take note that PSMS Kausapin alias Tox is now cited in contempt.
And also move, Mr. Chairman, that the SAA will coordinate with the PNP, particularly to General Torre of the CIDG, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Please, Comsec, please coordinate with the Office of the Sergeant at Arms in order that they will have a coordination with the Philippine National Police to effect the arrest of Ms. PSMS Jerry Kausapin. Comsec, you are ordered. Congressman
Thank you,
Paduano.
Mr. Chairman. Let me proceed with the NBI. Verified authenticity of Ms. Casandaong's signature reapplication of First Year Games International Incorporated at PAGCOR. What's the latest, NBI?
We have already sent communications with the respective agencies for the production of the regional signature and the question document. Mr. Chair.
Timeline po. Kailan kaya pwede?
I will submit again the timeline within the day, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Now, to AMLAC, check if the transaction on Ms. Alice Go and Alpha Lounge in Baguio was consummated. Include the video account in the cases filed against Ms. Go. Have you, AMLAC, is AMLAC present? Please take a seat.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Congressman Paduano, because this is closely related to the request of, I think, the manifestation, the question of Congressman Paduano to NBI with regards to the signature of Cassandra Ong. Mr. Chair, last meeting, I requested NBI to do a forensic analysis of the signatures. Have they already?
Kaya nga eh. Kaya nga ang sagot nila is they will submit the timeline within today because they are still coordinating with other agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
AMLAC, please proceed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
with your indulgence, with regards to admin matters, since some guests were invited, like Corwin Espinosa, Colonel Marcos is here, did we also invite Lieutenant Colonel Jovis Penido?
Yes, we invited Colonel Espinido. However, he asked the committee to be excused for some family and personal activities that he has to attend to.
Because when we talk about Albuera and Mr. Espinosa, I think Espinido and Marcos and Espinosa and the Lieutenant Colonel Espinido are correlated in issues.
Yes, I agree, Congressman Gomez. But we will make sure that in the subsequent hearings of the Quadcom in relation to EJK, he will be present in our next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Congressman Paduano, please
Yes,
proceed.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the PAOK, names of 3 illegal pogos in Quezon City. PAOK. Is PAOK present? Wala. COMSEC, Mr. Chairman, we will direct COMSEC to follow up this with the PAOK, and a reply should be given to us within the day. And please check if they can attend in this hearing. Now, next is for the MIG in the armed forces. As CCTV footages recovered at Pogo Hub at Bambantarlac. PNP Lola, ano na pong balita dito? Yung CCTV footages from the MIG and AFP. The anti-cybercrime group in the PNP, can you explain? Nandito ba sila? Yung rep ng ACG, saan ba? Nandito ba wala? Oh. Oh, ACG, please explain on record why you cannot produce that CCTV footage.
Good morning, sir. Sa ngayon po, meron kaming tatlong...
Please identify yourself.
Police Major Evangeline Himiniano, sir, from Regional Anti-Cybercrime Unit 3. Assistant Chief of RACO 3, sir. As of now, sir, we have 3 CCTV turned over by the CIDG IOC, sir.
It was just turnover, so...
Yes, sir. Hindi pa po namin napo-forensic, sir, because we will still waiting for the investigator of the case, sir, for the evaluation and identification, sir.
Timeline tayo. Kailan matapos yung ano nyo?
Depende po, sir, sa availability po ng investigator natin, sir.
Hindi. Sinong investigator you're referring to? Ano?
PSMS Castro, sir.
PNP pala. You talk to him. And you submit the timeline within today.
Yes, sir, Honor.
Kung kailan matapos.
Yes, po,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, hindi dapat yung based on the availability of the hindi dapat ganun. I think they need to set a date and it's required of them to produce these CCTV clips to the committee. So I don't think it should be subject to the availability of the one that will be doing the assessment and examination. So I think we need to request them to make this guy available to do the examination and the assessment of these video clips, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor, as soon as possible po.
Thank you. Anyway, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman, to the PRA. Reclamation permit issued to Mr. Maestro Rental Sand and Gravel Corporation owned by Mr. Tony Yang. This was requested by Chairman Dan Fernandez. Oh, yung PRA nandito ba? Wala dito? Oh, anyway, please follow up and report to this committee COMSEC within the day. Within the day po. Then for the PSSLI, records of accounts under the name of Police Colonel Garma for follow-up. Nandito ba yung PSS? Yeah. For the information of the members of this committee and to the lead chair, we have received a copy of a reply letter coming from Police Major General Lucas Managilod, retired, Chairman and CEO. And in this letter, let me read na lang, Mr. Chairman, portion of it. Under Section 6 of the Revised Non-Stock Savings and Loan Association Act of 1997, or RA number 8367, inquiry into or disclosure of deposits of whatever nature is expressly prohibited unless it meets specific exceptions. These deposits are considered as of one absolutely confidential nature and may not be examined, inquired or looked into by any person, government official, bureau of office. None of the exemption mentioned in the law appears to obtain in this instance. To wit, written permission to the depositor in cases of impeachment, upon order of the competent court in cases of bribery or the dereliction of duty of public officials, or in cases where the money deposited and invested is the subject matter of litigation. The law further provides that any official or employee of an association who violates Section 6 thereof shall be punished under Republic Act number 1405 or the Bank Secrecy Law. So, Mr. Chairman, the gist of this reply is all about the Bank Secrecy Law, Republic Act number 1405. So, AMLAC, COMSEC, is AMLAC present? AMLAC. Are you familiar with this document being requested? Are you present during the previous hearing?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, we were present, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chairman, we will just consult. I think we have to expedite the discussion on admin matters. I'd rather suggest that we submit this to the AMLAC for further study, Mr. Chairman, and direct the COMSEC to follow up for the reply of AMLAC with regards to this issue and letter from PSS Lai. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll do so with dispatch, Your Honor.
Okay. Ay, photocopy na. Pa-photocopy, tapos bigyan sila. LRA is present. LRA, COMSEC, they were not invited. Anyway, for you to follow up na lang, all the titles under the name of Antonio M. Lim Aka Tonyang. Please follow up na lang po and report to this committee within the day. And also to the PNP Special Investigation Task Group, SITG, CIDG. Andito naman po si General Torre. Jen, you were ordered to submit records of investigation on the ambush of former PCSO Board Secretary Attorney Wesley Barayoga. They have submitted na. Today. Just today. Oh, ba't nakalagay dito follow-up pa? Follow-up. Anyway, Jen, you have already submitted. And please, pag may mga ano pa, may mga supplementary documents, pakipadala na lang po with regards to Wesley Barayoga case.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, I have with me today, sir, the whole case folder ready to be submitted to the National Prosecution Service upon the signature of any private complainant, sir. That could be Mrs. Barayoga, but we are still coordinating with her, considering that her location is still, I will not disclose the current location, sir. We're in talks with her, and upon signature, sir, we'll already file the case with the National Prosecution Service.
Thank you. Kindly update na lang this committee with regards to all those, no?
Yes, sir.
With the cases, no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, for the DOJ and NBI, to conduct and submit the Joint Committee on Intensive Investigation on the Abuse. Ito related din kay General Barayoga. NBI?
Yes, sir. In fact, we have taken the statements of the alleged the Major Senti, and we are coordinating also with the CIDG, and I think the DOJ has called for a meeting with regards to this case, Mr. Chair.
So, paki-ano lang po, paki-update na lang, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please update this committee through the COMSEC na lang po. Thank you.
Yes.
Now, with regards to the pictures, no, on the money changer in which Police Captain Anuba was referring to during the previous hearing, pictures was already submitted. Correct, COMSEC. Yeah. Anyway, if you have time, Mr. Chairman, we'll just show it in today's hearing. Now, and lastly, Mr. Chairman, COMSEC is directed to coordinate with Okada with regards to the slot machine winning worth of 1 million of Tony Yang on September 17, 2024. COMSEC, what's the status?
Sir, I still have to schedule the visit to Okada.
You still have to?
I still have to schedule my visit to Okada, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
As of now, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano. Before we proceed, let me acknowledge the presence of our former Congressman Honorable Antonio Tino and Honorable Ariel Casilao, who is also present, and Father Joel Saballa, Father Joselito Sarabia, and Father Christian Sambahon. Welcome to the committee hearing of the Quadcom. Yes, Congressman Abante.
We shall now be starting to interpolate, no? So I would like now to call on Mr. Kerwin Espinosa to appear before this committee so that he can be asked questions concerning Mr. Chair, he also submitted to us itong sinumpaang salaysay. So we would like to ask him to just tell us his story, no, to this committee before any questions can be asked. So may I now please call Mr. Kevin Espinosa.
Okay, Paige, paki-assist mo nga, paki-dala dito si Mr. Kerwin Espinosa.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
nakaligtaan ko lang po, while waiting for the presence of Kerwin Espinosa, let me ask Mr. Chairman if nandito naman po si Colonel Bilila. Your wife was invited in today's hearing. Is she present?
As agreed, Your Honor, isubmit ko yung mga requirements. Hindi na siya pupunta, Your Honor. Nagbabantay ng mga bata.
So you have submitted now
Yes, Your Honor.
to the COMSEC?
Yes, Your Honor.
COMSEC, do you confirm that Colonel Bilila submitted all the documents being required to him?
Yes, sir.
Kailan na po?
Today, he submitted the SALN and other documents. The bank waiver he already signed last time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But of course, Colonel Bilila, we have committed to you with regards to that. But of course, we have to check first now. And if we're satisfied with regards to documents you have submitted to this committee, so we might not as well invite your wife in the next hearing. But of course, if we have still questions with regards to that documents to you, we might invite her again in the next hearing. Tingnan lang po natin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you din po. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano. Paige, can you please, siguro si Colonel Barandog, si Colonel Patay, si Colonel Grijaldo, si Colonel Petalio, can you just please occupy the seats on the right side while we ask first si Mr. Kerwin Espinosa to take the seat. In the meantime, lunch will be served. This will be a working lunch. So, Paige, can you also provide copies of the affidavit executed by Mr. Kerwin Espinosa sa lahat po ng ating mga membro ng committee ito?
Again, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of the members and the chair, since we're still waiting for Kerwin, may nakaligtaan na po. This is so important, as important as to the matters being discussed a while ago. Mr. Chairman, to the CIDG, General Torre, may I ask what's the status of the arrest order for Mr. Roy Gomez, Eddie Young, and the Pangilinan spouses?
Thank you, sir. I have with me here the records for the implementation of the contempt order for A.D. Young, Roy Gomez, and the Pangilinan spouses. May mga latest kami, sir, na we are still on tracking these people, sir. No excuses, sir, but we haven't found them yet. However, the last effort that we had is we had conducted records check on their various businesses and possible locations. Rest assured, sir, the CIDG is doing all its doing all the efforts and pouring in resources for the arrest of these people. And maybe within a week or two, sir, I can give you updates again, sir. I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation if you want to see that, sir.
Please submit na lang po now
Yes, sir.
for our records. Then,
Thank you, sir.
if we just an advice, General Torre, kindly coordinate with DFA and BI with regards to the status of Eddie Young and the Pangilinan spouses. Kasi yung Pangilinan spouses is in the US and Eddie Young until now, BI as of siguro 2 months ago, wala pong record that Eddie Young has left the country using Filipino passport and a Chinese passport. Now, please.
Sir, I'll approach the Benz later on, sir, and I'll show you the latest. That on the Filipino name, there's no hit, but on the Chinese name, sir, we have a hit from the Bureau of Immigration.
Kindly celebrate na lang po.
Yes, sir.
Mamaya.
Will do.
Now, next
Thank
is
you, sir.
to AMLAC now. We have with us the audit report now of the COA with regards to the 79.5 million. AMLAC, please take note of this now. Concerning the 79.5 million peso purchase of lands, doon sa Mexico, Pampanga, this is a a case being investigated by my committee, Public Accounts, that was referred to the Quadcom na. And there is now a pending case in the Ombudsman. And we need your action with regards to the freezing of asset of on all those names that was involved in this particular case, and the official case is already in Ombudsman. So kindly check on this, and please, lalo na po ngayon, mag-election, pogo money, drug money might be used. So kindly, and update this committee, no, with regards to this. I will give you, in a while, the copy of the Ombudsman case po, para you have to take action on that. Thank you po. COMSEC is directed to please give a copy of such document to the AMLAC.
Congressman Paduano, you still have more...
Last na lang po to. A question of properties, PAOK AMLAC. Just to remind AMLAC and PAOK, COMSEC, please communicate with PAOK with regards to this. Kasi po, may request na po yung committee natin with regards to asset preservation order. Doon po sa mga properties ni Eddie Yang, Willie Ong, Mexico 999, Yata Industrial Park, which involve hundreds and thousands of hectares of lands. And until now, AMLAC and PAOK has not yet updated with regards to this. And we need the update of such action for an asset preservation order, maybe before the next hearing. Please update us. And please coordinate with PAOK with regards to this.
We will, Your Honor.
Please, kasi 2 buwan na to. Until now, we have not heard about the action being undertaken by PAOK and AMLAC. And update this committee before the next hearing.
We will, Your Honor.
Kasama rin po yung San Simon, in San Simon, Pampanga. Please take note of this. And COMSEC, kindly give all the listed properties, no, to AMLAC again, once again. Kasi nandun po sa is the Golden Sun 999, doon sa San Simon, Pampanga, which is owned by Eddie Yang and Willie Ong, all Chinese nationals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Mr. Chair, shall we start?
Yes, we can already. We have already the witness before the committee. But before that, may we ask the committee secretary to please administer the oath of all those present today who attended for the first time. COMSEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request everyone, those who attended for the first time, please stand. Yes, even the police officers who attended this hearing for the first time, maybe General Torre also. Okay. Please
Sandali
raise
po.
your...
Pati yung mga police officers that was mentioned by this representation a while ago, which has not taken their oath. Colonel Marcos, you have taken your... Colonel Pitaliano.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry, so help you God? Sir?
Yes po.
Thank you. Sir, the oath has been administered. Thank you.
Okay, salamat COMSEC, at you may all take your seats now. Now we will proceed with the committee hearing proper. COMSEC, have we distributed copies of the affidavit of Mr. Espinosa sa ating mga members?
Still being reproduced, sir.
Okay, so since we're still waiting for the copies to be distributed, Mr. Espinosa, ikaw ba ay may kasamang abogado?
Yes po, Your Honor.
May I know who are the counsel of Mr. Kerwin Espinosa? Can you please enter your appearance before the committee?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honors. Counsel for Roland Kerwin Espinosa, I am Attorney Mark Antonete, respectfully appearing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the Honorable Committee. Attorney Raymond P. Palad, appearing as counsel for Roland Espinosa. Good morning po.
Thank you, Attorney. So, okay, so let us proceed. Siguro, pwede bang umpisahan mo, Mr. Espinosa, kung ano ba ang yung pakay? Ano ba yung motibo kung bakit nandirito ka? At ikaw ay nagbigay ng sinumpaang salaysay sa committee ito.
Ako po ay humihingi, Mr. Chair, sa opening statement ko na ginawa ko kagabi.
Meron ka bang opening statement? Mahaba ba yan o maiksi?
Maiksi lang to, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Please proceed. We will allow you to read your opening statement at pagkatapos po niyan, tayo po ay magtatanong. Yes, please proceed.
Salamat po. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members of the Quadcom, magandang araw po. Una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat po ako sa kagalang-galang na Quadcom sa inyong imbitasyon sa akin. Nagagalak ako na mabigyan ninyo ako ng pagkakataon na makatulong sa inyong mga layunin. Kagaya ninyo po, gusto ko rin mabigyan ng kasagutan at hustisya ang mga nangyaring extrajudicial killing or EJK na nangyari noong nakaraang administrasyon. At kagaya ng marami, naging resource person ako. Ang aking ama at ang aking buong pamilya ay naging biktima ng EJK. Masakit po para sa akin, sa amin na kabulastugan po ng aking kumalas na napakaraming inosenteng buhay. Ang ama ko po ay mabuting magsilbi sa aming mahal na lungsod ng Albuera. Ngunit ang kanyang mga magandang layunin ay hindi nagkaroon at kasatuparan dahil pinatay po siya. Kami sa pamilya namin at ang buong pamilya ng Albuera ay humingi ng hustisya sa nangyari sa kanyang pagkamatay. Naging biktima siya sa EJK. Sana po sa pagpunta ko dito ay makatulong po ako na matuldukan na ang isyong EJK at mapanagot ang mga dapat managot. Matagal na po ang panahon na amin hinihintay at alam ko ang aking ama saan man siya ngayon at sumasalangit po siya, naghihintay din ng katarungan at humihingi din po ng tulong niyo. Salamat po ulit sa pagkakataong nakadalo sa pagtitipon na ito, naway makakamit namin at atin lahat ang katarungan at katotohanan sa napakasamang extrajudicial killings na nangyari sa ating bansa sa nakaraang administrasyon. Magandang araw po. Maraming salamat.
Okay. Are you going to read your yung sinumpang salaysay?
Hindi na po. Sasabihin ko na lang po.
We have heard the opening remarks of Kerwin Espinosa. So we'll be starting the questions. No? So who will be the
Chairman Dan?
Yes.
to our resource person, Mr. Espinosa, other than the opening remarks na binanggit mo, meron ako nakikitang sinumpang salaysay na pirmado mo. Imbis na basahin mo po ito, okay lang po ba na maikwento mo sa amin yung naging karanasan mo at ang nangyari sa inyong buhay?
Okay lang po.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with the query,
Yes.
because I think I just received this affidavit, no? And I'll be asking if the members have already have the copy of this. And siguro better for him to read the 4 pages affidavit, or are we going to allow him to have an executive summary about this?
With the indulgence of Congressman Dan Fernandez, I think it will be better if our resource persons naturally just narrate kung ano po ang ipinagdaanan niya. And I'm sure yun din naman po ang affidavit niya yung magiging base ng kwento niya. So, Mr. Chair?
I submit on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Sige, tuloy-tuloy ka lang, Mr. Espinosa.
Ito po ang mga nangyari sa amin at sa pamilya ko. Noong June 2016, nagbakasyon kami, kasama ko ang aking pamilya at ang mga anak. Nagpunta kami ng Malaysia para magbakasyon. At sa plano ko na manirahan na doon sa ibang bansa at maghanap ng trabaho. Nabalitaan ko na lang habang nandoon ako sa Malaysia, mga last month of July, nabalitaan ko na lang yung papa ko napasama sa narcolist ng ating Pangulo na si Rodrigo Roar Duterte. Nagkaroon sila ng meeting sa kanyang mga abogado noong July at nagresulta na pumunta sila sa krami hindi para sumurrender. Nagpunta sila ng krami para humingi ng tulong kay General Bato na ngayon ay senador na po. At habang nandoon sila sa krami, sinabihan siya na tawagan mo ang iyong anak para pauwiin dito sa bansa. Para sumurrender din. Kasi kasali sa listahan ang anak mo. Na mas mabuti, umuwi siya para maligtas. Pero sa totoo lang, habang nandoon ako sa ibang bansa, hindi sinabi ng papa ko, ng daddy ko, na nag-uusap kami sa telepono. Ang sabi niya sa akin, huwag kang umuwi dito sa Pilipinas. Bahala na daw na siya ang mamatay kaysa ako. Kasi naramdaman niya na may ibang plano at may masamang mangyari sa amin. Kaya doon siya tumira sa White House, sa tinitirahan ni General Bato. Noong Agosto siya pumunta doon. Pinauwi siya base sa kanyang tawag sa akin, pinauwi siya August 10. Nung umuwi siya, dumiretso na siya doon sa police station ng Albuera. Hindi na siya umuwi sa aming bahay. Habang nandoon siya, nagdaan ang mga ilang araw, may lumabas na search warrant doon sa bahay ng ancestral house namin. At yun, sinerve ang warrant na wala siya doon at sinerve ang warrant, wala din ako kasi nandoon ako sa ibang bansa. Nung sinerve ang warrant, may nakuha daw, may nakita silang droga na 11 kilos at mga barel at pangpasabog. Kaya yun ang dahilan na napailan kami ng kaso. Nung napailan kami ng kaso, yun ang dahilan kung bakit inilipat siya sa provincial jail ng Baybay, Leyte. At ako naman, nahuli, ako naman may warrant of arrest na. Sabi niya, Dong, hanggat maaari, wag ka nang magpakita at wag kang umuwi dito sa Pilipinas. Kasi iba talaga ang pakiramdam ko. Baka isa sa atin ang mamatay. Kasi marami ng patayan na nangyari dito sa Pilipinas. So umiyak yung papa ko sa aming pag-uusap. Umiyak siya na nakikiusap, huwag mong pabayaan ang mga anak mo kung sakali may mangyaring masama sa ating dalawa. Umuwi na siya doon sa police station ng Albuera, month of August ba yun? So, lumabas yung warrant of arrest niya, yun ang dahilan kung bakit na-transfer siya sa Baybay. Habang nandun siya sa Baybay, nag-file ang kanyang mga abogado na magpa-custody siya sa police station ng Albuera. Habang hinahantay niya ang motion niya sa court, may lumabas na naman na SW sa kanya. Lumabas ang SW na search warrant doon sa provincial jail ng Baybay. Sinerve sa kanya ang warrant. Narinig ng mga kasamahan niya doon sa loob ng kulungan na nagmamakaawa ang aking ama na, Sir, huwag niyo po akong patayin. Pero hindi binaliwala lang ang sinabi ng papa ko, pinutukan pa rin siya. May kasamahan siya doon sa loob ng selda na si Raul Yap. Tumulong sa kanya nung natamaan na. Yumakap sa ama ko, pero sinali din pagbaril si Raul Yap. Sa panahon na yon, dalawang patay sa loob ng provincial jail ng Baybay. So, tinawagan na lang ako. Tinawagan ako ng kapatid ko na nagbalita na patay na daw ang papa ko. So, nandoon ako sa ibang bansa, nahuli ako October 17, basta month of October, nahuli ako ng CID police ng Abu Dhabi. At nagtanong ako, ba't niyo ako hinuli? Ang sabi niya, ang sagot sa akin, may problema daw ako sa aking bansa. So, dinala nila ako. At tinon-over ako sa Interpol ng Abu Dhabi. So, doon, nagtanong naman ako ulit, ba't niyo ako hinuli? Ang sinabi naman, may problema ka sa Pilipinas. So, wala akong komunikasyon doon. At kinabukasan, nilipat ako sa Al-Watba, Abu Dhabi Jail. So, nung nalipat ako, nagkaroon ako ng tsansa na makagamit ng telepono. Kasi ang telepono doon para sa lahat ng mga nakakulong. Tumawag ako dito sa Pilipinas sa aking kapatid. Nagtatanong ako, kailan ilibing ang papa ko, ang papa natin? Sabi ng kapatid ko, iburol natin si daddy. 1 buwan siyang nakaburol kasi hintayin pa yung mga kapatid niya na nandoon sa ibang bansa. So tuliro ako sa panahon na yon. Gumawa ako ng request na ibalik ako dito sa Pilipinas para harapin ang problema. So nabalik ako dito sa Pilipinas November 17. So, dumating ako ng around 11 p.m. or more or less. Sinundo ako ng mga kapulisan dito sa atin. Ang sumundo sa akin, si General Bato. Inakbayan niya ako papunta sa sasakyan na Land Cruiser na puti na bulletproof. Nung sumakay na kaming lahat, si General Bato nasa front seat, ako ay nasa likod. Pinagitnaan ako ng 2 mga pulis. At sinabihan niya ako na aminin mo na sangkot ka sa kalakaran sa droga dito sa Pilipinas. At idawit ko si Peter Lim. Idawit ko si Peter Lim at si Laila de Lima para madiin na sila. Kapag hindi raw ako sumunod sa plano, pwedeng mangyari sa akin ang nangyari sa ama ko o isa sa mga pamilya ko ang mamatay din. So, nanginig ako sa panahon na yon. Hindi ko alam kung ano ang aking gagawin. Yan po ay totoo. Hindi gawa-gawa to. Habang papunta kami sa Krami, pagdating ko doon, ang daming media. Nag-fingerprint ako dahil sa warrant na sinerve nila sa akin. Maya-maya, nagpa-press con siya at ang mga kapulisan. Sinali ako. Tinuruan ako na humingi sa publiko ng tawad sa aking pagbibenta raw ng droga at humingi ng tawad kay Presidente Duterte. So ginawa ko, humingi ako ng tawad kay Presidente Duterte na bigyan ako ng pagkakataon na magbago. At sinabi ko pa noon, humanda kayo mga kasali sa droga, sa kalakaran ng droga sa Pilipinas. Hindi ko inano yung pangalan pa ni Ma'am Laila noon eh. Abangan nyo, sasabihin ko, yun ang pagkasabi ko sa press con. Abangan nyo, isiwalat ko lahat ng mga involved dito sa droga sa Pilipinas, sa aking nalalaman. So, naputol na yon kasi pinahinto ako na magsalita. Binalik ako sa EIDG, sa opisina ng EIDG, kasi doon ako nakadetain. After 2 days, binalikan ako ni Senator Bato de la Rosa. Kinausap ako tungkol sa footage ng CCTV sa Celan Hotel. Ang hotel na yon ay pagmamay-ari ng pamilyang Espinosa. Nung hinanap niya ang hard drive, sabi ko, nandoon kay Juby Espinido. Siya ang kumuha. Pumasok dito, sabi ng mga empleyado. Nung binanggit ko na si Juby Espinido ang may hawak, denial niya si Juby Espinido at naka-loudspeak ang cellphone niya. May cellphone siyang dala eh. Naka-loudspeak at denial namin si Juby Espinido. At pagsagot ni Juby Espinido, ang bungad niya na sagot, "Sir, good morning po, sir." Sinabi ni si Bato, "Juby, sabi ni Kerwin at sa mga empleyado ng hotel, nasa iyo daw yung hard drive." Inamin naman ni Espinido, "Oo sir, nandito sa akin. Nandito lang sa station." Kaya request ni Bato na ipadala sa Krami, sa opisina ng EIDG. At yun, pinakausap ako ni Sir Bato, ni Espinido, at sabi sa akin, "Kerwin, kailangan mong sumunod sa plano. Basta hindi ka sumunod, basta di ko musunod ko no, ang nahitabo sa akong amahan, maosay mahitabo kanako. Kung dili ako ang mamatay, usa sa ako ang pamilya ang mamatay. Ako, nisunod ko ninyo, sir. Baway akong tubag." At sinabi ni Espinido, alam ni sir, kasi siya ang may utos sa akin na gagawin ko to sa inyong pamilya. So sabi naman ni Bato, "Kerwin, para magkaintindihan tayo at para walang mangyari na masama sa iyo o sa pamilya mo o sa membro ng pamilya mo, sumunod ka na lang sa plano." Tapos ang tanong ako, "Sir, anong plano po ba?" Yung sagot ni Sir Bato, yung plano na idiin si Peter Lim at si Laila de Lima na kasali sa droga. Supplier si Peter Lim, isa sa supplier ng droga si Peter Lim dito sa Pilipinas, at si Ma'am Laila, protector sa mga illegalista sa nagbebenta ng droga. Kung walang problema po yun, sir, gagawin ko yun. Tapos may isiningit na pangalan siya. Sinama pa ni Bato si Lovely Impal, Peter Ko, Peter Lim, Ching Biloso, General Luot, at nitingog si Juby na isali daw si Congressman Richard. Engko ni Juby, "Mahirap yung pinagawa mo, Sir Job. alam naman natin na malinis si Congressman Richard, si Richard Gomez. Basta isali mo lang. Pero nag-ano si Bato, basta ang siguraduhin mo lang, di ba na ano yung pangalan mo, kung yung sa dinawit sa testimony o sa affidavit doon sa Senado, sinabi ko na hindi kasali, huwag niyang gawa ng problema. Kasi parang may ano siya parang may galit siya noon kay Congressman Richard. Kaya sinali niya, pero walang katotohanan naman yun. At hindi nasali nung nag-testify ako sa Senado. Ang nasali lang si Ching Biloso, si General Luot, Lovely Impal, Peter Ko, Peter Lim, at hindi ko na natandaan kung sino pa yung inuutos niya na isali. Pagkatapos doon, habang nandoon siya sa loob ng kwarto, narinig ng aking ina ang mga sinasabi niya. Pinatawagan niya, dinayal niya si Dayan. Sabi niya, kausapin mo si Dayan. Ikaw, sino yan, sir? Yung driver bodyguard daw ni Ma'am Laila. Yung driver bodyguard ni Ma'am Laila. Kasi para magkasinabot sa magkaintindihan sa gawing senaryo o salita doon sa Senado. Kasi kung nasubaybayan nyo yun, yung kay Dayan at yung sa akin, magkaiba ng date. Magkaiba ng pizza. Kaya sabi niya, mag-usap kayong dalawa, ayusin nyo yan. Kailangan magtugma ang mga pizza na nagkaroon ng tanggapan ng pera, drug money, sa dampa at sa mga lugar. Kasi nagkalanlain ang amuang istorya ni Dayan, Mr. Cherry.
Magkaiba ang inyong kwento.
Oo. So, kinausap kami si Dayan, nag-away pa kayo, naglalis pa mi. Inko, Dayan, tarungon tani kay kung masipya tani, patay na gyud tani, luoy kayo atong mga anak. So,
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Congressman Suarez.
Some of us are not as eloquent as you are when it comes to Bisaya. Maybe a colleague of ours can translate yung mga Bisaya terms na binanggit ni Kerwin para mas maintindihan po natin yung mga sinasabi niya dito po sa hearing.
Sige, ulitin mo ulit yung sinabi mo, Mr. Espinosa, at itatranslate ko.
Mr. Chair.
Tinawagan namin si Dayan kasi nahuli na si Dayan. Tinawagan namin ni General Bato sa panahon na yon. Tinawagan namin, tapos sabi ni General Bato, ayusin nyo ang statement, tarunga ang inyuhang statement nga magkatugma ang pizza at ang area kung saan nagkaroon ng pagbigay ng pera at pagtanggap ng pera. Kasi magkaiba ang aming sinasabi.
Sige, dahil magkaiba yung petsa at saka yung lugar ng kwento ni Kerwin at saka kwento ni Mr. Dayan, ang instruction sa kanila ni General Bato ay mag-usap sila para ayusin at magkatugma-tugma yung mga detalye ng kanilang narration. Sige.
Para daw...
Mr. Chair, clarification lang din.
Yes, Congressman VG.
Mr. Chair, I've noticed that
the resource person mentioned Ching Biloso. That's the congressman. I understand that. But he also mentioned Richard Gomez. Is he referring Richard Gomez? And then he said another congressman, Richard. Is there another congressman? I mean, is there a third person? Or is just the same that, because at that time, Richard is still a mayor.
Hindi
So,
pa po, excuse me po, hindi pa po congressman si Mayor Richard noon. Panahon na yon. Mayor pa siya sa Ormoc.
So,
Gusto-
two-person lang. Yung
Point of
sinabi mo
order,
kanina,
Mr. Chair.
Richard Gomez, that's
Okay.
the same person. Okay.
So, are you satisfied with the reply of Mr.
I think
Espinosa?
he's just referring to two persons, Ching Biloso as the congressman, and the referring of Richard, Congressman Richard, is the same as Mayor Richard Gomez, but he is still not a congressman at that time.
Sa katong panahon na dili pa siya congressman, si Congressman Richard. Mayor pa ng Ormoc.
Okay, thank
Di ba?
Okay.
Ikaw siguro mismo ikaw na basa nimo ang affidavit nga gipangpapirmahan ni Joby sa mga tao nga nagtrabaho sa AMOA nga gipugos.
Mr. Chair.
Sige, you can, dire-diretso ka na lang. Please refrain from asking. You will have your time later unless a point of order is raised. And that is the only time that the chair will recognize you. If indeed it is a point of order. May I know what is the point of order, Congressman Abante?
First of all, I think that Mr. Espinosa should always address the chair before he speaks, and that he ought to let the congressman finish his statement first. So, may I also request, Mr. Chair, that before any questions can be asked, that Mr. Kerwin would be able to finish his narration.
Okay, let me remind again the members present that the ground rules that we have set for the Quadcom hearings is, number one, we cannot interrupt our resource persons. Number two, no interjections will be entertained. And number three, if you wish to interpolate and ask questions to our resource persons, please signify your intention by asking the COMSEC to write your name in the list. As of the moment, we have a list of those who wants to interpolate Mr. Espinosa pagkatapos po ng kanyang salaysay. So, we will now proceed. Please, mahaba pa ba yan, Mr. Espinosa?
Mahaba-haba po to kasi hanggang katapusan, hanggang sa nagburol si Daddy. Yung nasa krami po ako, Mr. Chair.
Sige,
pero maiksi na lang to.
Sige, pakibilis mo lang at every time you will answer, you address the chair.
Yes.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat.
Pasensya na po, Mr. Chair. Yun. Nag-usap kami ni Dayan, plinansya namin yung dapat naming sabihin sa Senado para magtugma ang mga lugar, pizza, at kung ano pa. At pagkatapos nun, kinausap ako ni Sir Bato. Yun na ang ilagay mo sa affidavit na kukunin ng mga PAO lawyer. So, after 2 days, nandoon na yung mga PAO lawyer. Kinunan na ako ng salaysay. At bago umalis si Sir Bato, sinabihan ako, ayusin mo ha kung ayaw mong may mangyari sa'yo. So, pagdaan ng 2 araw, pumunta ang mga PAO lawyer para kunin ang salaysay ko. So, kung ano yung instruction na sinasabi niya at yung nagkausap kami ni Dayan, yun ang sinabi ko sa salaysay ko. At ginawan ko na lang ng mga kwento para kapaniwala, paniwala. Pero walang katotohanan po yun lahat. So, natapos ako kinuna ng salaysay, nag-testify ako sa Senado, at yung nabanggit ko kanina nga Ching Biloso, nakaharap ko rin, pati si Ma'am Laila. Para akong murakog matunaw nga muatubang nila, kay wala, dili man may kaila.
Para daw siyang matutunan no nagkaharap sila kasi hindi daw sila magkakilala.
Na ginawan ko sila ng mga kwento na isali sa kalakaran sa droga at mga protector. So, na-clear yung sinabi ko na hindi kasali si Mr. Ching Biloso, pati si Ma'am Laila lang talaga ang puruhan. Kasi yun naman talaga ang target nila na ipin down si Ma'am Laila. So after nun, binalik ako sa Senado. Pagkaraan ng isang araw, nagtaka na lang ako, may dumating na pare at pinakumpisal ako. Gipakumpisal ko sa pare. So, pumunta kami sa usa ka kwarto, matong nangutana ko sa pare. Pader, ikaw ray ni ari para pakumpisalon ko nimo. Na dili request ni sa mga pulis nga pareon ko para pakumpisalon.
Okay, tinanong daw niya yung pare, no, na kasi nagulat siya at meron dumating na pare. So, nagpunta raw sila sa isang kwarto, tinanong niya yung pare, Father, pinapunta ka ba dito? Ikaw ba yung pinapunta para magkumpisal ako?
So, kinabahan ako kasi kaming mga Bisaya, pag pinakumpisal ang isang tao, ang kasunod doon, mga minuto na lang, mamatay na. Samantalang malakas pa ako. So, nag-isip na ako. Isusunod na siguro ako nitong mga pulis na to sa nangyari sa papa ko. So, natapos yung pagkumpisal, bumalik naman yung mga pao. Inayos naman yung testimonya ko sa Senado. Dinagdagan kasi may kulang daw at may mali-mali. Kasi sa una pa lang, pinatawagan na sa akin si Dayan denial ni General Bato si Dayan nga giingnan mi nga parihas ang amuang pizza o ang mga oras para aniwala. So nauna na ko nga patay ko kay naisayop mao siguro gipakumpisal ko.
Sabi niya, kasi merong mali doon sa kanilang salaysay ni Ronnie Dayan, naisip daw niya na, naku, patay na ako kasi meron akong mali.
At yun, bumalik na naman ako ng Senado, nag-hearing ulit. Ang pinag-usapan naman ang pagpatay ng papa ko, ang mga involved. Mr. Chair, ang mga involved sila si Colonel Marcos, sila Raraga, pero sa totoo lang na ngayon, matagal na yun, tanggap ko na nangyayari yun. At alam ko naman, nagawa lang nila yun dahil may instruction, sa pagkaintindi ko sa akin sarili ha, may inutusan lang sila. Instruction, galing sa taas. Kasi magkaibigan kami ng mga pulis na yon eh. Siguro wala silang magawa dahil utos. Kaya nagawa nilang yung operation na yon na ipin down ang papa ko. Pero, Mr. Chair, please allow me to... Sir Marcos, Sir, pasensya na sa mga emosyon sa panahon nga pagkamatay sa kong papa, Sir. Nakarealize ko nga sa akong kaugalingon, kamong tanang involved sa operation ato, naka-realize ko nga nisunod ra siguro mo sa instruction sa taas ninyo.
Okay, dali lang. I-translate muna natin. So, ang sinasabi ni Mr. Espinosa, humingi siya ng dispensa kay Colonel Marcos.
Opo.
Dahil alam naman daw niya na sumusunod lang si Colonel Marcos doon sa mga superiors niya kung kaya nangyari yung sa papa niya. So sige, please continue.
So, tanggap naman natin kahit anong gawin ko pa. Patay na yung papa ko. At ang hangad ko lang kung bakit ako nagpakita dito sa Quadcom, nagbaka sakali ako na makamit namin ang hustisya ng aking ama nung siya ay pinatay sa loob ng kulungan. So nagharap-harap kami nila Sir Marcos, nila Sir Laraga. Pero sa panahon na yon, nadala lang ako sa emotion. Kaya kung napansin nyo, iba ang pananalita ko. But I realized while nakapiit ako doon sa kulungan ng 7 taon, muntik pa akong namatay sa 7 taon na yon. Giatake ko, nakasinati ko og atake sa kolesterol.
Na inatake raw siya sa loob ng kulungan.
Kaya medyo kuan akong sinultian mo, pilit-pilit, kay tungod giatake man ko.
Kaya daw ganun yung kanyang salita. Medyo parang pilipit daw.
So, Mr. Chair, Sir Marcos, peace na tayo, sir. Naintindihan ko na yon pangyayari. Siguro, sa sariling opinion ko, you're just following an order. O may tao sa likod mo sa panahon na yon.
Mr. Chair, can we remind the resource person to address the chair on all the answers that you wanted to
Bago ka pumunta sa ibang tao dito, magpaalam ka muna dito sa
Opo.
Okay, tapos ka na ba?
Tapos na.
Okay, sige. Okay. So now that he has already concluded his statements, meron ho tayong listahan ng gusto pong magtanong kay Mr. Espinosa. And number 1 on the list is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before that, just a reminder, every member who wish to interpolate will be given 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm sorry. Yung 10 minutes na yon, hindi ho kasama yung reply nung sasagot. So, and no interjections. Let me reiterate that there are no interjections dito para magkaroon kayo ng enough na time para makapagtanong. Congresswoman Luistro, you're now recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please confirm if you are the same Roland Eslabon Espinosa, a.k.a. Kerwin? Kayo po ba ito?
Opo. Yes po, Your Honor.
And do you confirm the truthfulness of the contents of this affidavit?
Opo, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba kayo tinakot, binayaran, pinakiusapan, pinangakuan para gawin ang salaysay na ito?
Wala pong nangyari na ganyan, kundi ako mismo nagpatulong sa abogado ko na magpunta dito sa mga congressman para nagbaka sakali ako na makamit na ang mga nabiktima ng EJK sa nakaraang administrasyon.
Kerwin, kanina, while you were delivering your opening statement, I observed that you were crying. Umiiyak ka. Can you please enlighten us why?
Kasi sa panahon na nandoon ako sa EIDG, na nakaburol ang papa ko, humiling ako sa mga pulis doon na sana pagbigyan nila ako na makauwi. Na makadalaw man lang at makita ang papa ko na nakaburol sa...
Kerwin, of course, you believe that your father, the late Mayor Espinosa, is a victim of ruthless killing. Is this your position, Kerwin?
Yes.
Pero alin ba yung mas nakakaiyak? Yung pagkamatay ni Mayor Espinosa o yung hindi kanila pinayagan na madalaw ang burol niya?
Pareho po yung dalawa na hindi ako pinayagan na makauwi sa lugar namin para makita sa kahuli-hulihan na panahon ang daddy ko.
Kerwin, prior to the death of Mayor Espinosa on November 5, 2016, he was the mayor of Albuera, Leyte. You confirm?
Yes po.
Pang ilang taon po ba niya na mayor ng Albuera during that time?
First time pa po niya na maging mayor po ng Albuera, Leyte.
So 2016 is supposed to be his first term as mayor.
Yes po.
Ano po ang ginagawa ni Mayor Espinosa bago siya naging mayor noong 2016?
Ang mga ginagawa po niya ay tumutulong sa mga tao doon sa lugar namin o sa lungsod ng Albuera ng mga kunting mamigay siya ng mga bigas, yung may mga problema kahit personal, yung mga asawa, ayusin niya at madali siyang lapitan ng mga tao doon. Kaya binoto siya na maging mayor.
Pwede mo ba kaming kwentuhan, Kerwin? Ano ang pagkatao ni Mayor Espinosa as he is known by the people of Albuera, Leyte?
Yung papa ko po, mabait na tao. Mahirap na kung elaborate ko pa kung anong klaseng tao siya. So siguro sa nakita kong kakayahan ng Quadcom o sa mga congressmen, pwede naman silang magpadala ng tao doon sa lugar namin at itanong kung anong klase o anong unsay pagkatao sa akong papa. Lisod, mahirap kasi na ako magsalita na ganito kasi sarili ko yon, ama. Mas mabuti na malaman nyo based doon sa mga tao sa Albuera.
I understand, Kerwin. You also stated in your sinumpaang salaysay, habang nasa Malaysia ka, papuntang Abu Dhabi, you learned that the late Mayor Espinosa is included in the narco list.
Oh, yun po. Nalaman ko na lang na nasali siya sa listahan ng presidente na narco list.
Paano at kanino nyo po nalaman na kasama pa lang inyong ama sa narco list?
Sa panahon na yon, may kaibigan ako na si Buntuyan, taga Cebu. Si IDG din yun, si Sir Delpin Buntuyan. Siya ang nagsabi sa akin na amigo, ang imong papa na apil sa narcolis ni Presidente.
Was there ever a time, Kerwin, that you validated or you verified the truthfulness of the fact that your father is included in the narco list?
Na ano ko na yun, na positive na talaga, na naniwala ko. Kasi sa TV at sinabi ni Pangulong Duterte na kasama ang papa ko sa listahan ng mga narcolis.
You are saying, Kerwin, that Mayor Espinosa is one of those named by President Duterte as included in the narco list. Is that your statement, Kerwin?
Yes po.
And that is the reason why you conclude already that indeed your father is among those in the narco list.
Yes,
Tama ba?
yes po.
There are three important statements you made in your sinumpaang salaysay which really captured my attention. First, Kerwin, is the raid which happened in the house of your late father in August 2016. You mentioned in your affidavit that the guns, the explosives, and the drugs were all planted, and you were certain because prior to the raid, there were women who cleaned up the entire house.
Yes.
Because they are apprehensive already that any time there will be a raid in the house.
Yes po. Bago nangyari ang raid, yung mga women supporter ng daddy ko nandoon sa bahay. Kasi yung daddy ko doon na tumira sa munisipyo. Nagbabantay ang mga women supporter ni daddy sa bahay namin, ancestral house. Habang nandoon sila, lininisan nila yung bahay ni daddy. At yung sinabi, nandoon daw sa nakita sa cabinet, sila mismo nagtaka kung paano nakita na merong mga illegal na bagay doon sa cabinet. Samantalang ang dami nilang naglinis na wala silang nakitang droga.
Can you please confirm for the record, Kerwin, ano ang mga nakuha ng PNP operatives during the raid of August 2016 in the place of residence of the late mayor?
Sabi daw nila, based on sa ilang report, nakakuha sila kanog 11 kilos nga shabu dito sa ilalim ng kabinet, at mga mga baril doon daw sa loob ng bahay ni mayor, at may mga pampasabog doon din nakuha sa loob ng bahay ni mayor. Kung isipin natin, 11 kilos, hindi kaya yun nakita sa mga naglinis na mga women's? Ang dami nun. At ang mga baril, at ang mga bomba, ilagay kaya yun ni mayor sa loob ng bahay na mga sumasabog na mga bagay at mga mahabang baril? Yun ang sabi nila na nakita daw nila doon sa loob. Pero walang kahit isa na taga-Albuera na maniwala sa kanila sa report nila na may nakuha doon. Kasi ang nagbantay sa bahay ni Mayor, yung ancestral house namin, nasa 70 ka mga babae nandoon sa bahay. Binantayan talaga ang bahay namin. Inano sila ni Joby na magkaroon ng raid, kaya tumakbo na sila. Natakot.
So you deny, Kerwin, the legitimacy of the raid or the operation that was conducted by the police operatives on August 2016?
Opo.
And can you please state for the record, sino po ba ang namuno? Sino po ang team leader ng naganap na raid sa inyong tahanan nung nasabing petsa?
Si Mr. Juby Espinido po.
Can you please state his full name?
Police Colonel Juby Espinido.
Mr. Chair, may we know if we have Colonel Espinido here?
To the information of the Honorable Luistro, he sent us a letter of excuse in today's evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the satisfaction of the Filipino people, just to make sure that Kerwin is aware of the identity of the one he is naming as Colonel Jovi Espinido, may we request the Secretariat to flash a picture, and let's hear from Kerwin if he will be able to identify who this person is.
Yes po.
Secretariat, please. While we are waiting for the picture, Mr. Chair, the second statement which captured the attention of this representation, Kerwin, is the raid and the killing of Mayor Espinosa on November 5, 2016, which happened in Baybay, Leyte. You confirm this?
Yes po, sa loob ng provincial jail ng Baybay, Leyte.
But of course, you have to understand as well that similar to the raid that happened in your house, this incident, the killing and raid against Mayor Espinosa, happened while you were in Abu Dhabi. Tama ba yun?
Opo, wala po ako dito sa bansa.
In
Nasa
other
bakasyon
words,
ako.
you are relying only to your sources with regards to this story surrounding the raid and the killing of Mayor Espinosa in Baybay, Leyte.
Yes po.
And can you please enlighten us, for the satisfaction of the public who are watching us, Kerwin, because you went a long way for us to be able to hear these explosives of yours. For a period of 7 years, naniniwala ang buong sambayan ng Pilipino sa naging testimonya mo sa Senate noon. Now, you are completely overturning all your statements. And we owe it to the Filipino people to explain and share what really happened according to your source during the raid and the killing of Mayor Espinosa on November 5, 2016 in Baybay, Leyte. Mas gusto ba niya Tagalog? Parang masirap siya sa Tagalog.
Your Honor, pwede pong ulitin yung question
Kayo
niyo
po ba, Kerwin, ay mas komportable sa English or sa Filipino?
Mas sa Pilipino na lang tayo.
Filipino.
Para
Kerwin,
maintindihan.
you mentioned, nabanggit mo sa iyong sinumpaang salaysay, bagaman ikaw ay nasa Abu Dhabi noon, ng iyong ama na noon ay nasa Baybay, Leyte Provincial Jail, ay ni-raid at pinatay ng mga operatiba ng pulis. Nasa Abu Dhabi ka noon at ikaw ay nagtiwala lamang sa testimonya ng mga taong naruroon sa insidente. Nevertheless, Kerwin, can you please share to the Filipino people, what do you believe? Ano yung pinaniniwalaan mong tunay na pangyayari sa loob ng Baybay, Leyte, kaugnay ng pagkamatay ng iyong ama?
Naniwala ako doon sa mga nakapiit sa loob. Kasi sila ang nakakita at kitang-kita nila sa dalawang mata at narinig nila ang mga putukan. Kitang-kita nila from the very beginning, pagpasok sa selda ng aking ama.
Kerwin, kung nakikilala mo itong mga taong tinukoy ng iyong mga source, maaari mo bang banggitin sino itong mga polis na pumasok sa selda ng iyong ama?
Sa sinabi ng aking source, ang pumasok doon si Leo Laraga. Leo Laraga, siya talaga ang kumitil sa buhay ng papa ko.
Leo Laraga.
Laraga.
Can you please check if Leo Laraga is inside this hearing venue? Narito po ba siya?
With the indulgence of, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Congressman Luistro, Police Captain that time, Leo Laraga, is not present now in today's hearing, but for sure we will invite him in the next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Bukod kay Leo Laraga, sino pa ang nalalaman mong kasama nitong mga nag-raid at nag-operate pumatay sa iyong ama?
Si Colonel Marcos at si Sir Matera, kasi mga kaibigan ko sila.
Kerwin, regarding Colonel Marcos and Colonel Matera, if they are present in this hall, can you kindly point at them? Ituro mo sila kung sila'y naririto sa bulwagang ito. Colonel Marcos and Colonel Matera.
Yan.
May we request the police officer raising his hand, to please identify himself for the record, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Committee, I'm Police Colonel Marvin Marcos po.
Thank you. How about Colonel Matera? Can you point at him?
Hindi, wala dito. Hindi ko
It's
nakita.
okay, Kerwin, if Colonel Matera is not present in the hall. Okay lang yun. I am certain that the Quad will be inviting him as well. Kerwin, bukod sa mga nabanggit mong pangalan, meron ka pa bang kayang tukuyin na kasamang pumasok, nag-raid, at pumatay ayon sa'yo at sa mga sources mo kay Mayor Espinosa?
Ang sinabi sa akin, yung kumitil lang ng talaga sa papa ko, na kasi humihingi ng ng papa ko, nagsasalita siya na, "Wag po sir, wag po niyo akong patayin."
Who were present? Sinong nakasaksi dun sa sinasabi mong pagpaslang sa iyong ama?
Mga detainee po.
Can you please name these detainees who were able to witness that incident?
A certain Dondon na taga sa amin sa Albuera. At si Raul Yap na matay naman yun. Patay man si Raul Yap. At si Ruben, a certain Ruben, tatlo sila, pero yung isa, tatlo yung ng daddy ko, kasama niya sa selda, nag-a-assist sa kanya. Yung isa, patay na po, namatay din kasama
How
yung
about
daddy
the
ko.
other one who is he still living? The other one?
Opo, Your Honor.
What is his name?
A certain Dondon.
A certain Don Don. And can you please share with us, ano ho ba yung nalalaman yung pangyayari dito sa pagkamatay ng inyong ama? Pumasok, and then what happened next?
Ang una nilang ginawa daw, sabi sa aking source, pinapiwis the wall muna yung mga pulis.
Can you please illustrate? Maaari mo bang ipakita sa amin paano ba yung face the wall so the Filipino people will understand?
Dito ko lang po gawin sa...
Can you please provide a microphone to Kerwin? Baka abot yung nakay Comsec.
Ganito po ang sinabi sa akin na nangyari nung raid. Pumasok yung mga operatiba at dinisarmahan ang mga on duty sa oras na yon. Nung pagkatapos nilang nadisarmahan, ganito po, pinapace the wall sila.
Sino yung sila na tinutukoy mo na pina-face the wall?
Mga duty po.
Duty, ang
Opo.
pina-face the wall.
Oh.
And then?
Then, pinaluhod sila na sinabihan daw na huwag kayong titingin.
You are referring to the jail guards?
Yes.
Yung bantay sa
mga
bilangguan?
bantay. Opo.
Pina-face the wall, pinaluhod, wag titingin, and then what happened next?
Hinanap nila ang hard drive ng CCTV. Nung nakita na siguro nila, pinatay at binitbit yung hard drive ng CCTV.
Can you please identify the name of the one who took the hard drive? Sino pong kumuha ng hard drive? Nakikilala niyo po ba ayon sa inyong source?
Mga pulis daw, kasamahan sa pag-raid ng Baybay.
Please proceed. After taking the hard drive, ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Kinuha yung susi sa selda. Tapos binuksan, dumiretso na. Pagpasok sa may pintuan pa yun bago yung selda ng papa ko. Parang main door siguro ng compound. Binuksan, tapos diretso na doon, papunta sa selda ng papa ko. Tapos yung selda ng papa ko, may kadina at padlock. Binuksan rin, kinuha yung susi noon, binuksan, tapos ang sabi, walang salitang sinabi, kundi ang papa ko lang ang narinig na nagsasalita. Sir, wag niyo akong patayin. Diretso, putok na, pum. Tapos, yung katiwala niya, gustong yumakap sa kanya, i-try i-save siya, binaril din.
Sino itong katiwalang
Raul Yap. Opo.
Anong ginawa nitong pangatlo na kasama pa?
Nakalublob sa ilalim ng tarima.
Ano yung tarima?
Yung higaan po, Your Honor.
Nalalaman mo ba kung ilan ang naging tama ni Mayor Espinosa?
Hindi ako sure, or more than five.
More than five.
More than 5 bullets ang na tumama sa kanya.
Kerwin, thank you for illustrating. You can go back to your chair. You confirm also, Kerwin, na ang raid at pagpasok dito sa Baybay, Leyte ay nag-ugat doon sa search warrant na ini-issue laban sa iyong ama. Tama ba yun?
Opo, Your Honor.
Nalalaman mo ba kung sino ang huwes na nag-issue ng search warrant?
Kasi tatlong judge ang kinuna nila na mag-apply ng search warrant. Si Judge Argelies nag-refuse. At ang sabi ni Judge Argelies na ba't kailangan pang mag-serve akunan nyo ng search warrant nasa loob ng kulungan ang tao. Nag-refuse si Judge Argelies. May judge na certain Janet ba yun? Janet, apelido niya? Cabalona, saan yun? 'Yun? Doon sa Samar, yun ang nag-issue ng search warrant. Sa pagkakaalam ko, yung si Janet Cabalona ay parang relatives ng asawa ni Sir Laraga. Pwede, Mr. Chair, pwede magtanong?
Sige.
After perhaps we conclude the interpellation, Mr. Chair.
Pagkatapos ni Congresswoman Jinky, bago tayo pumunta sa susunod na magtatanong, tsaka mo sabihin yan.
Okay po.
Mr. Chair, our resource speaker mentioned already the names of the judges. Some refused to issue the search warrant, while there is one who indeed issued the search warrant. I just wish to manifest, Mr. Chair, that it is very unlikely in the practice of law that a search warrant is being issued to search a confined place, much more a detention facility. That is for the record, Mr. Chair. Kerwin, I'm leading to my third question. November 16, 2016, through the coordination with the Interpol, iniuwi ka dito sa Pilipinas. Pagdating sa airport, you were arrested at sinalubong ka ni Senator
Bato de la Rosa.
Nakikilala mo ba si Senator Bato?
Siyempre.
Bakit mo siya kilala?
Matapang yun. Puro barilan-barilan ang hahamon sa TV ng draw sa mga ilegalista.
What else do you know about Senator Bato? Bago pa siya naging senador, nasan ba si Senator Bato?
Chief PNP yun po, Your Honor.
Chief PNP.
Ano?
Okay, can you please identify the picture on the screen? Sino ba yung nasa screen?
Siya po, si Bato de la Rosa.
During that time, ano bang assignment ni Senator Bato during that time? Yang kwinekwento mong insidente. Nasaan siya noon?
Siya ang Chief PNP.
Yes, you stated in your sinumpaang salaysay na may sinabi sa'yo.
Opo.
Ang noon ay PNP Chief Bato na
Opo.
kailangan mong gawin kapalit ng iyong pagkakataon na mabuhay.
Opo.
Do you confirm this?
Yes po.
Can you please tell us, anong sinabi sa'yo ni Senator Bato?
Sinabi niya sa akin, sumunod ka sa plano. Kung sumunod ka kung sino ang babanggitin mo para maligtas ang buhay mo. Kung ayaw mong sumunod, ikaw na ang susunod sa tatay mo or isa sa membro ng pamilya nyo may mangyari na masama.
You mentioned about plano. Can you tell us, ano ba yung planong tinutukoy?
May mga pangalan na pinid sa akin, sinubo, at babanggitin ko sa aking testimonya o sa aking salaysay sa Senado.
At maaari mo bang sabihin, sino ba itong mga taong ito at anong gustong ipabanggit sa'yo ng noon ay PNP Chief Bato?
Peter Lim, supplier daw ng shabu, pero nandyan lang, hindi na huli-huli. Tapos si Senator De Lima, protector daw sa mga shabu, mga nagtitinda ng shabu sa loob ng Bilibid. Protector daw si Ma'am Laila. At yung iba pa, si Lovely Impal, si Jiraham, si Peter Ko, ganon
In
sila
other
po.
words, Kerwin, ang gusto ni PNP Chief ay banggitin mo itong mga pangalan na ito na may kaugnayan sa illegal drug operation. Tama ba yun?
Opo.
At ito ba'y sinunod mo, Kerwin?
Talagang sinunod ko po kasi...
Bakit mo to sinunod? Of course, alam mong mali ito.
Oo.
Di ba? Bakit mo sinunod ang utos ng Nonay PNP Chief Bato?
Kung siguro kayo, kung kahit sino naman sa atin na mga tao dito, nandito sa loob ng Quadcom, talagang susunod dahil kapalit na yon ng buhay mo. At lalo na pag may mga anak ka pang maliit na sabihin na susunod ka na sa papa mo kung hindi ka sumunod sa aming plano.
Mr. Chair, I wish to make a manifestation that with respect to the raid of the house of the late Mayor Espinosa, which happened in August 2016, our resource speaker, sadly speaking, has no personal knowledge. So, taking from his statements that there were women who were guarding the house and even cleaned up the house, reason why they are certain that all the guns, explosives, and shabu were merely planted by the PNP operatives, I respectfully move, Mr. Chair, that we invite these women, and I hope Kerwin will be able to name who these women are in order to substantiate the testimony that Kerwin Espinosa has given to the Quadcom. Second, Mr. Chair, with respect to the raid and the killing incident of the late Mayor Espinosa in Baybay, Leyte, we are suffering from the same predicament because, as admitted by Kerwin, he was still in Abu Dhabi during the time. So, to determine the veracity of the information that he was able to receive from his sources, I respectfully move as well, Mr. Chair, that we invite the third inmate by the name Don Don, who was inside the cell of the late mayor when the killing incident happened. I wish to ask Kerwin to name also the jail guards who were on duty during the time, likewise to substantiate the information that he has given to Quadcom already, Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before I rule on the motion, tanungin ko lang muna si Mr. Espinosa. Sino-sino itong mga women na sinasabi mong ayon sa iyong salaysay, yung mga women na naglinis ng bahay ninyo?
Landa, asawa ng barangay captain namin sa aming barangay.
Ano lang yung full name nila kaya para ma-record nila.
Landa Sumalhag.
Okay.
Sumalhag.
Sumalhad. Okay.
Linda Rosal.
Linda.
TC de la Austria. Yang tatlong binanggit ko, sila na ang magpatuloy na magbanggit kung sino-sino ang kasama nila doon sa mga women's supporters ni Daddy.
Yung isang witness na nasa loob ng kulungan na isang PDL din, anong pangalan niya?
Dondon, a certain Dondon.
Certain Dondon. So there is a motion to invite the women who, according to the sinumpaang salaysay ni Kerwin Espinosa, siyang naglinis ng kanilang bahay bago po ni-raid ng membro ng Alvera Police ang kanilang bahay. And a certain Dondon who is a PDL and who apparently saw the incident that happened inside the jail. Is there a second? Is there a second? There's a second. Are there any objections? So hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please
Chair.
invite the following personalities mentioned by Mr. Espinosa in the next Quadcom hearing.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Congresswoman Luis.
Can we please invite as well the jail guards who were on duty if we have the means to determine who these people were?
Comsec, kindly determine who these jail guards on duty at the time of the incident and report to the Quadcom. Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, I'm about to conclude.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one quick question for PIDEA. PIDEA, sir, palagi pong nababanggit itong narco list, even from the time of the 3 Chinese drug lords to the time of PCSO Board Secretary Wesley Barayuga, and now we are confronted by the killing incident as alleged by Kerwin, committed against Mayor Espinosa, who allegedly was included as well in the narco list. Can you please enlighten us? Ito ho ba'y chinek nyo if during the time the name of Mayor Espinosa indeed appear in the narco list?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yes, the names of the father and son appear in the original list. The Kerwin is listed as a drug trafficker. The father is only, the category of the father, whether pusher or trafficker, is not listed, but in the list he is already indicated as neutralized. So, he was, he was dead already.
Would you neutralize because dead?
Yes.
Would you know, PIDEA, kung kailan po napasama dun sa narco list? Was it after the killing incident or subsequent to the killing incident?
In the original list, it was already after the death of
If
Mayor
you are
Espinosa.
saying, PIDEA, that it was after the incident, ibig sabihin po, patay na si Mayor Espinosa nung napasama sa drug list? Ganun ho ba yun?
No, Your Honor. What happened is that Mayor Espinosa is included in the list, but however, as the period or as the drug campaign continued, he would eventually be indicated as neutralized. So we could not ascertain whether he was a drug pusher, drug user, or whatever was his participation, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest this drug list, the narco list, is indeed very controversial. As a matter of fact, as we go along our investigation, I've been asking our resource speaker, whether during the hearing or off the hearing, as to the origin, the people who validated, the veracity, and no one can indeed vouch as to the genuineness of the names which were included in the list. So I just want to raise this concern that being included in the list would really compromise not only the safety but the entire life of the people who are in this list. So I hope we can come up with something, validate, and come up with the true personalities who must be included in the narco list, Mr. Chair. To conclude, Mr. Chair, for whatever motive does Kerwin Espinosa have today, we welcome the information he gave, subject, of course, to stringent scrutiny. While recantation of testimony, samantalang ang pagbawi ng testimonya is frowned upon by the court. This will give us an opportunity to re-examine what really transpired relative to the raid on the house of Mayor Espinosa, the raid and killing against Mayor Espinosa which happened in Baybay Leyte, including the indictment and the incarceration of our resource speaker, and including those he named, which includes the former Senator Laila de Lima. It is clear, Mr. Chair, that the government continued the fight against illegal drugs, as it is indeed a menace to the Philippine society. But let us all be reminded, in a civil society like ours, we need to observe the rule of law. No less than the Philippine Constitution provides, Section 1, Article 3, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, and property without due process of law. What happened to Kerwin and his father, if indeed true, is a complete violation of this constitutional guarantee. We laud the Quadcom, which includes this representation, in initiating the bill which criminalizes in a higher sense the extrajudicial killing. Mr. Chair, to conclude my interpellation, dahil nung nasa krami siya, si Kerwin, pinagbigay siya ng mensahe to certain personalities. Today, I wish to request Kerwin, can you please give your message para kay Laila de Lima, kay General Bato, at kay Presidente Duterte na lahat nabanggit mo kanina sa iyong testimonya?
Una sa lahat, humihingi ako ng, kung ma'am, kung nagsubaybay ka ngayon sa hearing dito sa Quadcom, patawarin niyo po ako na nadala sa o na uto-uto sa panahon na yon na idamay ka po na walang katotohanan naman. At ang picture na yon, nagkataon lang na pumasyal ang pamilya ko sa baybay at nagkita tayo at nagpa-picture ako. Yun ang ginawa nilang ebidensya. Ma'am, taos ko sa kaloob-looban from my heart, I ask, sorry talaga po ma'am. At kung ano mang plano mo sa ginawa kong pagbuhat-buhat o sala o kalambigitan sa droga o unsay imong buhaton, andam ko mo dawat ma'am. Pero ang ako alang ihangyo, mangayo ko nimo pasaylo sa akong gibuhat. Kay na-pressure ragyod ko ma'am, naluoy ko sa akong mga anak, ngagagmay pa kayo atong panahon na, patay na akong papa, o ako mamatay, mag-unsa na lang akong mga anak, maong gibuhat na ko, nga buhat-buhatan ka o magtumo-tumo o istorya kabahin sa kalambigitan sa droga. Once again, sorry kayo ma'am. Handa po akong harapin kung ano ang plano mo sa akin po.
Mr. Chair, can we please have a translation of what he said?
The last that I know, I'm the chair of the committee, but now I can become the translator and the interpreter. Ang sabi po ni Kerwin Espinosa, siya ho ay humihingi ng kapatawaran kay Senator Laila de Lima sa kanyang ginawang mga statement implicating her sa usapin tungkol sa droga at gumawa ng kwento, no? Gumawa sila ng kwento para masama dun sa kwento, sa narrative ng pagkaka-involved ni Senator de Lima sa usapin sa droga. At sabi naman niya na handa rin siyang harapin kung ano man yung aksyon na gagawin ni Senator de Lima kay Kerwin Espinosa. Does that satisfy the good congresswoman from Batangas?
I am totally not familiar with Visayan language. How about your message to Senator Bato?
Sir, Bato de la Rosa, sana iwasan na po natin at wag na natin gawin na pilitin na gumawa ng kwento para lang mapin down ang isang tao. Yun lang po ang mabigay ko kay Senator de la Rosa na mensahe. At sa ating Pangulo noon, ang ano ko lang kasi pinagbigyan ako na makapagbigay ng mensahe, Mr. Duterte, sana po i-validate niyo po bawat report na marinig mo sa iyong paligid na ganito, ganyan, ganyan. si Fulano. I-validate nyo ng maigi para walang taong masaktan. Lalo na ngayon na tumakbo ka ng mayor, huwag kang magpasulsul sa mga nakapaligid sa iyo. Yun lang po.
Last, Mr. Chair, I understand that your family went through a lot because of this incident. If your father is watching you right now, anong mensahe mo kay Mayor Espinosa?
Ang mensahe ko kay Daddy, ang mensahe ko sa daddy ko, kung saan ka man naroon, huwag mo kaming pabayaan, i-guide mo kami hanggat makuha ang hustisya ng iyong pagkamatay. Salamat sa lahat na pinadama mo sa amin nung ikaw ay nasa kapiling ka pa namin na bilang ama. Basta di lahat gagawin namin ng mga anak mo na makamit ang hustisya ng iyong pagkamatay. Padayon na lang di sa imo pagpanaw. Ayaw na kayo una-una ang naitabo kanimo. Kaya ako di anda mamatay para makuha lang yung hustisya di mo. Bisan tuod sa iyong pagkamatay, wala na tanang kita. Antod karon, I love you.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat, Kerwin. Anything else, Congresswoman Luistro?
I conclude, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat. Before we proceed to the next interpellator, let me acknowledge the presence of Congressman Joboy Aquino, Congresswoman Lianda Bolilla, and Congressman Virgilio S. Lacson. Welcome to the committee hearing of the Quadcom. So the next to interpellate, bago pala muna yan, gusto ko sanang tanungin si Kerwin. Nabanggit mo kasi kanina, Kerwin, merong paring nagkumpisal ka sa pare, no? Alam mo ba kung ano pangalan ng pare?
Nakalimutan ko na po. Nakaalala noon siguro si Sir Asierto o si Colonel Pero.
Okay, sige. Salamat. Okay, the next to interpellate is Congressman Paulo Ortega. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, baka kailangan po ng ilang minuto pa ni Ginoong Espinosa?
Okay ka lang?
Pwede mamaya konti. Your Mr. Chair.
So gusto mo
Inom muna ng tubig.
sige, please. Sige. Okay. 1 minute suspension. The parliamentary status was before we went on a 1-minute recess. Congressman Paulo Ortega has the floor to interpellate Mr. Espinosa. However, Mr. Espinosa requested the committee to be given time to recover and be able to answer the questions that will be propounded by the members. So you now have the floor, Congressman Ortega. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang araw po. Magandang araw po, Ginoong Espinosa. Okay na po, sir.
Okay na po, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, sinusundan po natin ang sinumpaang salaysay ni Ginoong Espinosa at it was very striking po, no, lalo po doon sa number 21 hanggang sa 25. Ginoong Espinosa, Mr. Chair, ang pakiramdam niyo po ba ay nagamit kayo? Ginamit kayo sa lahat ng mga nangyaring ito?
Sa sarili ko, pagkaintindi sa aking sarili, nagamit ako at naging biktima lang sa mga nangyayari.
Noong pong sa sinumpaang salaysay niyo muli, nung kayo po ay medyo napilitan na sabihin po at magturo po ng mga taong inyong napagbintangan at mga taong naidamay, ang emosyon po ba na nararamdaman nyo ay yung takot po para, hindi po para sa sarili nyo, pero para po sa mga mahal nyo sa buhay?
Opo. Yes po.
May knowledge po ba kayo, meron po ba kayong kaalaman kung ano po tong narco-list na to, paano binuo, paano ginawa, paano inayos, paano na-validate, paano po nilagay yung mga pangalan, which is, nandun nga po yung mga pangalan nyo po.
Your Honor, sa sariling pagkaintindi ko at sa sariling analisar ko, parang yung nakaraang administrasyon, pag hindi ka kakampi nila or kaalyado, pwede kang ilagay sa narco-list. Yun lang po ang ano ko yung sa tingin ko nitong narco-list na ito. Kasi maraming inosente, maraming malinis na tao, may mga na sali sa narco-list, hindi nga marunong magsigarilyo, nasali na sa narco-list. Walang insaktong validation. Bago ilagay sa narco-list, sana imbestigahan talaga ng mabuti kung talaga bang totoo. Yun lang po.
Mr. Chair, from the interpellation of the Honorable Jinky Luistro, sabi nga po niya, she's malaking hiwaga po kung paano ginawa itong narco-list na to, kung paano po nagawa ang listahan na yan. At based po sa mga statements saka sworn affidavit ni Ginoong Espinosa, para po siyang parte po ng pelikula. Para po siyang parang nagamit po siya sa isang, they're trying to paint a bigger picture, Mr. Chair. Naniniwala po ba kayo na after po nung nangyari sa inyo, nagamit din po yung sitwasyon nyo na parang lalong gamitin itong narco-list na mag-instill po ng fear, magbigay po ng takot at magbigay ng certain alertness po sa mga kasama sa listahan na yun?
Pwede niyo ba pong ulitin ang katanungan, Your Honor?
Mr. Chair, Ginoong Espinosa, naniniwala po ba kayo na yung sitwasyon nyo ay ginawang example po para sa mga iba pa pong nakalista sa narcolist para parang ginawang sample, parang ginamit po yung exact situation nyo sa pagturo ng mga pinagbibintangan sa nangyari po sa inyong ama. Naniniwala po ba kayo na parte po lahat to ng mas malaking, sabi nga nila, mas malaking script, mas malaking pelikula?
Opo. Ito ay lahat scripted na mga nilalagay nila sa narcoles. Hindi ito nakakatulong sa gobyerno natin.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to put on record na marami pong pagkakataon na yung mga kritiko po at nagbabato po sa Quadcom ay sinasabi na ang Quadcom po ay merong script. Pero nakikita po natin ngayon based po sa ating investigasyon, sa napakatagal na po na ginagawa ng mga different committees, na tila po parang ang script po hindi po nanggaling sa mga investigasyon natin. Nagagamit po itong narcolist, nagagamit po itong mga ganitong sitwasyon para po parang pinaglalaroan yung mga tao, ginagawa sila mga pawn. At nakakalungkot nga po dahil nakikita po natin yung mga iba't ibang biktima, lalo po sa mga extrajudicial killings at yung mga parte po ng listahan na to, Mr. Chair. Hindi na po ako magdadagdag ng mga tanong, Mr. Chair. Bibigyan ko po ng oras yung mga ating ibang kasamahan. Salamat po sa oras, Mr. Chair. Salamat po, Ginoong Kerwin Espinosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Ortega. The next to interpolate is Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po sa ating mga resource persons today. Mr. Chair, konting katanungan lang po kay Mr. Espinosa in relation to the testimony that he has bared today. Unang-una sa lahat po, I think short manifestation, as properly mentioned by Congresswoman Jinky, napakahirap po. Sana po maintindihan po ni Mr. Espinosa, as much as we appreciate po yung pag-coming forward dito at pagbibigay ng testimony ukol sa events na ito. Generally, mahirap po talaga pag ito ay based on recantation or pagbabawi ng testimony na previous na nangyari. Although naintindihan po natin, this would not be the first time. So in general, this does not mean naman po na we will disregard the affidavit or the testimony, but it just means that it would need further verification. Because of course, hindi rin natin maiwasan yung mga nabanggit niyong circumstances. Minsan, merong kasamang duress or tinatawag natin na pinipilit po kayo through other circumstances. So, naintindihan po namin yan. But to further flesh it out, we just like to go through it. Kailangan po talagang suriin yung iyong testimony. So that, Mr. Chair, yung first na question ko po kay Mr. Espinosa. Napaka-interesting po, no? Kasi sa yung sinumpaang salaysay, nabanggit po ninyo in paragraph 2 na una mo pong nalaman yung balita tungkol sa pag-include po sa inyo ng inyong ama sa narcolist. This was sometime in June 2016, nung nasa Malaysia po kayo. Is that correct po, Mr. Chair?
Hindi, mga August na po.
Mga August.
Mga August na po or July. Mga last week of July o mga ganon.
That's the first time po na nalaman nyo na nasa narcolist po kayo?
Yes po.
So yung nabanggit po na June 2016 is nung umalis lang pala kayo for Malaysia?
Wala na po ako dito.
Okay. So to clarify po, June 2016, pumunta po kayong Malaysia and then nung before kayo umuwi, nalaman nyo lang sometime in July?
Opo. Yes po.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct my question to the PIDEA. May we verify when was the first time that the former president released the narco list?
Your Honor, can I ask my intelligence officer who is in possession of this list explain?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, from July 4 until December of 2016, the former president were already showing and mentioning names. But officially, sir, PIDEA was tasked to sit down only on January 4 of 2017 to validate the list. The first ever list, sir.
Mr. Chair, so given that information, if the timeline po is sometime in July, last part of July 2016, this is still the unvalidated list as per PDEA. Would that be correct, Mr. Chair?
That's correct, sir. The first list, sir, were already more than 3,000, and it was not yet validated. So it was a raw data that was provided to the PDEA as the secretariat only, and with the intention that it will be validated, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, although this is still later on po in our interpellation, no? Pero as we can see, the end result of having been included in this drug list of initially July 2016, nagkaroon na po ng, I don't know if you would call this an operation, or, well, yes, actually there was an operation, Mr. Chair, no? With the PNP, they actually conducted the raid, and this was generally attributed to being included in the list. So we could see, Mr. Chair, and I understand that this would not be something for the PDEA to answer, but the original unverified list as of July already resulted in these operations po. No? But we'll go to that as on the later time as we proceed. Going back to Mr. Espinosa, Mr. Chair, katanungan lang po, nabanggit po ninyo sa paragraph number 6. Sabi po niyo na sa madaling salita, planted lang ng mga polis ang droga na sinabi nilang natagpuan sa bahay ng aking papa para makasuhan ako at ang aking papa. And later on, you went on to mention, pagkatapos ng raid, sinampahan ako ng kaso at mga ilang araw lamang lumabas na ang warrant of arrest. Mr. Espinosa, ano po yung mga kasong isinampa sa iyo base po dito sa raid na ito?
Ang na-experience ko na mga kaso na sinampa sa akin, nalilito na ako sa karami-dami na sinampa sa akin. Pero sa awa ng Diyos, na-dismiss na lahat ng drug cases ko. Siguro ang maka-explain yan, abogado ko na lang siguro kasi siya ang may alam dyan.
Mr. Chair, under our rules, generally, the lawyers who assist the resource persons are here to just simply manifest or inform their clients of the rights that they may have in this committee. But in this instance, Mr. Chair, since we do have him present, would the committee be amenable to hear his answer regarding this question?
Yes, I think we can allow the counsel of Mr. Espinosa to respond to the question raised by Congressman Gutierrez. Attorney Palad, can you please respond to the questions raised by Congressman Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. Mr. Chair, with that, I'd just like to reiterate po. No? So in the case po, in the sinampalang salaysay, nabanggit po sa paragraph 6 na may ilang mga kaso na sinampahan kay Mr. Espinosa. May we know then from the lawyer of Mr. Espinosa the nature of these cases and their status po?
Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the committee. Your Honors, ang mga kaso pong isinampa kay Mr. Espinosa ay mga sumusunod po. Related po to sa conspiracy to commit illegal drug trading. Ito po yung resulta ng kanyang pagtistigo sa Senado. Lahat po ng salaysay na ginamit sa Senado po na sinabi niya, yun po yung ginamit na ebidensya to file the following cases. Sa RTC 64 Makati po, illegal drug trading case. Na-dismiss na po ito noong December 17, 2021 based on demurrer to evidence. Pangalawang kaso po sa RTC 65 Makati, illegal drug trading case. Na-dismiss na po ito noong June 6, 2023, demurrer to evidence granted. Pangatlong kaso po, yung illegal possession of firearms and explosives. Ito po yung raid na lumusob yung grupo nila Joby Espinido on the pretext na may armed men sa bahay nila Mayor Espinosa. Tapos pagdating po doon, ang kwento ni Kerwin, nilapag na lang yung mga bangkay at yung mga balat granada. RTC 16 Manila, case dismissed po ito noong September 4, 2023. Decision granted acquittal in both cases. Next po, pang-apat na kaso, RTC 51 Manila, illegal drug trading case. Case dismissed on December 13, 2023, demurrer to evidence granted. Panglimang kaso po, RTC 14 Baybay Leyte, illegal drug trading case. Case dismissed on June 5, 2024, demurrer to evidence granted. Lahat po ng drug cases na dismiss on the ground na the prosecution failed to prove its case. Kahit isang beses po, hindi ho nagtistigo si Mr. Kerwin, dinismiss agad ng mga husgado. Yun lang po. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do we have, siguro to direct to the committee secretariat, do we have members of the DOJ or perhaps the National Prosecution Service present? May we ask them to join us for some clarificatory questions?
DOJ, the representative of the DOJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just to clarify po sa atin dito lahat, although I think as for lawyers familiar po sila sa demurrer of evidence. But Mr. Chair, may we ask first question to the DOJ. Ano po yung position po natin sa DOJ, sir?
I'm Provincial Prosecutor, Assistant Provincial Prosecutor James Orven Escalona from the DOJ IACAT.
Mr. Chair, would this mean by virtue of your position, you were tasked with the specific cases of Mr. Espinosa or hindi po kayo aware? Were the cases of Mr. Espinosa under your jurisdiction?
No, sir. Actually, we were invited because for purposes of issues on POGO.
On POGO.
Yes.
Well, in that case, Mr. Chair, just a simple question in general na lang po. Would the good gentleman from the DOJ care to explain what the demurrer to evidence is, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Demurrer to the evidence is, it's a process wherein it would appear that the evidence of guilt was not strong enough to convict the accused of the crime charged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So generally po sa proseso ng ating korte, the prosecution will present evidence and then the defense would also be allowed to present their own evidence to refute the allegations. However, in the case of demurrer, the defense feels that yung prosecution po, napakahina po ng kanilang kaso to the point that they no longer need to present their own evidence in defense. Would that be a fair statement po, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, nakita po natin sa dami-daming kaso na isinampa kay Mr. Kerwin Espinosa, karamihan po dito ay na-dismiss by virtue of yung demurrer evidence po. So, this would mean na kulang po yung ebidensya ng prosecution. It begs the question po, bakit po ito nangyari? Kung nagkaroon po tayo ng raid, nagkaroon po tayo ng search warrant, and daming operation po, it seems to be lacking po, no, Mr. Chair. So that's just something for us to consider later on, especially in consideration to the testimony that Mr. Kerwin was mentioning earlier. Mr. Chair, then my next question is on paragraph number 9. Namagit po dito na may initial na search warrant dahil may baril at droga daw siya sa loob ng selda. Mr. Chair, this is in relation po to the father. Ano po yung information na alam niyo po dito, Mr. Espinosa? Kasi syempre, naintindihan po natin, wala naman po kayo dito sa selda, hindi naman po kayo incarcerated here at the time. Saan niyo po narinig yung information na yung basis ng search warrant ay dahil may baril at may droga daw?
Sa mga detainee na lang po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So sa detainees na lang. Again, this is reminiscent of what Congresswoman Luistro mentioned na while we would like to give credence to the testimony, hindi po to personal knowledge ni Mr. Espinosa. But it's something that we can consider na lang po siguro. I'll just go through po the list of yung dito sa yung testimony before I ask further questions. Mr. Chair, yung sa paragraph number 12, nabanggit po dito na ito yung pagdating nyo po galing sa Abu Dhabi. Binili po kayo dito sa Pilipinas. Bandang alas 11 ng gabi, sinundo ako ng mga kapulisan dito sa Pilipinas gamit ang isang puting Land Cruiser. Isa sa sumundo sa akin ay si General Bato de la Rosa kung saan sinabi niya sa akin na idawit ko si Peter Lim sa kalakaran ng droga sa Pilipinas. Pati na daw si Laila de Lima para madiin. At bago pa man yun, pinilit nila ako na umamin na ako ay may kinalaman sa droga. Ito ay sinasabi niya sa akin habang pupunta ako ng Krame. Pagdating namin doon ay may media at press con ang mga polis at sinali nila ako. Mr. Chair, this would be the heaviest allegation in relation to the testimony that Mr. Espinosa has put forth during the Senate hearings. Siyempre po, naging basehan po yung kanyang testimony sa Senado for various cases. And I understand, Mr. Chair, we don't have a representative here to tell us kung gaano kala. But perhaps, Mr. Chair, I can ask the lawyer of Mr. Espinosa, to his knowledge. Mr. Chair, yung testimony po ni Mr. Espinosa na binanggit niya sa Senado, was this made the basis of the cases against Senator Laila de Lima?
Mr. Chair, ang recollection ko po dyan, yung testimony ni Kerwin sa Senado was used by the government to file cases against several persons like Kerwin Espinosa, Peter Co, Marcelo Adorco, Lovely Impal, Ruel Malandangan, and others. Pero hindi po nakasama ni Kerwin sa mga kasong ito si Senator de Lima. Ang nangyari po dyan, yung testimony niya sa Senado na sinasabing nagbigay siya ng 8 million kay Senator de Lima, yung testimony na yon together with the picture taken sa Baguio, ginamit po yon ng DOJ panel to file case against Senator de Lima doon po sa 3 illegal drug trading cases sa Muntinlupa na na-dismiss na rin po yung 3 yon. Doon po, nabanggit, inattach po yung Senate transcript at yung affidavit panghukuman ni Kerwin to link Senator de Lima into the illegal drug trading cases sa Muntinlupa. Pero hindi po naipresenta si Mr. Espinosa sa Muntinlupa courts because some cases were dismissed based on demurrer to evidence din po, based sa recollection ko po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the clarification. So, Mr. Espinosa, nabanggit po ninyo dito, ito siguro ang naging reason po kung bakit kayo nag-testify sa Senado. At kayo po ay napilitan na ngayon, sinasabi na hindi po totoo yung mga nabanggit mo sa Senado. Mr. Chair, additional question, were there other instances po na kayo po ay nag-testify? Ever ba, na-invite po ba kayo sa any of these cases, whether against Ms. De Lima or any of the other persons? Or lahat po talaga nito ang basihan ay simpleng iyong affidavit dun sa Senado?
Sa mga kaso ko po, nag-testify lang po ako sa court, yung sa baril po. At yung ibang cases, drug cases, hindi na po ako nakapag-testify kasi nag-grant yung demurrer of evidence namin po.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Pero naintindihan ko po na yung kaso doon sa illegal firearms and yung sa drug cases, this is in relation kaso against you po. Pero were you ever presented as witness? Kayo po ay naimbita bilang testigo in cases against other persons po?
Hindi naman po. Wala po.
So despite having coming forward sa Senado, despite the heavy allegations that you put forward sa iyong mga affidavits sa Senado at statements that you have made under oath, never po kayo na-invite in any other case po?
Hindi po. Wala po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my next question is on paragraph 17. Nabanggit po ninyo dito na noong natapos ang salaysay ko, after 2 days, pumunta si General Bato para kausapin ako. Pagkatapos nito ay tinawagan namin si Jovi Espinido gamit ang cellphone niya para tanungin siya tungkol sa CCTV footage ng Zelan Hotel sa Albuera, Leyte. Mr. Chair, ano po yung significance nitong CCTV footage? Kasi po, if I'm not mistaken, nabanggit mo lang dito, very specific detail po ito, na pinahanap itong CCTV footage pero hindi po nabanggit in any other portion, I think, of your affidavit. Ano po yung kinalaman ng CCTV footage sa inyong salaysay?
Mr. Chair, ang CCTV na yon hinanap ni General Bato dahil sa pagbigay ng aking ama ng pera kay Colonel Marcos sa panahon na yon. Kaya hinanap yung CCTV footage at yung hard drive. Yun po.
Mr. Chair, si Colonel Marcos ay binanggit mo rin sa affidavit. If I'm not mistaken, ito, number 23. Noong andun ako sa Senado, sinunod ko lahat ng nakalagay sa affidavit dahil may kopya ako. Pero lahat ng sinabi ko doon ay walang katotohanan. Ang totoo lang doon ay yung binanggit ko na humingi si Marvin Marcos ng 4 million pesos sa papa ko para sa kampanya ng asawa niya. Ito po ba yung incident na binabanggit ninyo?
Yes po, Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions on the affidavit, but I will now ask other questions na lang po in general. So with that, Mr. Chair, this Marvin Marcos that you mentioned is the same Colonel Marcos that you pointed out earlier. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes po.
Okay. Mr. Chair, before I proceed to questions for Mr. Marcos, for Colonel Marcos, I'd just like to reiterate po yung aking nakikita dito sa affidavit ni Mr. Espinosa. It would seem that these are very heavy allegations, but it generally can be run down into two, especially in relation to investigation of the Quadcom. Una po, nakikita natin isang operational modus nila regarding if ever it is proven to be true, of course. We still have to take into consideration that there was a recanting. So hindi pa naman tayo sigurado versus yung other oath niya, other statements under oath niya. But it seems to be that first there's an allegation, heavy allegations regarding the conducting of the extrajudicial killings, if it can be categorized as such, in relation to the father of Mr. Espinosa. Dahil po nakikita natin na isama siya po sa narco list, nag-operate po yung police, and it resulted in death. I don't know if this is part of their modus, but if he could be considered a high-value target, which is the second component ng yung Oplan double barrel. But here we see how the narco list plays into the operation of the PNP. But on the second, and I think is more pressing, if it is proven true po yung testimony ni Mr. Espinosa that he was only forced to give that testimony in the Senate, there seems to be a use of resource persons for political gain or political testimony. Kasi po, I'm not sure, pero Mr. Espinosa, may kinalaman po ba yung raid sa bahay ng iyong father or even the killing of your father dun sa ginawang pilit sa'yo na gumawa ng affidavit sa Senado?
Pwede mo ba, Mr. Chair, pwede bang ipaulit ang
Mr. Chair, I will rephrase.
Tanong.
Opo, kasi po, sa iyong sinumpaang salaysay, dalawa pong nakikita natin. Una, yung portion po relating to sa pagpatay ng iyong father, which is in relation po to sa EJK. Tapos yung second naman po is in relation po yung pagpilit sa'yo na magtestigo sa Senado. Yung itong dalawang incidents ito, related po ba sila? Sa tingin niyo po, ang nangyari sa iyong father, yung pag-raid sa bahay, yung pagpatay sa kanya, yung search warrant, ito po ay part ng modus para ikaw ay pilitin sa Senado? Or separate naman po to as part of EJK?
Siguro sa aking sariling pag-intindi, related po.
Related po. So tingin niyo po, ang ginawa po sa inyong tatay ay related na para takutin po kayo?
Opo, sa aking sariling pagkaintindi.
So yung nabanggit po ninyo dito sa affidavit, na-mention mo po kasi sa paragraph 23, na ang totoo lang doon ay binanggit ko na humingi si Marvin Marcos ng 4 million sa papa ko. Is this part siguro po ng motive ng nangyari po doon sa iyong tatay?
Hindi siguro.
Coincidence lang po yun.
Baka ang nangyari sa papa ko, parang sa mga operatives, may nasa likod or nagbigay ng instruction sa kanila na ito ang gawin mo. Hindi ito ang motive ng yung pagbigay ng 4 million kay Senator kay Sir Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll now be directing my questions to Colonel Marcos. Of course, Colonel Marcos, meron pong nabanggit po dito na aligasyon regarding po na yung 4 million pesos na hiningi daw po ninyo kay former Mayor Espinosa. Mr. Chair, do you confirm or deny this allegation?
Morning po ulit. Hapon na ba? First of all, sir, pertaining po sa sinasabi po ni Kerwin tungkol po sa 4 million, Sa Senate hearing po, ang sabi niya 3 million. Ngayon, ang sabi niya 4 million. Tapos sabi daw ng tatay niya. So he has no personal knowledge. I've already denied this several times, even in the Senate. During the time of his accusation, or yung sinasabi niya, siguro sinasabi niya yan kasi galit siya sa akin. Sabi ko, dahil sa nangyari sa tatay niya. Normal po na reaksyon ng isang tao. Pero para tumanggap po ako ng ganung klaking pera galing sa kanya, sabi pa niya, campaign period. Nasa Albuera po ako, election na week na po. Tapos na ang campaign period. Hindi naman ako, sabi ko, during that time, I was only the Deputy Provincial Director of Leyte PPO. Handling administrative matters. I was deployed in Albuera for election purposes to supervise only the 4th District because it was considered as a hotspot. Hindi ko kailangan manduhan ang mga pulis doon o ano pa man. Hindi naman ako provincial director, hindi ako regional director, hindi rin ako operative ng illegal drugs para proteksyonan siya on something that I will ask for exchange for money. And I want also to straight, sir, Mr. Chair, on the record, ulitin ko po, the murder case filed against us to the death of his father and Raul Yap, we were all acquitted by the court. We were, kumbaga,
Mr. Chair?
we were kumbaga, nabigyan ng hustisya yung mga akusasyon sa amin. Ngayon, sir, itong raid na 11 kilos.
Mr. Chair.
It was for...
Point of order.
What is the point of order, Congressman Angkop?
The resource person is not answering appropriately the question of the Honorable Rodriguez. I think we should remind the resource person to answer directly the question of the Honorable Congressman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Angkop. Colonel Marcos, please answer the questions asked by Congressman Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Although I believe Colonel Marcos did answer yung allegations 4 million, it's just that he went on to discuss other things. But I hope the good Colonel could understand that we have a line of questioning and it's one topic, one answer lang naman po. No?
Yes,
we will proceed with the raid po siguro at a later time.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. His statement is not true.
Not true.
Most of his statement na sinabi niya kanina, marami po doon hindi totoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, follow-up question on that. But did your wife run for office at the time, Mr. Chair?
Colonel Marcos, can you please answer the question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, sorry, a follow-up question, Colonel.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
If you're, just to confirm na yung asawa niyo po ay tumakbo as alleged na
Yes, during that
kandidato
time
po.
on 2016, she ran for Vice Mayor of Pastrana, Leyte, pero she lost in the election.
Thank you,
Natalo
Mr.
po.
Chair. Mr. Chair, some questions naman po, Colonel Marcos. And siguro from this point on, you'll be able to explain your side po na binabanggit po ninyo. Because I agree with Congresswoman Luistro. Generally, yung testimony po ni Mr. Espinosa would be shaded with doubt kasi po this is based on, this is a recanting of a previous testimony under oath, previously affidavit, sworn under oath. However, what draws our attention is that it is surrounded by apparent irregularities, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mentioned this because one glaring thing that we've seen is yung the circumstances surrounding the death of the former Mayor Espinosa. So in relation to that, I have some follow-up questions. Mr. Chair, at the time si Colonel Marcos, kayo po ay CIDG, hepe ng CIDG for Region 8. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ano po yung inyong katungkulan bilang chief ng CIDG 8?
Way back 2016, during the raid in Baybay City Jail, I was the regional chief of Region 8, sir.
Regional chief po kayo?
Yes
Region 8
po,
po
ng
tayo.
CIDG po.
Of CIDG. Mr. Chair, so in relation po yung sa kaso ng former mayor, if ever, kasi I believe the case that was, if correct, ano po yung kaso that became basis for the issuance of the search warrant?
Kaya po kami nag-apply ng search warrant dyan because during the raid of Colonel Espinido, in which they were able to recover 11 kilos of shabu and several firearms. Not only firearms, but bank documents involving 5.1 billion pesos in current account and another intact money of a fake corporation by his family named Blue Oceanic Corporation, found out by AMLA, amounting to 5.1 billion. This was pronounced by the former president. Na-check po ito, na positive yung pera na yan. Yung sinasabi niya magpapakatotoo siya, ba't hindi niya sa uli ang pera na yan? Ang dami niyang biktima.
Mr. Chair?
Then, the issuance po ang yung search warrant, is, kasi si Espinido po ang nag-grade, pero joined kami as investigation team. So, we were the one who filed the case, kaya po lumabas ang warrant of arrest ni Mayor Espinosa at saka po ni Kerwin Espinosa. And during the issuance of warrant of arrest, hindi po si Judge Cabaluna ang nag-issue ng search warrant. Mali po yung sinasabi niya. Ang nag-issue ng search warrant, judge po ng Samar, si Judge Sabari. Katapos, I'm stating here statements based on records and public records. Sa warrant of arrest na in-issue, Major Laraga filed application for search warrant because of an valid information that there were continuous of drug trade inside the Baybay City Jail. And some of the jail guards are involved.
Sige, Colonel Marcos.
Yung po ang dahilan bakit po kami nag-apply ng search warrant. Kaya po namin in-implement yon. At saka yung sinasabi niya nag-face the wall, hindi po kami pinapapasok sa jail. Kaya po namin ni-restraint yung mga jail guard doon kasi they were armed. Armado po sila. Hindi kami pinapasok. We were forced to use bolt cutter, which is specified in the search warrant that we can break through if the search warrant issued by the judge is not honored.
Okay, sandali lang.
Yung po yung
Sandali lang,
totoo
Colonel.
dyan.
Yes, Congressman Gutierrez, is that the reply to the question you asked, Colonel Marcos?
Mr. Chair, more than what I was seeking, but that's fine, Mr. Chair.
Yun nga,
Mr. Chair,
Colonel Marcos, bibigyan ka namin ng pagkakataon magsalita. Ang ginagawa natin
Yes, Your Honor.
ay yung tanong, yun lang muna sagutin mo. Okay? Para hindi
Yes,
ho
Your
tayo
Honor.
tumagal. Now, you have, please wrap up, Congressman Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair, yung katanungan ko po natin is kung ano po yung basis ng search warrant. I understand that there are a lot of preliminary facts that would establish any need. But for one, yung nabanggit po na AMLAC, I'm not sure if bank transactions would be covered by search warrant dun sa Leyte. But I understand eventually, nasagot naman ni Colonel Marcos na the reason that they needed a search warrant was some alleged irregularities within Baybay sub-provincial jail. Tama po ba?
Yes, inside the provincial jail. And we have also information that Mayor Espinosa was allowed to go out during nighttime by the jail warden.
Mr. Chair, but based on records po, yung violation that was made basis for the search warrant was violation of RA 10591 or the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunitions Regulation Act. Nabanggit po ninyo earlier that the basis was illegal drug trade. Which was which po kaya, Mr. Chair?
Pareho po, Mr. Chair. Mayroon pong information na continuous ang drug trade. Mayroon din pong information that they were may armas po na nandoon na hawak po yung si Raul Yap at saka si Mayor Espinosa. And hindi po totoong niyakap si Mayor Espinosa based on record.
Mr. Chair, again, I would like to ask for a point of order.
Yes, Congressman Angkop.
May we ask the resource person to answer directly the question of the Honorable Gutierrez? Kasi yung sinasagot mo, Colonel Marcos, ay hindi na appropriate dun sa katanungan ni Honorable Gutierrez. Antayin mo na ako magtanong sa iyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that point of order. And Mr. Chair, the issue nga po is that there seemed to be a disconnect. Although there might be an information for both illegal drug trade and violations of the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunitions Regulation Act, as far as the records show, it's only based on the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunitions Regulation Act. So yung next question ko, Mr. Chair, if I would be
Yes,
with
please,
indulgence
your
to
last
wrap up.
question. Thank you.
Normal po ba na nagsuserve ng search warrant sa loob ng kulungan? If ever, since I'm wrapping up, Mr. I had more questions, Mr. Chair, but I'll probably reserve it for another round. Pero if Colonel Marcos could narrate to us any other instance in which a search warrant was issued against a jail in his watch. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, sir, when we applied for the search warrant, there's no prohibition or any OCA circular na nag-exist. We asked other judges kung may prohibition ba na mag-apply kami ng search warrant sa isang jail facility or any government facility. Wala naman daw po. So we tried applying and it was granted. Yun lang po. No other reasons po, sir.
Mr. Chair, yung second question ko po, have you ever sought or applied for a search warrant for a jail in any other circumstance?
Meron po yung sa Abuyog Penal Colony po, sir.
Mr. Chair, and what was the result of that application?
It was also granted, sir.
And the result of the operation, Mr. Chair?
We were able also to recover illegal drugs inside.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Given that my time is up, I will yield to other interpellators. Maraming salamat po, Colonel Marcos. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. The next to interpellate is Congressman Jay Kunghun. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Espinosa, dito po. Yes. Mr. Espinosa, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Tama po ba yung narinig ko na nag-file po kayo ng COC for Mayor ng Albuera Leyte?
Yes po. Mr. Chair.
Bakit niyo po naisipan na ngayon lumabas o magsabi ng katotohanan, lalong-lalo na rito sa Quadcom? Siyempre, panahon ng eleksyon ngayon. Baka naman po mamaya isipin na ginagawa niyo ito para sa election campaign o sa media mileage.
Ginagawa ko to na lumutang dito sa Quadcom kasi napanood ko marami nang lumutang na mga biktima sa EGK na marami nang naglakas na loob na isiniwalat ang mga hinanaing nila sa pangyayari ng patayan sa ating bansa, sa EGK. Yun ang nag-udyok sa akin kung bakit ako lumutang dito sa Quadcom. Walang halong politika po ito.
Okay, Mr. Espinosa, kasi gusto lang po nating siguraduhin na ang iyong motibo maayos at nararapat.
Ang hangad ko at ang purpose ng aking paglutang dito, hindi politika, kundi ang hustisya na makamit naming pamilya sa aming ama na pinatay na parang hayop.
Mr. Espinosa, bakit naman po parang ang sobrang malas po ninyo ng inyong pamilya? Ano po ba ang naging motibo para ilagay ang inyong pangalan ng iyong ama at ikaw sa listahan?
Kasi hindi po kami supporter ni Presidente Duterte nung kapanahunan na tumakbo ang papa ko.
Tingin mo yun ang naging dahilan, Mr. Chair?
Sa tingin ko, yun ang dahilan. Kasi maraming mga biktima na hindi supporters niya, ganon din ang nangyari.
Mr. Chair, may nabanggit ka na abogado ng tatay nyo nung humingi siya ng tulong dahil nasama siya sa listahan ng dating Pangulong Presidente Duterte. Sabi nyo, kinonsulta ninyo ay isang Attorney John Ungab. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Ito po ba yung Attorney John Ungab na pinatay noong February 20, 2018?
Saan napatay po? Sa Cebu. Sa Cebu po.
Pinatay po ba ito?
Yan po. Tama po yan.
At yung piskal, si Mary Ann Castro, siya rin ba yung Mary Ann Castro na pinatay noong January 17, 2019?
Opo.
Thank you.
Lahat ng tumulong sa amin, pinapatay. Pati si Attorney Bato, may isa pa na abogado na pinatay din sa
Sino-
Tacloban.
Sinong attorney ba to ito?
Ay,
Kasi baka mamaya magkaroon tayo ng confusion eh.
Rogelio Bato. Ang family name niya ay Bato. Pinatay din sa Tacloban.
Sino tingin mo nagpapatay sa kanya?
Siguro mga nasa matataas na pwesto yun.
Okay.
Kasi ipinagtanggol ang karapatan namin. Gusto nilang wala sigurong magtanggol sa amin. Kaya lahat ng tumulong sa amin, patay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, pwede po ba akong magtanong sa Commission on Human Rights, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Sa Commission on Human Rights, meron bang mga na-file sa inyong kaso na sa EJK noong panahon ng drug war sa inyong komisyon?
Assalamualaikum po, Honorable Chairman, and to the honorable members of the committee. Yes, Your Honor, there were EJK cases filed before the Commission on Human Rights, 2016 to 2022.
Pwede po bang makahingi ng description ng mga kasong na-file sa inyo regarding sa EJK?
Yes, Your Honor. Noong nakaraang commission po, Commission on Bank 5th, meron pong inilabas ang komisyon na report on investigated killings in relation to the illegal drug campaign. Nilabas po ito noong April 2022 ng huling komisyon ng Commission on Human Rights. Ang mga datos po, base po sa records namin, Your Honor, ay, allow me to check my file, sir. Mula noong July 1, 2016 to June 30, 2022, meron po kaming kaso na naitala o na-file sa Commission on Human Rights na may total na 3,937 cases of EJK-related incidents. Ang number of victims po sa mga kasong ito, drug-related cases rather, Your Honor, number of cases again is 3,937. Ang number po ng biktima ay 4,575. Ang mga lalaking biktima po ay 4,453. Ang babaeng biktima po ay 122. May mga kabataan din po, 29, no? Minor de edad. Base rin po sa aming datos sa mga cases na na-file nung panahon na iyon, ang killed in law enforcement operations ay 2,233 at yung unidentified assailants ay 1,704 po, Your Honor.
If I may, just a short
Okay.
follow-up question dun sa tinong ni Doon sa mga na-file ng kaso, Commissioner, ilan ho ang membro ng PNP?
Ito po, Your Honor, yung datos po namin, allow me to clarify respectfully, Your Honor. Ito po ay final po ng mga biktima or motu proprio nung nakaraang komisyon. Wala po kaming exact na datos, but we can allow us to submit later on kung ilan po yung mga na-involve na security officials or officers that are accused. Iba-iba pong personalidad, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair. Madam Dumarpa, ano po ang naging aksyon ng ng komisyon relating sa EJK report na iyong mga binanggit? Ano yung naging resulta ng inyong aksyon?
Honorable Chair, nung nilabas po ito noong Abril 2022, ang report na po ito ay nakarating sa lahat ng concerned government offices kasi kasama po sa report na ito ang mga rekomendasyon doon sa mga affected government offices.
Ano yung mga naging recommendation ninyo?
If you will allow me, Your Honor, I will read from the report itself. Recommendations, one, medyo mahaba-haba lang po, but if
Yung gist na lang ng ano.
Yes, Your Honor. We have recommendations to the Office of the President. Meron din pong naging recommendation ang komisyon to the Philippine National Police. Meron din pong naging rekomendasyon patungkol sa DILG or Department of Interior and Local Government. Nagkaroon din po ng rekomendasyon patungkol sa Department of Justice.
Ano yung naging rekomendasyon ninyo? In gist lang, ano yung naging rekomendasyon ninyo?
In general, Your Honor, the recommendation was, if I may read from the executive summary of the report in 2022. Overall, the CHR finds that the government has failed in its obligation to respect and protect the human rights of every citizen, in particular victims of drug-related killings. It has encouraged a culture of impunity that shields perpetrators from being held to account. It must be emphasized that the CHR supports campaigns to combat the effects and proliferation of dangerous drugs. But it reminds the state that such measures must be coupled with a strong drive to promote due process, equal protection, full accountability, and the rule of law, thus fulfilling its fundamental duty to uphold the rights and dignity of all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Chair, pwede po bang lumipat ako kay Colonel Marcos, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Colonel Marcos, kailan po kayo naging pulis?
Mr. Chair, May 2, 1990. Oh no, I was a cadet May 2, 1994, but I became a police inspector in April 1996.
Ano po ang rank nyo ngayon?
I'm a full colonel, sir. Police colonel.
Noong naging pulis po kayo, saan kayo unang na-assign?
My first assignment was the Presidential Security Group, sir, in Malacanang, on the time of President Ramos.
Paano kayo napadpad bilang head ng CIDG?
I was assigned in CIDG or reassigned in CIDG on 2016, July.
Kayo po ay nailipat lamang sa CIDG Region 8 noong July 2016 sa utos ni Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa, tama po ba?
Not presumptively, sir, because he was the Chief PNP, but the orders was issued by DPRM.
At kayo po ay na-assign doon bilang isang malaking grupo mula sa inyong dating assignment, tama po ba?
No, siguro, Mr. Chair, because I cannot categorize yung malaking grupo po.
Pero alam nyo ba kung ba't kayo na-assign sa CIDG
8? Ang nangyari po noon, I was assigned in Leyte PRO 8, Police Regional Office 8, in Leyte PPO. Then, on July 16, 2016, nangingi po ako ng tulong sa provincial director ko. Sabi ko, sir, para naman ako maka-experience ng ibang assignment, at the same time, nag-signify ako na ma-assign ng CIDG. Kaya po ako na-issue ng order papuntang CIDG headquarters.
Sino nagrekomenda sa inyo para maging pinuno ng CIDG 8? Meron po ba nagrekomenda sa inyo?
Wala naman po, sir. Pero during that time, marami pong vacant position yung regional chief ng CIDG because some of my upper class already moved for higher position. Kaya nung nabakante po yung regional chief ng 8, nasakto po, sir, na na-assign ako doon, ako po ang na-designate. Nung dumating din po ako ng Region 8, wala na pong regional chief doon na nag-turnover pa or nandun pa siya para palitan ko.
Bilang CIDG 8 po, ano po ang inyong katungkulan?
Bali, ako po yung regional chief ng CIDG 8 po.
Ano po yun yung trabaho?
My work was to supervise the provincial offices ng Regional Field Unit 8. Mayroon po akong field unit sa all parts of the provinces of Samar to include Leyte, sir. Leyte and Southern Leyte, including Tacloban City.
Okay. Nung naupo po kayong CIDG chief, kayo po ay na-dismiss ilang buwan lamang pagkatapos ninyo malipat sa CIDG 8 matapos ang involvement ninyo sa pagpatay kay Alberta Leyte Mayor Rolando Espinosa at drug suspect na si Reuliap. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. It was part of the procedure of the PNP. If you are under investigation, you will be put in the holding center to pave way to the investigation.
At kanina sinabi niyo po na nagsiserve kayo ng warrant, no, kay Mayor Espinosa dahil sa di umano'y violation niya sa Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. Tama po ba ito?
Tama po, sir.
Paano nagkaroon si Mayor Espinosa ng violation sa batas na ito habang nakakulong siya sa loob ng kulungan?
The Espinosa Group, sir, was monitored as their illegal trade since my knowledge in 2015 pa po. Kasama po sila sa drug list ng PRO 8. Nung nasa personnel pa po ako naka-assign. Hindi pa po ako na-assign ng CIDG. Nandun na po sila. They were already monitored. Pero nung during that time na nakakulong na po siya because of virtue of warrant of arrest na wala pong bail, they continue their drug trade. We keep on monitoring. Hindi man po ang trabaho po ng PNP, hindi porque nakakulong na po yung tao na involved sa drugs, is we stop monitoring.
Okay. Normal po ba na nagsiserve ng warrant of arrest sa kulungan?
Mr. Chair, I cannot answer a definite yes or no on that because ang trabaho lang po ng police is mag-apply po ng search warrant. Pag pina-approve po ng judge, i-implement po namin.
Hindi, tinatanong ko nga po kayo. Normal po ba na nagsiserve ng search warrant sa loob ng kulungan? Yes or no po? Normal po ba ito?
If there is a compelling reason, sir, yes. So that the time that we applied, yes, sir.
So meron kayong mga nabalitaan na ginawang ganito ang kapulisan sa ibang lugar?
Mayroon na po mga nabanggit, sir. Mayroon din nga po sa MPD, sariling opisina ng Manila Police, in-applyan ng search warrant.
Okay. Alam niyo po ba kung anong batas o regulasyon na nagsasabi na kailangan mag-issue ng search warrant sa kulungan? Meron bang batas na ito?
Wala po ako nalalaman, sir.
Wala kayo nalalaman.
Opo, sir.
Familiar po ba kayo sa mga search warrants?
Yes po. We have applied several search warrants already, sir.
Ang search warrant po ay mahalaga sa due process ng isang tao dahil sinisiguro nito na limited lang ang search na nakalagay sa warrant ay walang abusong magaganap sa mga tao o subject, di po ba?
Tama po, sir.
Naniniwala po ba kayo na kailangan ng search warrant para sa isang nasa loob ng kulungan na kahit wala naman talaga silang tinatawag na expectation of privacy?
If there is a compelling reason as we justified to the judge so that the search warrant will be approved, yun po ang ginawa namin, sir.
Hindi po ba meron namang regular inspection na ginagawa sa loob ng kulungan as a matter of procedure para i-check ang mga gamit na nakakulong kung may mga illegal na bagay silang ginagawa sa loob ng kulungan?
Normal po yun sa isang jail facility. Trabaho po nila yun, sir.
So bakit kayo kailangan na mag-serve ng search warrant kung meron naman pala ganun?
Because we have a reason to believe that already the jail guards, some of the jail guards were already involved.
So meron mga reports sa inyo na yung jail guards ay involved sa illegal na gawain?
Yes, sir.
I have no further question, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Conghun. Next to interpolate is Congressman Dan Fernandez. You have 2 minutes. I'm sorry, 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Maigli na naman ako magtanong, Mr. Chairman. Actually, wala naman akong itatanong masyado. But of course, may mga worries lang ako sa mga testimony ni Kerwin Espinosa. Considering that he testified in the Senate and now he's testifying in the House of Representatives. And then basically, Kerwin, you are testifying now under oath that yung mga sinabi mo sa Senado, some of those were not true because you were under duress. Am I correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
And including on those testimonies, if I'm not mistaken, a while ago, I was able to find out kay Colonel Marcos that in the Senate, you mentioned 3 million and here you mentioned 4 million. Is that correct?
Ang sinabi ko sa Senate, 4 million.
Hindi 3 million.
Hindi.
So,
Hindi po, Mr.
Colonel
Chair.
Marcos is lying. Wait, Colonel Marcos is lying.
Opo.
So, Colonel Marcos, you are under oath. You are lying under oath in here.
Yes, sir. I have a record here on the Senate proceedings. Nakasave po sa cellphone ko. Ang sinabi niya, 3 million. Dalawang 1.5 million. Hindi po ako nagsisinungaling, Mr. Chair.
Will you confirm that, Kerwin?
Basta ang sinabi ko sa Senado, 4 million.
Can you kindly submit that to us para at least to test the credibility
Nandito
of
po,
all
sir.
those? What we wanted to find out in here is that we want to test the credibility of all the resource persons that we are inviting. We are not telling you, Kerwin, that the totality of your affidavit is wrong right now in here. But we wanted to find out the veracity of all those statements that you have mentioned. Because the credibility of this Quadcom is at stake in here. And that's the reason why we wanted to know yung validity ng lahat ng sinasabi mo. Considering also that you have filed your certificate of candidacy to run for the mayor of Albuera. Di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
And at the same time, the reason why you appear in this hearing is to seek justice.
Yes po, exactly.
What is your priority? What is your priority? Running as a mayor or seeking the truth for your father?
Hustisya po para sa papa ko. Kaya kong talikuran yang politika.
So in other words, in seeking the truth and to prioritize in finding out the truth about the death of your father, you're willing to not to run anymore.
Yes po.
So, are you willing to withdraw your
I am willing to withdraw.
sa paglaban mo ng mayor?
Opo.
Because hindi mo kami masisisi dito, Kerwin, kung mag-iisip kami na may halong politika ang lahat ng ginagawa mo. And that's the reason why ako very what you call this, medyo adamant ako sa intention mo on going in here. But most likely, if you're going to tell us that you're going to withdraw yung paglaban sa mayor, somehow baka ako mismo maniwala ako sa mga sinasabi mo. But that will be based on all the answers that you will be giving us on the questions that I'll be asking. Okay. Kanina, tinanong na natin yun, no? So mamaya malalaman natin yung veracity ng sinasabi ni Colonel Marcos. Meron kang na-dismiss na mga kaso sa drugs, ano? Yung 2 drug cases mo, the reason for the dismissal, demurrer to evidence. Am I correct?
Yes po.
At yung kaso mo sa money laundering cases filed against you, meron, di ba?
Meron po akong kaso sa AMLA. At ang sinabi na 5 billion,
yes.
Kahit itanong po sa AMLA, walang ganong pera.
So may pros and assets ka ba?
Ha?
May na-freeze na asset during the course of the investigation? Kasi you are under investigation on the money laundering. So may na-freeze bang asset sa iyo?
Meron po.
How much?
Walang cash. Mga property lang po.
What is the worth of the properties that was frozen?
Properties, land, at bahay, at sasakyan lang po.
So gaano kalaki yung lupa?
hindi gaano kalaki. Tulad ng mga siguro may 2 hectares at tapos may mga negosyo naka-freeze yung tinatayo sana namin na gasolinahan sa lungsod namin na freeze dahil sa amlak at yung hotel ng papa ko.
Okay. Hindi gano'ng kalakihan yung mga lote na na-freeze.
Opo.
And even
Kasi wala po akong lote na malaki.
wala kang lote na malaki. At yung company na sinasabi ni Colonel Marcos a while ago, na merong mga dummy na under a certain corporation, you deny it.
Wala pong katotohanan yan.
Sige, Amla.
Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Kerwin. Andito ang Amla, di ba? Amla, please. Okay, Amla. So, there is a pending case doon sa sa money laundering.
That's correct, sir. Both civil and criminal cases
So,
against Kerwin Espinosa.
So, doon sa sinabi ni Kerwin Espinosa, will you concur to the statement that he delivered?
That is correct, sir. There was a freeze order issued against Mr. Espinosa, and there were also criminal cases filed against him.
Gaano kalaki yung mga properties, assets, and everything?
May I be allowed to verify first, Your Honor, to check my records?
So, hindi nyo pa alam?
I will have to check the records,
Sige.
Your Honor.
Kanina may sinasabi si Colonel Marcos about the 5.1 billion. Saan nakuha ni Colonel Marcos yun? Sabi niya kanina sa inyo.
Sir, may I be allowed to check the records first? I'm not the one personally handling the Espinosa case, Your Honor.
Can you kindly call your boss and tell us in a while? Dahil ito naman po ay very important matter that need to be verified for us to find out the personality of Kerwin Espinosa, no? If he is lying or not, or Colonel Marcos is lying. Kasi kung si Colonel Marcos ang nagsisinungaling dito, we will be citing him in contempt. So, now, tanong tayo sa pakitawag po, no? Ha, sir?
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of
Okay, go ahead.
Chairman Dan, can you do it before the end of this hearing? Kasi napaka-sensitive po yung accusation ni Colonel Marcos to Kerwin. 5.1 billion. So, kaya nga, the question now is, Kerwin denies it, and Colonel Marcos is telling this committee that in his information, there is a 5.1 billion, which is under freeze order of AMLAC. So better produce the exact amount of the documents before the hearing ends. Please.
We'll provide the answer within the day, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, tapos sa PIDEA, andito NBI, di ba? Were you put into custody by the NBI?
Custody?
Yes, during the time that...
Yes po.
How many months ka na sa NBI?
Almost 6 years.
Sa NBI? 6 years?
Opo.
Ganun ka katagal sa NBI? Hindi ka tinransfer sana?
Kasi may may retention doon sa NBI po.
Is it the right procedure? The NBI, bakit ganun katagal si Kerwin? Napaka-special naman nata niya na nasa siya sa NBI. For 6 years? Is this the right standard and procedure? NBI.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, there's no court order for the transfer of Kerwin Espinosa from NBI to...
is that the proper procedure?
No, Your Honor, but there must be a court order before we can transfer.
Or he was so special that he has to be put into the NBI custody?
No, Your Honor.
It's not special.
No.
Are you sure? Anyway, Pidea. Andun siya sa Witness Protection Program. Okay. Pidea. Andiyan na Pidea. Ay, DG Lasso. During the time that Kerbin Espinosa was under the custody of NBI, did you monitor any drug activities during his being under the detention of the NBI? 6 na taon yun eh. Di ba?
Your Honor, we had no information.
You have no information as of now? Or yung mga dating... were you there already during the time of Kerwin Espinosa was under the custody of the NBI?
Not yet, Your Honor, but I asked my companion.
Can you
from the
kindly
back.
give us yung mga detalye? Kasi there are reports that when he was in the custody of NBI, there was a matrix of drug activities being perpetrated by Kerwin Espinosa. I want to be clarified on this issue. Kanina nga medyo yung feeling ko about him testifying here is somehow clouded, no? But when he said that he's willing to not to run anymore, just to focus on the fight of having justice, medyo na-touch ako doon. And now, na sinasabing dito sa allegation that there was drug activities during his time when he was in the NBI. I want to be clarified on this as well. This representation wanted to find out para maklear ko yung reason why Kerwin Espinosa is testifying in this Quadcom. Kasi medyo sa akin niya, medyo malabo sa akin to. Considering also that the issue of warrant of arrest was issued by Judge Sabari, and Kerwin Espinosa mentioned that it was issued by Kabalunga. Were you was only mistaken or talagang medyo...
Dalawa po. Dalawa po.
Ayan.
Oh.
So ano yung dalawang sinasabi mo?
Yung sinasabi ko na si SW, bali dalawa yung SW na Mr. Chair na
in-issue.
In-applyan nila.
So may in-issue si Judge Kabalunga at may in-issue si Judge Sabari.
Opo.
Ayan. So that's kaya nga gusto kong iklaro kasi kanina sabi ni Colonel Marcos mali yung sinabi mo.
Opo.
So now dalawa yung SW that was issued by 2 judges.
Opo.
Ayan. Okay. So at least kumaklaro na tayo. So ngayon Kerwin, kanina sinabi mo nag-public apology ka, no? And you were addressing this to Secretary De Lima. And I think, Mr. Chairman, yung sinabi mo kasi parang naging utu-utu ka doon naging sunod-sunudan ka sa inuto sa iyo ni General Bato that ito ang dapat mong gawin at ito ang mga dapat mong ituro. Ituro mo si ganyan, ituro mo si Peter Lim, si Laila De Lima, si Lovely Ampal, si Peter Cos, si Ching Veloso, General Ook, at sumunod ka naman, di ba? Sa inuto sa iyo.
Dahil po sa takot.
Yon. And you were under duress.
Yes po.
And how can you prove to us that you were indeed under duress during that time? Ano yung mga circumstances? Ano yung mga bagay na talagang natakot ka? Paano mo sa patutunayan sa Quadcom na to na talagang natatakot ka during that time?
Dahil po, Mr. Chair, sa nangyari sa ama ko na pinatay na ng mga pulis sa loob ng kulungan.
Dahil ano po?
Dahil po, pinatay ang ama ko sa loob ng kulungan.
Okay. So, nung pinatay na yung tatay mo sa kulungan, doon ka natakot at doon kayong parang feeling mo na baka ikaw ang isunod.
Opo. At sinabi sa akin nung nag-uusap-usap kami doon sa AIDG, baka ako ang isunod pag hindi ako sumunod sa gusto nilang mangyari. Na banggitin yung mga taong sinasabi nila. Po, Mr. Chair.
So, okay. You were the only personalities na were you included in the drug list? Kasama ka ba sa drug list? Yung sa first drug list.
Hindi.
Kasama ka ba doon?
Wala akong...
Yung first drug list na nilabas ni former president.
Opo.
Kasama ka doon?
Kasama po ako doon.
And you're lucky enough dahil nga yung ibang mga kasama doon sa list, patay na ngayon. Pero ikaw, buhay. What's so special na until now, buhay ka? Considering that you are a high-profile personality on drug list, but still, buhay ka. Because?
Nasa NBI ako. At kung siguro wala ako sa NBI na nasa WPP, siguro ngayon, buto na lang ang makita sa akin.
So, kaya yun ang pinaka-reason kaya nakikooperate ka kay sinabi mo kay General Bato.
Yes po.
Aside from General Bato, siya lang ang nakausap mo. Wala nang iba pa?
Wala na po.
Okay. Our chairman is trying to influence me to stop. And I think
you still have 30 seconds
wala
to
tayong
wrap up.
demokrasya dito. Others are given so much time, but us, limited. But of course, siguro dahil tayo po ay magaling na sundalo, katulad ni General Angkop, ay ititigil ko po muna momentarily yung aking pong pagtatanong. And I'll be reserving some of my questions maybe in the next hearing. But of course, marami pa sana akong tanong kundi yung bakit sa Dubai at sa Abu Dhabi yung pinili mo. Don't you think that, kasi mahal ang doon, ang lifestyle doon. Doon ka magtatrabaho, doon ka titira, dadali mo pamilya mo doon.
Mr. Chair, sa pagkakaalam ko, malaki din ang sahod doon.
Pero dadali mo buong pamilya mo?
Depende, Mr. Chair. Kung kakayanin ng sahod, magiging sahod ko doon ko na lang ay paaralin yung pamilya ko.
At yung nga sinasabi ko,
yung anak ko.
medyo high profile ang Abu Dhabi. Di ba? Mahal. Di ba? Kaya medyo sa akin questionable pa yung mga issue na yan that I really wanted to prolong sana. But of course, I will yield back my time to the chairman and to ask my questions in the next hearing. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman, kasi 2:00 na rin po and we have a lot of issues to tackle pa rin. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Let me correct Congressman Fernandez. It's already 3 o'clock. Please check your watch. The next interpellator is Congressman Raul Manuel. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kay na din po Mr. Kerwin Espinosa, yung unang mga tanong natin. Mr. Chair, kailan tumira sa police station si Rolando Espinosa? Anong buwan po nung 2016?
August po, Mr. Chair.
Tas, Mr. Chair, kailan nangyari yung raid dun sa bahay ni Rolando Espinosa?
August 10 po, Mr. Chair.
Pero tumira po siya dun sa police station bago yung raid?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, anong warrant ang in-issue para dun sa raid sa bahay ni Rolando Espinosa?
Search warrant po.
Search warrant.
Mr.
Tapos,
Chair.
ano daw ang batayan para dun sa search warrant, Mr. Chair? Ano daw yung hahanapin dun sa bahay ni Rolando Espinosa?
Hindi ko po nakita ang search warrant kung ano ang hinahanap nila na kontrabando doon sa loob ng bahay ng aking yumaong ama.
Tas, Mr. Chair, sino ang nag-issue nitong search warrant?
Sa palagay ko, yung warrant na yun, hindi ako sure po kasi hindi ko nakita ang warrant at ang signatory kung sinong judge ang pumirma at kung saan kinuha ang search warrant. Kasi wala ako dito sa Pilipinas, nandun po ako sa ibang bansa.
Tapos, Mr. Chair, nauna itong Mr. Chair, kaya ako din po yun ulit na tanong dahil kagaya din po ng hinuha ng ating kapwa mambabata si Congressman Conghon, nakakapagtaka din po para sa akin na nasa loob na po ng kulungan na raid na yung bahay nila pero mag-i-issue pa ng search warrant habang nasa loob na siya ng kulungan na kung saan mas mababantayan pa siya ng ating mga law enforcement agents. Mr. Chair, lalo na kung nasa kulungan naman ay wala nang masyadong privacy ngayong tao doon. In fact, kung nagagawa ng law enforcement agencies yung kanilang trabaho, ma-check talaga nila kung meron bang mga nakakapasok o nakakalabas na mga gamit mula doon sa mga nasa loob na ng kulungan. Kaya doon pa lang, Mr. Chair, red flag na yan sa akin. Kasunod, Mr. Chair, meron po bang kopya si Mr. Kerwin Espinosa ng affidavit na na-issue niya? Meron pa ba kayong hawak na affidavit?
Meron po.
Meron. Maaari po bang mabasa ang number 12, section 12 sa inyong affidavit? Pakibasa po, Mr. Chair.
Noong pagdating ko sa airport ng Pilipinas, bandang alas 11 ng gabi, sinundo ako ng mga kapulisan dito sa Pilipinas gamit ang isang puting Land Cruiser. Isa sa sumundo sa akin ay si General Bato de la Rosa, kung saan sinabi niya sa akin na idawit ko si Peter Lim sa kalakaran ng droga sa Pilipinas. Pati din daw si Laila de Lima para madiin. At bago pa man yon, pinilit ako na aminin o umamin na ako ay may kinalaman sa droga. Ito ay sinabi niya sa akin habang papunta ako ng Krame. Pagdating namin ng Krame ay may mga media at nag-press con ang mga pulis at sinali ako.
Mr. Chair, galing mismo doon sa affidavit ng ating resource person ay siya ay sinabihan o mas malala pa nga ay pinilit na magsabi ng mga bagay na nagdadawit hindi lamang ng kanyang sarili pero maging ng iba pang mga tao. Ang tanong po natin, ano po ang tumakbo sa isip nyo noon? Ano yung mga naramdaman nyo noong yun na ang sinabi sa inyo ni dating PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa?
Dahil nung dumating ako dito sa Pilipinas, patay na po yung papa ko. Kaya nagkaroon ako ng takot sa kapulisan sa panahon na yon. Kaya naging oo lang ako ng oo.
Mr. Chair, dahil itong yung context natin ay ang ganitong mga bagay ay bahagi di umano ng Project Double Barrel. Nakasama nga doon yung Oplan Tokhang tsaka yung pag-target sa mga high-value target. Pinaliwanag din ba yun sa inyo ni former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa na yung pagpipilit niya sa inyo na magsabi ng mga bagay implicating yourself and Senator Laila De Lima na bahagi ito ng Project Double Barrel. Pinaliwanag ba niya sa iyo na sa ganong paraan?
Sa pagkaintindi ko, parang gano'n na nga. Yun na nga ang double barrel. Kaya nagsabi siya ng mga personalidad na idawit ko doon sa affidavit ko o sa salaysay ko.
And Mr. Chair, dahil itong Project Double Barrel, yung dalawang component nga niya, yung tokhang tsaka yung high value targets, binanggit din ba ni former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa na yung maupo ninyong ama ay bahagi siya ng mga high value target at ang turing sa kanya ay isang high value target?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair.
Pero paano po niya, bakit niya sinabi na ang tatay mo ay naging bahagi ng ganitong operasyon? Ano po ang description ng former PNP chief doon sa tatay mo? Paano niya inexplain yung nangyari doon sa tatay mo?
Mr. Chair, wala pong explanation sa akin bakit nangyari yun sa tatay ko.
So galing po sa kanya, dahil nung nagkausap po kayo, nung sinundo po niya kayo, nung umuwi kayo, di ba, by that time ay napatay na po ang tatay ninyo. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Pero sa ilang mga pagkakataon na nagkita kayo, nag-usap kayo, ay wala po siyang na-mention na kahit ano related dun sa pagkamatay ng inyong ama?
Wala.
Hindi po yun naging bahagi ng inyong mga pag-uusap?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, nabanggit kanina ni Kerwin Espinosa na kung may masamang ginawa si Colonel Marcos ay dahil yun sa sumusunod lang siya sa mga utos ng nakakataas. Tingin po ni Ginoong Kerwin Espinosa, sino itong mga nag-utos na galing sa nakakataas?
Sa sarili kong pagkaintindi, galing kay Chief PNP at kung sino pa ang mas mataas na level kay Chief PNP. Doon ang galing ang kay Presidente. Alam naman natin at nakita natin sa TV na siya nagsasabi na kayong mga durugista, kayong nasa narcolis, papatayin ko kayo.
At ang Chief PNP po na nabanggit po ninyo ay si Bato de la Rosa.
Opo.
Mr. Chair, kasunod po na tanong, so all this time, dahil nga po, ganun pala ang inyong pagtingin, yun yung tumatakbo sa isip nyo. Pero after kasi nun ay nagkita pa kayo, nag-usap pa kayo, tapos dinala pa kayo sa pare, di ba, para mangumpisal, na ang tao po na involved, no? Or ibig sabihin ay meron siyang command responsibility doon sa pagkamatay ng tatay nyo, nakakausap nyo pa rin, tapos meron pang mga pinapagawa sa inyo. Sa mga ganong panahon naman, ano na yung nararamdaman ninyo? Dahil nga namatay na yung ama nyo, tapos yung involved pa ay direkta ninyo nakakaharap.
Ang naramdaman ko noon ay takot na ako ay isunod nilang patayin. Yan po.
Sige, Mr. Chair, kasunod po yung section number 20 ng affidavit. Maaari po bang pakibasa nun?
Sinabihan ako ni Bato na may basbas yan sa taas at ang ibig sabihin nito ay alam ito ni Presidente Rodrigo Duterte.
Mr. Chair, itong binanggit na may basbas sa taas, ano po itong aksyon na binasbasan di umano ni former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa?
Yung pagdiin kay Laila de Lima at yung mga patayan na nangyari noong nakaraan administrasyon.
at pinapanindigan po ninyo na maliban kay PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, maging yung dating presidente na si Rodrigo Duterte, alam niya rin yung ganun?
Siguro sa sarili kong opinion na siguro alam niya yon.
Okay, Mr. Chair, nabanggit din kanina ni Ginoong Kerwin Espinosa nung hiningan siya ng mensahe para kay former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa. Ang sabi po niya ay magbago na daw ang dating PNP Chief na di porket hindi kaalyado ay gagawan ng mga kwento na ikakasira ng kanilang buhay. Kung standing po ang inyong ganong mensahe na magbago siya, edi tingin niyo po ba ay hindi pa rin siya nagbabago ngayon? Kasi hindi naman na po siya PNP Chief. Ngayon po ay nakaupo siya sa Senado. Pero bagamat iba na po yung kanyang posisyon, tingin po ba ninyo ay yung ganong katangian niya noong PNP Chief siya, dala pa rin niya hanggang ngayon?
No comment ako sa tanong na yan. Kasi hindi ko hawak ang isip at puso niya.
Mr. Chair, dahil galing din po iyon sa mensahe ninyo kanina, nagkaroon kayo ng ganitong mga karanasan involving former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa. Ilang mga taon na po yung nakalipas after mangyari iyon. Pero nung hiningan kayo ng mensahe, ganun po ang inyong mga nasabi. Na may ganun siyang dapat baguhin sa kanyang katangian.
Siguro may nakita ako sa kanyang sarili na ganun pa rin ang kanyang ginagawa. May sarili ko yung opinion. Sarili ko po yung opinion yun, your Mr. Chair.
Okay, igagalang po natin, Mr. Chair, kung yun yung opinion sa ngayon ni Ginoong Kerwin Espinosa. Next, Mr. Chair, didirect ko muna yung tanong ko sa National Union of People's Lawyers kasi nga, I think, recurring talaga na meron pong ginawa ang dating PNP Chief. Tanong po natin, trabaho po ba yon ng isang PNP Chief as part of law enforcement na actively kumilos para pilitin ang isang tao na mag-testify wrongly tungkol sa kanyang sarili at maging sa iba? Kasi po, tingin po natin kung ika-qualify po yon bilang isang krimen, papasok po yon sa pagtingin ko, Mr. Chair, ang tawag po doon technically, subornation of perjury. Ibig sabihin, kung perjury kasi, yung tao yung magde-decide na magsisinungaling siya under oath. Pero ito, Mr. Chair, isang tao na nasa kapangyarihan, pinilit niya, ginamit niya yung kapangyarihan niya para manakot, para piliting magsinungaling yung iba. At yun yung sa pagtingin ko, Mr. Chair, subornation of perjury. Pero galing mismo sa ating mga abogado, ano pong pagtingin ninyo doon? Bahagi po ba dapat yon ng law enforcement?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you for the question. No, it's not a part of the job of a PNP chief or any public official for that matter. In fact, there could be anti-graft laws being violated here. Secondly, it's a crime in itself, Mr. Chair. The crime committed by Senator, by then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa could be labeled as a grave coercion or even grave threats. In fact, it can, depending on the prosecution, on the DOJ, incriminatory machinations. Because he is actually compelling somebody with a threat to the life of that person to commit perjury, for that matter. With regard to subornation of perjury, there is, in fact, for the information of the committee, there is, in fact, a bill pending before Congress to penalize public officials who coerce other people to commit the crime of subornation of perjury. But that is a bill, so in case the committee is going to entertain in aid of legislation bills, then this is one of the bills that they can, of course, pass after this Congress, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, dahil ang ating deliberations din naman, isa sa mga gusto natin talaga, well, primarily ay para mag-come up tayo sa mas magagandang mga batas. So, ngayon, technically, kung perjury lang, ito ay matuturing na isang krimen. Pero yung subornation of perjury, under our current laws, hindi pa siya krimen. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Not yet. It's not in the, there was previous law, but I think it was repealed by the revised penal code. So papasok na lang yon sa grave coercion if you compel somebody to do something against his or her will, using threats against the life of the person, etc. And of course, grave coercion, grave threats, and as I mentioned, possible violation of the anti-graft laws, not to mention incriminatory machinations if need be.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I think we should really take note of what was mentioned, grave coercion, tsaka ang anti-graft laws, while in our efforts to come up with better legislation, yung pwedeng bill no, doon sa subornation of perjury, Mr. Chair. Kasunod, Mr. Chair, ito, mas natalakay kasi ito sa Committee on Human Rights led by our Chair, Chairman Abante, na dati na bring up na natin yung Command Memorandum Circular 16, Series of 2016, na pirmado din mismo ni former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, na kung saan ay instead na maghanap talaga ng mga ebidensya bago mag-file ng mga warrant, ang nangyayari ay pamimilit, pananakot. So maging yung ginawa ni former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, batay doon sa affidavit ni Kerwin Espinosa, ito ba ay consistent doon sa ano yung layunin at ano yung esensya ng CMC 16, 2016? Kasi doon pala nakita na natin yung mga flaws sa memorandum na yon, na magdudulot talaga siya ng mga samot-saring paglabag at pag-abuso sa mga kababayan natin. So maging yung ganong ginawa, would that fall under the scope of that CMC for us to say na liable din yung pumirma doon sa CMC na yon? Can we get a comment from the NUPL?
Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to answer. Again, Command Memorandum Circular 2016-11 does not mention illegal acts. It only asks the police to knock on people's doors and ask them to surrender. We have a particular question about the term neutralization, which we have pointed out prior during the House Committee on Human Rights hearings, that neutralization seems to have been interpreted by the police as an instruction to kill, neutralize drug personalities. As regards trumped-up charges and so forth, perhaps it could also fall within that framework, but outright violation of the law is not in the letter of the Command Memorandum Circular. It is in the implementation of the circular that has been very problematic.
Tapos si Mr. Chair, isa na point out din kasi natin dun yung term na neutralization, na sa maraming mga pagkakataon, ang pagkaka-implement talaga nito ay kung sino yung suspect, kahit suspect pa lang, ay patayin. So, sa tingin po ba ninyo, sa perspective ninyo, yung ginawa kay Rolando Espinosa, yung pag-neutralize sa kanya, bunga yon nitong Command Memorandum Circular 16, Series of 2016?
Yes, of course. And precisely because the Memorandum Circular cites the pronouncements of President Duterte as the impetus for this entire quote-unquote war on drugs. The killings actually began from when he started saying that, kill, 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 and I will take care of you. Ang pangako niya sa mga police, kung may mapatay kayo in the course of any police operation, ako ang bahala sa inyo. So it really created a culture, a climate of impunity in the Philippines. And the killings, not only the 6,000 or 7,000 that are attributed to police operations, can be taken within the context of that Command Memorandum Circular. But we also argue that the rest of the killings, vigilante killings, those found by the roadsides, yung unknown perpetrators, also fall within that framework. And up to 30,000 people died within this climate or culture of impunity. And as we said, no one or very few policemen or persons have been called to account.
Mr. Chair, kung ganun yung lalabas, ibig sabihin, itong Command Memorandum Circular 16, Series of 2016, na pinirmahan ni former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, hindi lang siya pumirma, hindi lang din ito inimplement ng kanyang mga subordinates sa PNP, pero siya mismo ay active na implementor ng Command Memorandum Circular na yon dahil sa involvement niya doon sa mga Espinosa, assuming na totoo yung mga sinabi ni Kerwin Espinosa. Would the NUPL agree or disagree with that?
Yes, we would agree. The authority of the policemen to act stem from this command memorandum circular. And in the command memorandum itself, it traces its authority naman in turn to the pronouncements of the President. So, one, Bato de la Rosa is liable because of his signature verily on this memorandum, but also President Duterte because of his pronouncements.
Okay, Mr. Chair, balik dun sa itong paano na-portray ng dating administrasyon yung operations laban sa mga Espinosa, kay Rolando Espinosa, maging kay Kerwin Espinosa, na ang turing ay mga high-value targets. So I would address my question to PIDEA dahil nga ang sabi naman daw yung mga ganitong high profile na mga personalities involved sa drug trade, sila ang pinapakita na signs ng victory ng drug war. So gusto po nating matanong sa PIDEA kung sa Albuera, Leyte at kung saan man yung mga karatig na mga lugar, no? Kasi nga, kung may drug trade, ano naman yan, magkaka-connect yan. Mr. Chair, gusto nating malaman, nung napatay si Rolando Espinosa, maging yung mga tumulong sa legal aspects, sina Attorney John Ungab, si Fiscal Mary Ann Castro, nung napatay po sila, nagkaroon ba ng concrete na mga manifestations na na-resolve nga yung drug problem sa Albuera, Leyte at hindi na ito nag-spike ulit? May ganun po bang mapanghahawakang patunay ang PIDEA?
That's your last question, Congressman Noel.
And last one, after, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, at the outset, I was not yet the director of PIDEA during that time. But based on our discussions with the officials of PIDEA who were with PIDEA and who are still with PIDEA now, there were no indications that after the case of Mayor Espinosa, when he died, there is no indication that the drug trade either flourished or was deteriorated. So,
okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So kung ganun nga, ibig sabihin, law enforcement did all these operations, pero hindi natin makita kung saan talaga patungo yung mga ito in terms of truly addressing the drug problem. So last question ko, Mr. Chair, again sa NUPL, kasi kung nagagawa ito dun sa mga tao nga na tinuturing na mga leader sa kanilang mga lugar, doon naman sa mga mahihirap na mga inosente, meron din bang similar cases na yung mga nag-aabogado sa kanila o yung mga piskal na pwedeng humawak sa mga kaso nila ay nafe-threaten din or worse ay pinatay rin talaga?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, there had been cases of lawyers being killed. Mentioned kanina yung ilan. The Quadcom hearing today, actually, Mr. Chair, opened a new vista from the testimonies of Kerwin and with the case of General Barayuga. Because usually, the main issue in the EJK on drug war are drug suspects. But now it seems, Mr. Chair, that there are people who are not even involved in drugs. They're merely being used as a cover. Drug war is used as a cover to eliminate somebody like General Barayuga. Lawyers of drug suspects were killed not because they're involved in drugs, but they defended drug suspects. There are cases wherein the drug war was used against political opponents. And of course, Mr. Chair, there are also human rights defenders who merely protested against the killing of drug suspects who are also victims of EJK. So this is the new vista opened in this hearing, Mr. Chair. And there were cases wherein the lawyers of victims like Attorney Ben Ramos, for example, have been assassinated merely because President Duterte once issued a statement that these drug lords, drug suspects, use lawyers to defend them in court, and then he said, isasama ko kayo. And then lawyers began dying all over the country immediately afterwards, Mr. Chair. So there are victims outside the drug war, in a sense, who were also victims of EJK, Mr. Chair.
With that, Mr. Chair, to conclude, napaka-heinous nung ganitong naging iskema ng past administration na kahit yung mga tinuturing na high-value target, kahit nakakulong na ang intention lang naman nun ay ma-deprive sila ng liberty to do bad things, kung meron man, pati sila ay napapatay, Mr. Chair. Kaya kung nagagawa yon sa mga tinuturing na mga high-value targets, no wonder na lalong mas mababa yung turing doon sa mga mahihirap na mga inosente nating mga kababayan, kabilang ang mga kabataan tsaka yung mga bata. Kaya with that, Mr. Chair, dapat talaga, again, yung mga pinakasangkot, yung mga nagpasimuno nitong drug war na ito, kasama ang former PNP Chief, Bato de la Rosa, at ang dating Presidente, Rodrigo Duterte, ay dapat mag-come out na rin at tanggapin yung imbitasyon ng komite na ito na humarap sila. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel. Congressman Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to add in their conversation, Mr. Chair. I was a mayor when the drug war was implemented, Mr. Chair. And let me tell you, nasa lahat ng implementation sila against the fight with the fight against drugs, hindi ka pwedeng lumapit sa drug pusher o sa drug lord at sabihin mo, pwede ho ba tumigil na ho kayo? Kasi lahat ito, all of these people, all of these personalities, they have firearms. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin sa tumigil ka na. Ay babarili ka agad ng mga yan. So during the implementation na nanguhuli sila at hinaharang nila to, nagkakaputukan talaga, and that is really true. Sad na may namamatay. Sad pati yung polis na sasama. Pero inuutusan yung polis eh. Trabaho nila, Mr. Chair, pag sinabi ng higher up sila, gawin nyo ito. They will do what they're told. And that's the reason na marami namatay. Both from the civilian, both from the police, pati na rin yung mga drug personalities. Now, Mr. Chair, in our conversations, there are two more items that I'd like to bring up, Mr. Chair. First, when Mr. Kerwin Espinosa said na lahat ng sinabi niya sa Senate eh hindi totoo. That is an institution that we also have to protect. What if he will go into another investigation and he will say that everything he said here is not real, is not true? So, ano yung pinangahawakan natin lahat in both institutions of the Senate and the House? And second, it was Colonel Marcos who was head of the CIDG in Leyte at that time during the killing of the father of Kerwin Espinosa. And ang haba nung sinabi ni Kerwin, but we haven't heard yung side, Mr. Chair, ni Colonel Marcos kung ano yung masasabi ni Colonel Marcos regarding sa mga nangyari sa event ng pagkamatay ng father ni Kerwin Espinosa. So, Mr. Chair, will it be possible to hear aside from Colonel Marcos against sa sinabi ni Kerwin so that we can hear both sides?
Yes, kanina, earlier, when Congressman Rog Gutierrez and other members were asking questions to Colonel Marcos, sinasagot naman ni Colonel Marcos yung patungkol doon sa kwento sa totoong nangyari doon sa sa loob ng kulungan sa Leyte.
Bye-bye.
And somehow he has already given some information to the committee as to kung ano naman yung side o yung version ng story on the side of Colonel Marcos.
Yes,
Earlier, may mga comments na dinagdag si Colonel Marcos, but we reminded him na hindi pa pwedeng sumobra yung kanyang sagot dun sa tanong na tinatanong ni Congressman Gutierrez, and we promised him that we will give him time later on before we shift to another topic para magkaroon din ng pagkakataon siya sa committee ito na magkwento o mas masagot yung mabigyan ng isang side o isang angulo yung sinasabi naman ni Kerwin Espinosa. And we will give him that later, Your Honor. But
Mr. Chair,
yes.
with regard also, if we can take up protecting our institution and the Senate.
I
as,
absolutely agree
yes.
with you, Congressman Gomez. In fact, paalala lang sa ating mga resource persons na naimbita, for the information na rin ng ating publiko, hindi naman po 101% pinaniniwalaan natin ng kumiting ito ang kanilang mga testimonya. The only reason why we are asking them to execute an affidavit nang sa ganon ay hindi po tayo balikan in the future para sabihin nila na sila ay pinressure, tinakot, pinilit, o hindi kaya isinubuan ng statement. And that is the reason why we require them to execute an affidavit. So ito ang gusto nating sabihin because we really want to protect the institution, both the Senate at itong lower house. Dahil po tayo dito sa Quadcom, ang ating layunin, wala naman iba kundi ipalabas ang katotohanan. Kung meron man pong lumalabas na mga personalidad o pangalang na babanggit, base sa mga testimonya o hindi kaya sa dokumentong isinasubmit sa atin, yan po ay tinitimbang natin. Nang sa ganoon, pag tayo'y gumawa ng committee report, lahat po ng side ng kwento ay kasama ho sa ating committee report.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And lastly, with regards to the statement of PDEA, I think it is inaccurate for him to say that the drug fight or the drug problem did not improve during the drug war. I can say that in my city, when I was mayor, nag-improve yung nag-improve yung situation namin during the drug war because yung police namin nagtrabaho talaga sila. As a matter of fact, during the course na marami silang hinuli, in less than 2 months, Mr. Chair, there are over 900 people who surrendered in front of my city hall when I was mayor. Why? Because natatakot po sila na mamatay and they surrendered. And because of that, the drug problem in Ormoc City bumaba talaga. So, it is not accurate that the Director General said na hindi nag-improve ang situation. At least in my part, as mayor, and I can only speak for myself, nag-improve yung aming lugar.
Yes. May we now ask PDEA to categorically state, no, is this the opinion of the Director General only, or this is based on reports or facts that were gathered by the PDEA when you said that it did not improve?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, the question that was asked was that with the passing away of Mayor Espinosa, did it have any effect in Albuera? That's why my answer was that as far as Albuera is concerned, we neither have any indication whether it diminished or the drug campaign or the drug trafficking situation flourished. That was my answer, Your Honor.
Okay. Does that satisfy Congressman Gomez?
I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Congressman Gomez. The next to interpolate is Congressman Paduano, the chair of the Committee on Public Accounts.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I proceed with regards to the issues that was raised by our colleagues, no, doon po sa raid at saka yung sa search warrant, doon sa Bye-Bye Leyte. Mr. Espinosa, yung pakitingnan na po yung paragraph 17 of your affidavit. Paragraph 17 po, page 3. Paragraph 17. Now, you mentioned about the conversation between General Bato and Espinido. Gamit ang cellphone niya para tanungin siya tungkol sa CCTV footage ng Zilan Hotel sa Albuera, Leyte. Do you have direct knowledge or any knowledge about this CCTV footage?
Sa panahon na yon, meron kasi kasama ako ng daddy ko na nag-abot ng pera kay Sir Marcos.
So yung CCTV na to, na footage, is all about the footage that was taken in that hotel when you give the money to Colonel Marcos.
I'm not the one who give the money, but ang papa ko ang nagbigay, nag-on hand sa kanya.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, just to put on record that we need to again invite Colonel Espinido with regards to this CCTV footage doon sa Celan Hotel in which the allegation of Kerwin Espinosa is with regards to the money being handed to Colonel Marcos from his father. Tama?
Yes po,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, Mr. Chairman, can we request the COMSEC to invite in the next hearing Colonel Espinido? Kailangan niya pong sagutin to. Next.
Comsec, can you take note of the request of Congressman Paduano to invite Colonel Espinido?
Next, dun po ako sa page 3, paragraph 16 to 20. This is all about the conversation between you, between Bato de la Rosa and Espinido, and at the same time, yung pag-uusap nyo ni former General Bato de la Rosa, now Senator Bato de la Rosa, you mentioned that during that conversation, your mother is present. Can you confirm it?
Yes po, nandun po yung mama ko.
Naririnig ba ng...
Hindi lang po ang mama ko, pati yung kapatid ko na isa.
Who is the name of your brother, sister?
Sister.
Sister? Who is that?
Mariel Espinosa.
Mariel Espinosa.
Salepa Eslabon Espinosa.
Naririnig po ba nila yung pinag-uusapan?
Opo.
Sigurado ka?
Sigurado ako kasi nasa dito ako halimbawa, dito ako nakapwesto, ang higaan ko ay dyan lang sa first na upuan.
So, ang kausap mo noon, si General Bato de la Rosa?
Opo.
Ang pinag-usapan niya tungkol doon sa
CCTV at sa plano na idawit ang pangalan ni Peter Lim at ni Laila de Lima at yung kay Dayan na i-align yung mga date at lugar na babanggitin sa Senado.
Saan ngayon yung kapatid mo at saka nanay mo?
Nasa probinsya po, Mr. Chair.
Sa Albuera?
Sa Albuera.
Sa bahay nyo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, with that, may we request that we invite in the next hearing the mother of Kerwin Espinosa and his sister. No, that was, so that it will be confirmed and corroborated, the statement being made by Kerwin Espinosa in his affidavit. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Comsec, please invite the mother and the sister of Kerwin Espinosa in our next scheduled committee hearing on the subject of extrajudicial killings.
And Mr. Chairman, can we request, since General Torre, the head of the CIGG in the whole country, can we request General Torre to secure the safety of the may mention the mother and the sister of Kerwin Espinosa?
Yes, sir. Will do, sir.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me proceed with the next item with regards to the statements of Kerwin and the statement of Colonel Marcos. But before that, may I ask the AMLAC, do you have now the exact before AMLAC, Mr. Chair, to answer, when Congressman Kung Hoon asked the CHR with regards to complaints and complaints on extrajudicial killing, on the records, he mentioned about police officers involved. And Congressman Kung Hoon requested for the figures. But let me amend that, or a rejoinder on that. Can we request not only the figure, can we request the list of all the PNP officers in that complaint, no? And the circumstances. And that includes the dates. The dates, the cases, the incident or accident happened with regards to AGK.
Honorable Chair, yes, the Commission on Human Rights will comply with the request of the Honorable Committee.
Can you submit it before the next hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, AMLAC, with regards to the 5.1 billion freeze order by AMLAC been mentioned by Colonel Marcos, is it correct?
Your Honor, at present, there is a civil forfeiture case which is ongoing against Mr. Kerwin Espinosa, and properties which are frozen at present. For the peso account, it's amounting to 1,235,439.90 centavos. And there is also a US dollar account in the amount of $502.33. Also, there are 11 real properties. This include a one residential lot worth 336,000 pesos. Another is one fishing ship, 17 motor vehicles, 4 motorcycles, 4 firearms, and 2 watercrafts. The asset preservation order on these properties were issued on the 31st of July 2017. So there is no 5 billion, Your Honor, that was frozen by the AMLAC. That might have been sourced from news articles.
Colonel Marcos, can you comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, kanina lumapit po ako sa taga-AMLA, sir. Prinobide ko sa kanya yung documents na prinobide din sa akin nung dalawang attorney ng taga-AMLA. Yung scheme...
Sandali po. Yung documents coming from the AMLAC,
yes,
dalawang attorney. Is it official and authenticated?
Hindi naman po, sir.
Oh, hindi dapat. So you should not mention in this committee those documents that it's not official.
Pati po yung...
Sandali.
Yes,
Sama na. You should not use it in your statement, those documents that is not official. And who is that two attorneys from AMLAC?
Pinipilit ko pong i-recall.
Now you don't recall. Now you can't recall. Can you recall it or not?
Nandoon po sa isang cellphone ko, sir. Sa isang cellphone ko na hindi ko na ginamit. At saka nag-provide po ako ng cheque na nandoon po yung corporation.
Sandali.
Opo.
Sandali. Dahan-dahan mo na. I'm just asking you about that 5.1 billion. And you tell this committee that your source is the two attorney or lawyer from the AMLAC. Now, I told you that is not an official document. Correct?
It could be, hindi ba siya authenticated, sir?
Oh, that's why you cannot use it. Dahan-dahan ka po. Dito sa committee nito. Second, you cannot anymore remember the two lawyers from AMLAC?
Pardon, sir?
Hindi mo na matandaan yung dalawang abogado?
Pili ko nire-recall pero sigurado ako sir, nandun sa isang cellphone ko po yung
How did you get that information? You talk to them? Personally?
We were ongoing sir with the financial.
Sandali. You talk to them, yes or no? Personally?
Personally sir.
Also, you cannot remember the names? You talk to them personally, but you cannot remember the names? Even surname or family name? Eto I just want to warn you, because we will produce the 2 lawyers. If you cannot name it in today's hearing, I will cite you in contempt for lying. Just want to warn you. Huwag mo kaming burahin dito, Colonel Marcos. Are you still with the CIDG?
Yes po sir.
Oh, General Torre, yung tao mo is telling a lie. He is lying in front of this committee. So you can name the 2 lawyers? As you have mentioned, you talk to them personally. But now you cannot mention the name.
It was 7 years ago.
Sorry?
Yung pangalan nila sir at saka yung cellphone number nandun po sa isang cellphone ko sir.
No, I'm not asking about the cell phone number. I'm asking about the names, because if you have is the 2 lawyers assigned in the central office?
Sir?
Naka-assign ba po yung 2 lawyers sa central office ng AMLA?
Possible sir.
Ba't possible? You're a CIDG intelligence officer and you never check the background of the 2 lawyers you mentioned?
Actually,
And that is the source of your 5.1 billion telling in this committee?
Actually sir, these 2 lawyers conducted seminar on all CIDG personnel and regional officers.
When was that? Eto, lumalarlin tayo.
2016
Saan
sir.
yung seminar na yan?
It was 2016 sir, training kami pertaining to money laundering.
Saan yan?
Dito sir sa Manila, lahat ng RC.
Saan sa Manila?
Isang hotel sir.
Saan hotel? Hindi mo na naman matandaan yung hotel.
Actually, the training sir is mandatory for regional.
Hindi nga, I'm asking about the hotel. You cannot mention the name. Now you're telling us that there is a seminar in that hotel, and what is that hotel? Because we have to check that hotel, if indeed there's a seminar on that day.
I'll try to recall sir. Doon ko po nakilala yung 2 lawyer.
Eto, Colonel Marcos ha. Eto, I just want to warn you.
Mr. Chair.
Eto, this is your first offense of lying.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
with the indulgence of the Honorable Paduano.
With the indulgence of Congressman
One
Paduano.
question lang, one question.
Yes, Congressman Angkop, you're recognized.
Colonel Marcos, yung information regarding yung 5 billion ba, was it voluntarily given you or did you ask for it?
It was voluntarily given to me sir.
Then
Because
it is mandatory that you recall the names of the 2 AMLAC. Because that is not appropriate.
yes sir, I will give sir the 2 names sir.
Kami nga, hindi nga namin basta-basta makuha yung kung walang predicate crime eh.
I will provide the 2 names sir.
Yes,
Because
provide it. Otherwise, I will agree with the Honorable Paduano that you should be cited in contempt. Kasi sinagot mo yung katanungan sa katanungan ni Honorable Gutierrez kanina. Yes.
Sir,
Ikaw ang nag-volunteer nun na yung kwan ni Mr. Espinosa, ang transaction is worth 5 billion.
Can I explain a little, sir? Nung binigay po sa akin yung information...
Hindi kita tinatanong. Ang tinanong ko lang sa iyo is, did you ask for the details or binolunteer ng AMLAC?
It was voluntarily given to me kasi mayroon po silang binigay na documents on the scheme of the money laundering. Nandito po sa cellphone. Yun po ang binigay.
Thank you, Honorable Paduano.
Chairman, can I
Please proceed.
AMLAC, is it normal? Kasi kami dito, pag nag-request kami, doon sa freezing of assets, ang daming requirements. But Colonel Marcos is telling this committee na binigay sa kanya voluntarily that allegedly that 5.1 billion asset. And looking at your records, nandito ngayon hawak ko, and you mentioned it, wala. Di ba? Kaya is it normal, AMLAC?
Your Honor, for the meeting that Colonel Marcos mentioned, well, it's usual occurrence for us to have coordination meetings with our counterparts, Your Honor. But as to the disclosure of transactions, I'm not really sure if, but me as an investigator, when we conduct these meetings, we don't readily disclose information because of the bank secrecy law and
Sir,
Section 8 of
naalala
the
ko
law.
na. Si General Lubusan, sir, yung dalawang lawyer na taga-AMLA, inutusan niya, sir, na pumunta ng Tacloban para harapin ako, sir, because I was ongoing investigation on a Metrobank account also pertaining to drug money. Ngayon, sir, kaya ako na-meet, sir, yung dalawang lawyer. Hindi ko naman sila personal na kilala, pero sinabi ni General Lubusan doon sa AMLA dalawang lawyer, pumunta kayo kay Colonel Marcos sa Region 8. You coordinate with him. He will give you all the information.
Oh, Colonel Marcos, you're now changing your story. Tama?
It is how I meet, sir, the two lawyers.
Sandali.
Opo, sir.
So you're now changing your story? Yes or no?
Hindi naman po, sir. Doon ko sila
Anong
na-meet.
hindi? You tell this committee a while ago that during your seminar, then all of a sudden, inutusan na certain General Busa, eto, problema pa, papatawag namin si General Busa. And if he deny it, lagot ka.
Both occasions, sir, are true. Yung una, sir, na-meet ko sila dahil pinapunta sila ni General Ubusan sa Region 8. Mag-coordinate sa akin.
Dali.
After that, sir, dahil hindi si kumbinsido yung taga-AMLA sa knowledge namin pertaining to financial investigation on money laundering, nagpakandak po si General Ubusan ng seminar. Yun po. Doon ko na naman sila po na-meet uli.
So nauna yung pagpunta nila sa Leyte.
It was the first time that I met them kasi inutusan silang pumunta ng OTSO para mag-coordinate sa akin, may bigay ko yung mga impormasyon na kailangan nila. At the same time, sir, na-convince sila na yung mga chief ng CIDG hindi equipped pertaining to financial investigation.
Mr.
So,
Chair.
nagpakandak ko, sir, ng seminar.
Mr.
So
Chair.
you're, with the indulgence of General Angkop, Chairman Angkop after me. Ito na lang po, so you're telling that the two lawyers you cannot mention is lying?
Lying po.
Lying. Because on record, there is a such thing as 5.1 billion. So they're lying, but still you cannot mention their name?
It is the, sir, a Blue Oceanic Corporation Textile.
No. What? Answer directly my question. Di ba? Sinabi mo 5 billion, 5.1 billion. Now we check with AMLA, wala. Now you're telling this committee that the two lawyers in which until now we cannot mention is lying?
Wala naman sila dito, sir, para i-deny yung sinasabi ko.
Hindi. This is record. Nako, Colonel Marcos, are you a lawyer?
Hindi naman po.
Oh, wag kang mag-lawyering dito.
Hindi po ako nag-lawyer.
Papalusot ka. I am not a lawyer. Pero hindi ka pwedeng lumusot dito.
Sir, it's an honest to goodness information, sir. Wala akong motibo, sir, na...
Hindi, kaya nga yung tinatanong ko, kasi kanina hindi naman tinanong sa'yo, ikaw mismo voluntarily, when you are being asked by Kong Rods. Now, hindi mo ma-mention yung pangalan. Now, nandito na yung dokumento, official document. O still, are you insisting?
Yung po kasi ang binigay na info sa akin, sir.
You cannot produce the name? Then you will tell this committee that you're telling the truth?
Nandun kasi, sir, sa isang cellphone ko yung pangalan. Pinipilit ko pong i-recall, sir. Pasensya na po.
Bakit anong nandun sa, binigyan ka ba ng cellphone number?
Nirecord ko po yung mga pangalan niya, sir.
Or do you have the document, official document, that you were ordered by a certain General Bosa to meet that to AMLAC personnel or lawyers?
Tinawagan lang po ako, sir, ni Director.
Oh, yun ang problema. Because that instruction is verbal.
Oh, verbal, sir.
Oh. So verbal, okay ka?
Sir?
Okay sa'yo na verbal. Verbal instruction.
Bali, tinawagan ako ni General Lubusan na may pupunta sa
Hindi
akin.
kaya nga eh. Okay sa verbal instruction na napaka-sensitive. It's all about acid nung Espinosa.
Oh, they were ongoing investigation noon, sir.
Yun yung problema mo, Tony.
Ongoing po.
Colonel Marcos, yun ang problema mo. Ito i-hold ko muna. Yes, Chairman Akop.
Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko lang, sabi mo na naman ngayon, nautusan ka ni General Ubusan, who I presume was the chief of the CIDG then.
Yes, sir.
Siya ang boss mo. Inutusan o sinabihan ni General Ubusan yung dalawang amlak na pumunta sa iyo kasi ikaw ang nakakalam. Tama ba yung pagkarinig ko sa sagot mo?
Opo, sir. Tama po, sir.
Ano yung bagay na iniimbestiga ng amlak? At bakit lumabas doon yung 5.1 billion na sinasabi na financial transaction ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa?
Kasi during that time, sir, I was, dahil ako ang regional chief ng CIDG 8,
Sinabi ba nila?
Sir?
Sinabi ba nila na ang iimbestigahan nila yung financial transaction ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa?
Yes po, sir. Yun ang specific na pakay nila, sir.
Ay, mandatory na sabihin mo yung pangalan ng dalawang amlak.
Opo, sir.
Chairman, can I proceed? Thank you, Chairman Akop. Now, you should submit in this committee the names of that two lawyers from AMLAC before we end this hearing. Or else, this committee will be pushed aside to in contempt, Colonel Marcos. Sorry.
Sige
Is
po,
it
sir.
produced?
I-recall ko, sir.
Now, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned, kaya tinanong kita kanina kung lawyer ka eh. Kasi you mentioned about compelling reasons for the issuance of search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Matanong nga kita, what is the compelling reason to issue search warrant inside the jail? And it happens not only once, Colonel Marcos, it happens not only once. It happens twice during your time.
Yes, sir.
Tama?
Yes, sir.
Twice nangyari. Dalawang beses, dalawa ring tao ang namatay
Yes, sir.
na mga allegedly drug lords.
Opo, sir.
Now, please answer, what are those compelling reasons? Kasi nandito taga-DOJ. Tatanungin ko,
Yung usually, sir, pag nagkakaroon kami ng application on other areas, hindi doon sa jurisdiction ng judge, sir, na nakakasakop doon sa dapat applyan namin ng search warrant na lugar. Ang isang compelling reason, there is reasonable, this is a valid reason na maaring mag-leak, sir, yung search warrant na ina-apply namin. Yun po yung,
okay, valid reason
Opo, sir.
that you can serve that search warrant. Tama?
Bali, pag mag-a-apply po kami, sir, sa isang judge na sasabihin ng judge, bakit dito kayo nag-a-apply? May judge man doon sa lugar na yon.
Hindi, sandali.
Opo, sir.
Ikaw, Colonel Marcos, halata ka na. Ang tinatanong ko lang yung compelling reason. Hindi kung saan mo kinuha, darating tayo dyan mamaya.
Opo, sir.
Kung saan ka nag-apply, darating tayo mamaya. You answer first, sa'yo ito nagaling eh.
Opo, sir. Bali, ano yung pa yung reason, sir? Yung para hindi mag-leak po yung search warrant. Kasi
Sorry?
pag minsan kasi...
You are not, Colonel Marcos, you are not answering my question. Ang sinasagot mo, Colonel Marcos, makinig ka. Ang sinasagot mo, yung reason why, instead of getting search warrant in Leyte, you get your search warrant in Samar. Yun yung sinasagot mo. Di ba?
Opo, sir.
Mali. Ang tanong ko, what is the compelling reason to issue a search warrant in a government facility, and in this case, a jail under the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. What is that compelling reason?
We have a reason to believe, sir, based on intel reports, that there is collusion between the jail guards.
Again, you don't answer my question. Ang tinatanong ko, hindi kung saan ka kumuha ng search warrant. Ang tinatanong ko, yung sinasabi mong compelling reason to issue a search warrant inside a government facility, and in this case, sa jail, under the supervision of the BGMP. O anong compelling reason?
May intel report nga kami, sir, na yung mga jail guards is medyo kumbaga patong na, sir, doon sa operation.
Dali. Again, yung tinasagot mo sa akin, application of search warrant, pupunta rin tayo doon mamaya. Ang tinatanong ko lang, ano yung sinasabi mong compelling reason for you to ask for search warrant, and the court will issue a search warrant indeed in a government facility, and in this case, jail under the BGMP. Ikaw nagsabi.
Because there is a criminal act going on, sir, inside the jail. Kumbaga, mayroong...
Criminal act?
Oh, parang may...
Okay, mamaya punta natin. DOJ. Nandito DOJ? Criminal act ha? Tandaan mo ha, Colonel Marcos, pag nagkamali ka dito, na nagsisinungaling ka, baka baguhin mo na, I will cite you in contempt. DOJ, did you get the question that I raised to Colonel Marcos na defensive siya, umiiwas siya, nasagutin? O what is that compelling reason daw? Is there a compelling reason to issue search warrant in the jail?
Mr. Chair, regarding that particular case, Mr. Chair, there's already an en banc decision by the Supreme Court, saying that there is no compelling reason for the issuance or for the issuance of the warrant. I mean, there's no compelling reason for the application of a search warrant in a jail facility, Mr. Chair.
That is a jurisprudence.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Colonel Marcos, eto, hindi ako lawyer, pero ganun din pagkaintindi ko. Eto, DOJ na yung sasabi. Oh, do you want to contest the opinion of the legal minds from DOJ?
Hindi po, sir.
Oh, better not talk. Kasi yun lang tanong ko eh. Now, next. Ito establish. Okay. Kasi under the jail management, may uplan galugad dyan eh. Di ba? That is the standard operating procedure of the BGMP if indeed there is an information that that jail, particular jail, may illegal na nangyayari sa loob. Oh, you know.
I agree, sir.
Oh, so you now agree that you cannot, supposedly you should not apply a search warrant. That is the opinion of the DOJ.
Actually, sir, yung operation na yun, hindi naman talaga papayag na papasok sa isang disabled.
Sandali, punta natin mamaya yun. Ang tinatanong ko lang muna dito, I just want to establish that you should not apply a search warrant in a jail. That is now a jurisprudence.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me proceed. Ito tatlong case. Now, in the case of Egay Alvarez, isabihin mo na siya para baka mamaya. Egay Alvarez happens August 11. After, the day before Paranaque case of Bantag happens. And 2 days after, August 13, the case that 3 Chinese national was killed inside the Picol. The first, kung baka, babalikan ko yon mamaya pag nandito si Garma, the first, at saka si Leonardo, the first incident na may impact doon sa war on drugs is the case happened in your area. And that is the case of Egay Alvarez, happens to be a detainee at the time, and allegedly a drug lord, and he was killed inside this jail because of your search warrant. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, first question. Sino ang judge na nag-issue ng search warrant?
In the case, sir, of Abuyog Penal Colony, ang nag-issue po is si Judge Janet Cabaluna po, sir.
Si Janet Cabaluna.
Opo, sir.
And she was also the judge that you applied first for Mayor Espinosa.
Hindi po, sir. Ibang judge naman po, sir. Bali si Judge Tarcelo Sabari naman kay Espinosa, sir.
Pero taga-Samar yun.
Samar po na ano.
Samar din yung isa. Yung kabalo na.
Hindi, nalimutan ko na, sir, kung kasi hindi po akong applicant.
Hindi ko nga makalimutan eh.
Si Major Laraga po ang applicant, sir.
But yeah, Major Lala is under you.
Opo, sir.
Oh. Kaya nga nagkakaso ka doon, di ba?
Opo, sir. Hindi ko, basta within Leyte yata, sir, si Judge Cabalona. O hindi, or sama, hindi lang ako sure yung kung saan, sir.
Colonel naman, kanina mo pa dinipinsahan niya, you have to take search warrant outside of the jurisdiction because the connection of blah, blah, blah to the jail and the court.
Samar.
Tapos ngayon, ayaw mo aminin, taga-Samar.
Samar siguro, Samar, sir.
Ay, hindi nga ako involved doon eh. Pero alam ko na taga-Samar.
Opo, sir.
O in applying for a search warrant, in this case, eto, Colonel ha, eto, pag nagkamali ka dito, I will cite you in contempt. Who is your deponent? Who is your deponent?
Sa Albuera, sir, naalala
No,
ko, si
hindi
sir?
Alvera. At tinatanong ko ngayon yung kay Igay pa, Alvarez. Who is the deponent?
Si Major Laraga po, sir, makakasagot kasi sila po ang applicant, sir. Hindi po ako. Hindi silang pumunta sa judge. Pero maalala ko
But, sandali, but yung major is under your watch.
Opo, sir.
Tama?
Opo, sir.
Oo. Di ba?
Hindi.
Oh, so you allow that major to ask for a search warrant without knowing the deponent?
Sir, ganito po ang procedure namin sa CIDG. Yung mga provincial officers po namin, kanya-kanya po yan nag-a-apply ng search warrant. Ang regional chief po, sir, hindi po nagtatanong kung sino po ang deponent.
Sandali.
Opo, sir, ganun po
Sandali.
namin.
But, Colonel Marcos, ha, ito part of the drug war. And in Region 8, you're the one supervising such campaign as CIDG chief.
Opo, sir.
Oh, now, sinong major yon?
Police Major Leo Laraga, sir. Siya ang provincial
Ngayon,
ng
he's assigned in where?
Leyte Provincial Chief siya.
Ngayon, saan siya naka-assign?
CIDG pa rin ngayon, sir.
Is he active?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask General Torre to check that a certain major and
He is assigned with RFU 8 now, sir.
RFU 8?
Oh, CIDG 8, sir.
8. She is the chief.
No po, sa ngayon siya ang chief investigator yata doon, sir.
Oh, can you call him? Colonel Torre, can you check? General Torre, can you check?
Yes, sir. Will do, sir.
Please check the deponent of such search warrant.
Mag-feedback ako, sir.
Oh, ganito lang, Colonel Marcos. Yung deponent mo ba, police?
Civilian, sir.
Civilian?
Usually, civilian, sir.
Hindi, tinatanong ko in this case, hindi mo alam.
Sa Abuyog, sir, na search warrant, di ko po talaga, sir,
Okay, now, doon sa Baybay.
Civilian, sir. Paul Olindan.
Sino?
Paul Olindan.
O, Paul Olindan. Is Paul Olindan a jail guard?
Hindi po, sir.
A detainee? Detainee ba siya?
Dati, sir. Dating preso yan, sir.
Oh, eto, Colonel Marcos, dating preso. Oh, kailan siya nakalabas sa bilangguan?
Ano siya, sir? Naka-parole.
O nga, kailan nga nakalaya? Kailan nakalaya?
Hindi ko alam ang...
Matagal na, before the incident happened.
Oh, matagal na po.
Okay, now, how can a deponent should have a direct knowledge? Di ba?
Yes, sir.
O, paano siya magkaroon ng direct knowledge doon sa selda, sa cell ni Mayor Espinosa kung he's not anymore a detainee? Pinipilot nyo kasi. Gumagawa kasi kayo ng kalokohan eh.
Sir, ang humaharap po kasi sa judge.
Hindi, tinatanong ko sa iyo, kung ang deponent mo is a former PDL, under parole, Eh, anong direct knowledge doon sa loob ng silda ni Mayor?
Ang nagdadala kasi sir sa
Sandali.
dip-
Sandali.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yung deponent mo, may direct knowledge ba? Wala.
It will be based on the appreciation.
Hindi nga, ito nga ngayon, tinatanong kita, he's not anymore a PDL, under parole, he was not there in the jail, and still you use him as a deponent because you have something plan, a different plan for Mayor Espinosa. Oh,
Mr. Chair, clarification, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Yes,
related to
regarding
the
this
question,
issue,
sir.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay.
I'd like to ask in layman's terms, Mr. Chair. Dahil gusto nilang gawin, dahil yung police gusto nilang gawin yung trabaho nila, na makakuha sila ng search warrant, kasalanan ba nila na yung judge ang mag-issue ng search warrant? Now, if there is a jurisprudence from the Supreme Court, bakit nag-issue ang judge?
Hindi, yun na nga eh. Ang point dito is, deponent per se should have a direct knowledge. And of course, may problema ang judge. But at the same time, may problema kayong mga pulis. Alam mo bakit? Because you're forcing it to have a deponent without direct knowledge and you talk to the judge, in which ang judge ito may problema din, then you operate not on the reason of the items supposedly under the search warrant. Yun ang malinaw eh. Namatay si Egay Alvarez. Eh, hindi ko sinasabi na he's not a drug lord. When in fact, ako alam ko, he's a drug lord. Pati source niya. Pati yung namatay dun sa Dapicol. But of course, it's a different thing. It's a different story. We're talking about extrajudicial killing here. And hindi to simpleng coincidence. Hindi simpleng coincidence. Kasi dalawang jail sa Leyte ang nangyari, you serve a search warrant and the result is namatay yung mga allegedly drug lords or narcotics, narco drugs, politicians. Yun pong totoo. Di ba? Eh, ang sinasabi ko, I am not defending here the drug pushers, the drug lords. But what I'm saying is, you're violating the law. Because you have a different purpose in getting the search warrant. Yun ang malinaw. And history is telling us now, it never happens na lumabas ang katotohanan during the previous administration because that is part of the drug war. Yun ang malinaw. Chairman Angkop?
Congressman Paduano, kindly wrap up.
Chairman Angkop, I thought you will Anyway. Now, Colonel Marcos, you produced the deponent. The names of the deponent.
I will call Major Laraga, sir. After tatawagan ko kagad.
Ayun, si General Torre. At the same time, the deponent doon sa sa bahay ni Espinosa.
Opo, sir. Tatanong ko po kay Major Laraga kagad.
General Torre, kindly check, please.
Yes, sir. I'm
Kindly
already
wrap up,
talking to
Congressman
the
Paduano.
regional chief, sir. We are asking for the deponent and the applicant, sir.
And you produce, Attorney Colonel Marcos, the names of that lawyers within the day.
Yes,
If
sir.
you cannot produce those name of lawyers,
Yes, sir. I
we'll
will,
be forced to cite you in contempt.
I will call my colleague, sir, para makakuha ko yung pangalan.
Now, you're saying about the involvement of the jail guards, di ba? Kaya kumuha kayo ng search warrant doon sa kabila, sa Samar, instead of getting it in Leyte?
Yes, sir.
O now, dahil, ba't doon kayo kumuha ng search warrant? Why?
Sa Samar, sir.
Yeah. Ba't doon sa Samar, not in Leyte?
Ganito po yan, sir. Si Major Laraga po, yung provincial officer ko, they are po the operating arm of different provinces. Pumunta po sa akin, sir, mag-apply po ako ng search warrant. Sinong applyan mo? Ito, sir, may input tayong ganito, ganito, ganito. O sige, i-apply mo ng search warrant. Kung i-approve ka ng judge, implement natin. Ngayon, sir, hindi man pulat ng search warrant na ina-apply ng CIDG or ng provincial offices, sina-approve ng judge. Marami din pong dinideny. Ngayon, nataon, sir, si Major Laraga, pag-apply niyan, na-approve, in-implement po namin, sir.
And then, hindi pa sinasagot yung tanong ko eh. Why not in Leyte? Why in Samar?
Sa rin yun, sir, sa tinanong ko kay Major Laraga, bakit sa Samar ka mag-a-apply? Sabi niya, sir, pag dito ako, sir, nag-apply sa baybay o dito sa malapit sa atin, yung mga empleyado dito, mag-interconnected yan. Mamaya, matawagan, sir, na may warrant tayong isi-serve. Yun ang binigay niyang reason sa akin.
Eh, ano yan? Teorya nyo yan. Yeah, presumption nyo. Diba?
Assumption po ni Major Laraga, sir.
Hindi, pati kayo. Siyempre, nag-report na nga sa iyo eh. Pinayagan mo kahit na doon sa kabila.
Yes, sir.
Oh, di ba?
Nag-okay ako sa kanya, sir.
But a while ago, you're talking about the collusion between the alleged drug lord and the jail guards. Di ba? Sinabi mo yon?
Yes, sir. That is also based on the intel report submitted by Major Laraga.
Major Laraga?
Yes, sir. Leo Laraga, sir.
Siya yung ano? Siya yung na-demote
Oh, sir. Bali from na-demote yan, sir.
because of?
Under appeal sila sa NAPOLCOM.
And then, tinatanong
Because
because
of the
of?
administrative charge, sir, pertaining to the Espinosa case.
Okay. Now, ganito lang yun kasi, Colonel eh. Kasi if you have strong evidence or data, no evidence, with regards to collusion between jail guards and the drug lords, did you file a case against those jail guards?
Hindi po, sir, nag-file si Major. Hindi kami nag-file, sir.
O bakit hindi kayo nag-file? Kasi, di ba, kaya nyo kinuha yung search warrant sa Samar, not in Leyte because you believe that there is collusion between drug lords and the jail guards. So why didn't you file a case against the jail guards?
Sometimes kasi, sir, intel reports doesn't stand in court. Hindi po tatayo sa korte ang intel report, sir.
Yun yung problema eh.
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Paduano.
Anyway, hindi pa ako tapos sana.
No, you will have your time.
Anyway.
After this round, we will have another round because we still have another resource person that we will have to present before this committee. And then I will guarantee you that you will be the next interpellator in the first round of that particular resource person.
Mr. Chairman, magkakasunod-sunod kasi ito, baka malaman pa ni Colonel Marcos. I will just hold my questions, Mr. Chairman. But again, I just want to manifest once again that Colonel Marcos should submit to this committee the names because before this hearing ends, in today's hearing, because I have to talk to that lawyer. Nandito naman po yung AMLA.
Okay.
Then, yung question of the names that we asked about the deponent.
Sir, I will call Major Lara.
And then, nandun si General Torre din is now communicating, I think, he's now communicating with Major Lara. May mga tanong pa ako doon, marami pa po. Now, lastly lang, Mr. Chairman, can I ask the, baka makalimutan ko, can I ask the DOJ, what are those reason or requirements, legal requirements that the case of Igay Alvarez, in the case of in which and the case of Mayor Alvera, in which police officers are involved in the death of those allegedly detained drug lords. What are the basis or reasons for it to be reopened?
I'm very again, Mr. Chair. I'm here actually for the Pogo related issue, so I'm not very familiar with their cases, sir. I'm just a while ago I was answering on the questions regarding this particular incident based on the decision of the Supreme Court that I just read. But as of now, I the decision of the Supreme Court that I just read. But as of now, I'm still, I'd like to refer back to our main office so that we could inquire upon it.
Please, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, can I get the opinion na lang, last na lang, Mr. Chairman, can I get the opinion of our dear colleagues, former colleague, he is also a top-notch lawyer, may kababayan in Bacolod, Congressman Nery Colmenares, with regards to possible reopening of cases, no? Of the case with doon sa kay Egal Alvarez. And the same kasi, namatay doon sa loob ng jail. And I do believe that may problema po sa process. And I also do believe that the purpose of that trade, no, and the search warrant is not to get what is what is in the search warrant, but the life of the two PDLs.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is always that possibility of opening up these cases, Mr. Chair. Secondly, the issue of search warrant factories had been an issue. That's why the Supreme Court was even forced later on to say na hindi pwede yun. You're using, because many people died because of these search warrants issued by Metro Manila judges, Mr. Chair. So in cases such as this, misuse of the legal processes of the law or heinous crimes like crimes against humanity, for example, Mr. Chair, this can always be opened anytime, Mr. Chair, especially since they do not prescribe, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Nery. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. Colonel Marcos, huwag ka munang umalis. Hanggang alas 12 tayo ngayong gabi and we will definitely come back to you during the second round. Now, the next to interpolate is Congressman Angkop and then Congressman Abante for the wrapping up before we proceed with our next witness. Our next witness is also in relation, is a witness in relation to the extrajudicial killings that happened in Cebu City. And Quezon City. So, Congressman Angkop, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Natanong na yung karamihan na tanong. But first, may I ask Pedea, how was the late Mayor Rolando Espinosa and Kerwin Espinosa described in the original list of the war against drugs? Ano po ang nakadescribe doon sa inyong files?
Your Honor, in the original list, they were described as drug lords.
Both of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Espinosa, hindi ko na po kayo tatanungin tungkol dun sa event sa tatay ninyo. Kasi, as your lawyers very well know, I consider them as hearsay. Kasi hindi first-hand information yung sagot mo sa akin. Di ba? And you can ask your lawyers. Tama rin po ba? Yes. Now, ang gusto ko lang pong tanungin sa inyo is, dun sa inyong affidavit, sinabi ninyo na sumunod lang kayo sa plano. Ano po yung plano na sinasabi ni then Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa? Pakilinaw po yun.
Sa Mr. Chair, sa pagkaintindi ko na plano sa patungkol doon sa sinasabi ko, ang plano ay idiin ang mga taong binigay niya na pangalan, idiin sa kalakaran ng droga at protector ng droga.
Specifically, si Senator De Lima,
Senator Laila De Lima,
Peter Lim,
Peter
at saka
Lim,
Peter Ko.
Peter Ko, Lovely Impal,
Yes.
at General Luot.
Dahil nung panahon na yon, nagkakaroon ng hearing sa Senado tungkol sa participation ni Senator De Lima sa illegal drugs doon po sa Bilibid. Tama po ba yan?
Yes po.
Yes, tama. Now, noong panahon na yon, yung driver ni ni Senator De Lima nagtago, di po ba? At na eventually nahuli.
Oh, tama po yun, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nung ikaw ay nanggaling o nakuha sa Dubai, dinala ka rito sa Camp Crame, doon kayo nagkita ni Mr. Dayan.
Hindi po kami nagkita, Mr. Chair. Through cellphone lang po kami nag-usap at hindi kami nagkita personally.
Bakit kayo dapat mag-usap? Kanino pong utos?
Kay General Bato po, Mr. Chair.
Ano dapat yung pag-usapan nyo sa utos ni General De La Rosa?
Mr. Chair, mag-usap daw po kami, Mr. Chair, ng tungkol doon sa mga date na binanggit namin at sa mga lugar na nangyari. Kung saan nangyari kasi hindi nagkatugma ang mga statement namin sa panahon na yon.
Bakit kailangan magkatugma yung statement mo at saka statement ni Dayan?
Para siguro, Mr. Chair, na paniwala ang isang senaryo.
Kasi kayo po ay resource person dun sa Senate hearing?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyway, alam mo naman siguro habang ikaw ay nandun sa Abu Dhabi na merong sinabi si President Duterte na based on reports during that time, shoot them if Leyte Mayor son resist arrest. Nalaman mo rin ba ito?
Opo. Yun din ang dahilan na ang plano ko talaga, hindi na talaga umuwi dahil ako mismo nakakita sa balita sa CNN na sinabi ni Presidente na po sila basta musukol.
At nalaman mo rin ba na si General De La Rosa, who was then the Chief PNP, ay nagbigay ng shoot-on-sight order laban sa iyo when he stated in a news article, De La Rosa to Abuera Mayor Sanz, surrender or die?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Yung tatay po ninyo sumuko sa otoridad noong August 2, 2016.
Tama po.
Tama.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And unfortunately, November 5, patay po siya.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Anyway. Now, meron ding ang happy ng Albuera noon ay si then Major Jovi Espinido.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At alam mo rin ba na pinagre-resign niya yung tatay mo?
Um,
Panahon na yun?
Oo. Na sinabi yun sa akin ng daddy ko na pinilit siya ni Espinido na bumaba sa kanyang pagka-mayor, mag-resign na daw.
And there was also a raid conducted on your parents' house, which allegedly yielded 88 million worth of shabu.
Yun ang nakalagay sa report ng mga pulis, Mr. Chair.
So, alam mo na nangyari yun?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Meron ka bang naging girlfriend na Ana Luliaguno?
Naging asawa ko po yun si Ana Luliaguno po, Mr. Chair, nung ako ay na-detain sa Cebu City Jail. Po.
Naging asawa mo nung ikaw ay na-detain?
Opo, doon kami nagkakilala sa loob, Mr. Chair.
And naging asawa mo siya. Ano naman ang kaugnayan yung dalawa kay Jeffrey alias Jaguar Diaz na isang drug lord din who was allegedly killed in Las Piñas?
Pakiulit po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang kaugnayan nyo dalawa kay Jeffrey Diaz alias Jaguar, a drug suspect allegedly killed in Las Piñas?
Yung asawa ko po, Mr. Chair, may relasyon, parang naging girlfriend, naging kabit ni Jaguar Diaz po, Mr. Chair, sa panahon na yun. At iniwan ako.
Oo, naghiwalay kayo at sumama kay Sir Diaz. Anyway.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Aha. Doon din sa panahon na yon, nung kayo po ay nasa kustodiya ng ating otoridad, sinisigaw mo nung panahon na yon na you will tell all but you're not a drug lord. Pero doon sa listahan ng original list ng drug watch, ang description po sa inyo ay kasama sa drug lord. Kaya una kong tinanong yung PDEA kung ano ang meron o saan ka naka-categorize kayong mag-ama. Sabi nila, drug lord. So, pero nung ikaw ay nandito na sa ating bansa, you were shouting to heaven na sasabihin mo ang lahat, pero hindi ka drug lord. Yun ang pinagsisigaw mo eh. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako drug lord.
Sigurado ka ron?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Ano kaya ang dahilan bakit nakalista ka na drug lord doon sa original list ng war on drugs?
Hindi ko alam, Mr. Chair, o baka may gustong ma-promote at sa politika din na hindi po ako drug lord. Hindi po ako drug lord. Para sabihin ko sa taong bayan, hindi ako drug lord. Pero naging isang adik-adik ako. Naging drug user ako. 22 years ago. Naging drug addict po ako. Pero hindi po ako drug lord.
Yung mga statements mo doon sa Senado during the hearing, binawi mo lahat maliban sa isa.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ang hindi mo, binawi mo lahat yung sinabi tungkol kay Senator De Lima, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Maliban lang sa isa na statement mo. Yung statement mo na paghihingi ni Colonel Marcos ng 3 million, yun ang hindi mo binawi eh. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At nakalista rito kung paano ang paraan, paano hiningi at paano ibinigay yung pera ng tatay mo kay Colonel Marcos.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Now, may I know why Colonel Marcos is not around? Mr. Chair,
Yes,
wala po
Congressman.
si
While waiting for the if I may
Yes.
just ask a short question kay
Yes,
kay
Mr.
Kerwin. Kerwin, ano bang negosyo ng pamilya nyo sa Albuera?
May hotel po kami, Mr. Chair.
Hotel.
Hotel po.
Pwede bang sa inyo yan? Sa inyo yan? Kayo may-ari mismo ng hotel? O may
Opo.
pamilya nyo lang? O may
Pamilya,
mga kasosyo
pamilya.
kayo?
Pamilya namin po.
Pamilya lang. Sige. Colonel Marcos is ready here. Please proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Marcos,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been in the service?
Bali, nag-30 years, sir, nung May 2, sir.
30 years and May 2. Out of the 30 years, how long have you been with CIDG?
Since July 2016 up to present, sir.
Hindi mo sinasagot yung tanong ko eh. Gusto mo
Sorry.
pa mag-addition pa ako o mag-subtraction eh.
16,
Kaya ako nga tinatanong sa'yo, ikaw dapat nakakaalam kung ilang taong ka na sa CIDG.
8 years, sir.
8 years. Continuous yun or may break?
Continuous na naman po, sir, except nung na-restrict, si IDG pa rin naman ko nung restrictive custody ako, pero until sa time na nakulong kami for 4 months, pero ano kami, sir, automatic leave of absence, pero si IDG pa rin yung unit namin.
Gerald Torre, Is Gerald Ernia present? Kindly please take your seat. Have you taken your oath, Sidney?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Kindly take your oath. Comsec.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry? So help you God.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec. Gerald Ernia, how long should a police officer stay in a certain position, pursuant to your rules and regulations?
In our existing policy, Your Honor, for key positions like CIDG, as regional chief, the maximum tenure is 2 years, Your Honor.
That's the maximum. But you
Maximum,
can relieve, you have been relieving people even if they've stayed there in that position for only 1 year.
That's possible, Your Honor.
It's happening. It's not possible. It has happened.
Yes, it's happening, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Hindi, huwag mong sabihin na it's possible kasi ginagawa ninyo eh. Now, Gerald Torre, is that also your policy at the CIDG? Are you following the policy of your national headquarters?
Yes, sir.
And may I know why Colonel Marcos is still occupying that post?
Sir, he is already relieved, sir, since 2 days ago, sir.
2 days ago. So wala na.
Yes, sir.
So ngayon nyo lang sinunod. Nung dumating ka, saka lang nasunod yung policy. Kasi nung panahon ni... kasi tinanong ko rin yan nung nandito si Gerald Karamat eh. And he was not able to remove Colonel Marcos from that post. Kaya tinatanong ko. Thank you. Now, kanina, Colonel Marcos, you stated na yung 5.1 billion na financial transaction ay nanggaling sa AMLAC na kumausap sa iyo sa isang seminar, pangalawa nung nautusan ni Gerald Ubusan na pumunta yung mga AMLAC representatives doon sa lugar mo, sa jurisdiction mo. Tama? Yun ang sinagot mo kanina, Colonel Marcos, di ba?
Sir, pardon po, sir. Hindi ko na masyadong maklarify yung question. Pasensya na po.
Sinusundan ko lang yung katanungan kanina ni the Honorable Paduano. Ang sinagot mo kanina tungkol dun sa 5.1 billion na financial transaction ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa ay nanggaling sa dalawang AMLAC representative. Na una, sinabi sa iyo sa isang seminar. Pangalawa, binago mo, sinabi nung dalawang AMLAC representative nung inutusan o sinabihan ni General Ubusan na pumunta sa iyo sa jurisdiction mo. Tama?
Opo, sir. Tama po, sir.
Oh.
Ang pangalan po niya, sir, Attorney Joseph Tambago.
Bakit
Yung
kanina
isa, sir.
nung tinatanong ka ni Honorable Paduano, Kwan?
Sir,
hindi mo masagot-sagot kanina.
Nagtanong po ko sa mga kapwa RC ko nung panahon po ni General Ubusan. Kaya po nakuha ko na po yung pangalan.
Well, so sinasabi mo na yung financial transaction na worth 5.1 billion ay AMLAC ang nagsabi.
Yes, sir. AMLA po. Taga-AMLA po, sir.
Kanina, lumabas yung 5.1 billion transaction na yon dahil nakasama sa ebidensya nyo na nakuha sa raid na ginawa nyo. Now, alin na po ang totoo?
Bali po, sir.
Hindi. Tinatanong kita, alin ang totoo dun sa dalawa? Kasi dalawa ang statement mo eh.
Nag-umpisa po yung...
Kanina, ang sinabi mo doon sa pagtatanong ng isa sa aking mga kasamahan, doon sa raid na ginawa ninyo, ay nakita ninyo yung mga dokumento na merong 5.1 billion transaction. Pero nung si Honorable Paduano ang nagtatanong sa'yo, sinabi mo, AMLAC ang nagsabi sa'yo. Definitely, Colonel Marcos, you're lying.
Based on the figure po yan.
You want me to get the records or the minutes of this hearing?
Sir,
Kahit na may edad ako sa iyo, pero matalim pa rin yung aking pag-iisip.
Sir, pwede pa ko mag-explain ng konti, sir?
Hindi, sagutin mo muna ako. Alin ang totoo dun sa dalawa? Yun ang tanong ko, hindi mo pa sinasagot eh. And I can cite you for contempt.
Bali po, sir.
If you fail to answer, because under Section 11, failure to answer any question from any representative of this House will merit contempt.
Totoo po yun, sir, na...
Alin ang totoo?
Totoo po yun, sir, na binigay ng AMLA yung information sa figure, pero totoo din po, sir, na based sa read ni Espinido, doon namin nakuha ang impormasyon sa Blue Oceanic Corporation Textile na binigay namin si AMLA para tingnan kasi silang lang naman, sir, ang nakakakita sa bangko kung magkano, sir, ang laman. Di po wala kaming idea during that time na raid, nung pinaila namin ng kaso, ang meron lang kami, yung pangalan lang ng corporation. So binigay po namin yan sa AMLA, sila po ang nag-imbestiga kasi wala pong kapas ang PNP. Kaya later on, sir, nung nakita kami...
May naunang nagtanong sa iyo na congressman dito. And you said na, ikaw nga sumagot eh, na during the implementation of the search warrant, you found documents on money laundering amounting to 5+ billion. Yun ang sagot mo kanina eh. Tapos nung si Congressman Paduano na nagsasabi, sinabi mo na ang nagsabi doon sa 5.1 billion na yon ay yung taga-AMLAC. You're imputing wrongdoing to representatives of the AMLAC because I know na hindi dapat nila sabihin yun.
Hindi naman... Siguro,
kasi
sir,
kung kami nga nagtatanong sa AMLAC, hindi nila sinasabi eh.
Siguro, sir, na-confuse lang yung pagbigay ko ng information.
So, would you say na yung pag-confuse mo, you lied?
Hindi naman po, sir. Kasi no mag-grade po ang CIDG at saka si Espinido, doon po namin nakita yung mga cheque, sir. Kung kanino inisyo, sino po yung mga involved. So, obligado po kami mag-report po sa higher headquarters na ito po yung mga na-found out naming documents. Tapos po, ito po ipinasa po sa AMLA, in which po nag-feedback po yung AMLA sa amin kasi kami man po nag-request ng investigation doon, sir, sa mga account. Kaya po kami, sir, sinabihan na yung laman nung account, ganito po kalaki.
I would like just to advise you, Colonel Marcos, na you should be forthright in your answers to the questions propounded by members of this committee.
Yes, sir.
Ayaw namin yung nag-flip-flop ka. Maliwanag siguro yun.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Kaya nga sabi ko, antayin mo na ako ang magtanong sa iyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, on August 12, 2016, jailed drug lord Edgar Alan Alvarez was shot dead inside the maximum security compound of the Leyte Regional Prison in Abuyog, Leyte. Tama?
Correct, sir.
At kayo po ang nag-lead ng CIDG Region 8 sa operation na ito.
Hindi po kami ang main lead, but our role, sir, is to the application of search warrant. It was led by the Police Regional Office 8, sir.
It was led?
By the mismo, sir, ng Police Regional Office 8. We, as supporting unit, our role was to apply for the search warrant.
Okay. Sige. Alam mo, Iho, wag mo akong pagbubulahin sa operation ng CIDG. Kasi naging chief ako ng NCR CIDG hanggang ako yung naging head ng National CIDG. And you're not being forthright in your answers. Now, doon sa, yun yung una na nag-apply kayo ng search warrant sa isang detention center. Tama?
Sa Abuyog, sir? Abuyog po.
Yung kay Alvarez.
Opo, sir. Sa Abuyog Penal Colony.
Yes, yun nga yung first.
Yun yung first.
Kasi tinanong ka kanina ng isang kasamahan ko rito whether meron pang nangyari na nag-apply kayo ng search warrant sa isang detention center. Sabi mo, oo.
Opo, sir.
Oo. Pero dadalawa lang yun sa buong Pilipinas. Ano sa tingin mo? Sa iyo lang nangyari?
Meron pang isa, sir, pero hindi ko ka-unit, sir. Taga Pro 8, sir. It was led by Colonel nag-apply din sila, sir, sa baybay ng City Jail. In-implement din po nila.
Kaya nga, doon nga lang nangyari. If we go back to history, maski nung ako'y naging chief ng CIDG, walang nangyaring ganyan. Kasi ang protocol, nagkikipag-usap kami sa jail superintendent. Hindi ko alam kung kailan nyo binago yan. Ngayon lang nangyari sa CIDG, nag-a-apply ng search warrant sa isang jail facility, which is supposedly controlled by government. Di ba? O, sa inyo lang talaga nangyari.
Yung sa amin during that time, sir, sinubukan lang naman po namin kung pa-approbang po kami ng judge, sir. Yun lang ang... Pero kung hindi naman...
Tama yung sinasabi ni Honorable Paduano kasi may rason kayo. Di ba? Huwag mo na akong paikutan. Mas magaling ako magpaikot sa ulo mo. Okay? May I know, how many search warrants did you apply for doon po sa Abuyod kung saan nakadetain si Mayor Rolando Espinosa?
Only one, sir. Isa lang po.
Only one?
Opo.
Hindi kayo nag-apply ng search warrant for a certain Mr. Yap?
It was on the same search warrant, sir. Dalawa po yung subject. Bali, dalawa sila, sir, na ano.
May know, are you telling the truth?
As far as I can recall, sir, parang...
Sagutin mo ako, are you telling the truth? Yes or no? Kung sumasagot ka kung hindi mo alam,
In my honest belief, sir, isa lang po. Kasi ako po may hawak ng search warrant nung pumasok kami, sir. Isang papel lang po.
Yung mga DOJ, pwede ba yun? You applied, based on official records, Colonel Marcos, you applied for search warrant on cells 1 and 2. Tig-isang search warrant.
Totoo po yun, sir. Dalawang cell, sir. Cell 1 and 2.
Pero, nga, dalawang search warrant, cells 1 and 2. Pero si Mr. Yap was detained sa cell number 7. Pero patay pa rin siya.
Oh, sir. Parang totoo.
Yes, yun na nga sinasabi.
Totoo po yan, sir. Totoo po.
Totoo. Paano nangyari yun? Kaya dalawang search warrant dahil kay Mayor Espinosa for violation of the Comprehensive Firearms Law. Ang kay Mr. Yap for violation of Republic Act 9165.
Oh, tama po yun, sir.
Ay, mas marunong pa ako sa iyo. Ikaw nag-conduct doon at mali yung ginawa nyo. Tell me. Tell me, alin ang tama doon sa ginawa nyo? Nag-apply kayo ng search warrant, tapos grinantan. But did you follow the protocol para pag-apply ng search warrant?
I believe so, Major Laraga, sir, follow the procedure.
Gerald Torre, will you please bear me if I'm right? Kayo nakatanggap ng informasyon galing kay Mr. Olendan ba yun? Diba? Mr. Olendan, yung inyong deponent, di ba? Oh. Tama. Ikaw nagsabi rin kanina eh. Narinig ko rin sa iyo kanina. Kung nakikita mo man lang akong nagbabasa, nakikinig ako sa sinasabi mo. Di ba? According to official records, yung witness mo po ninyo, deponent is a certain Mr. Olendan. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Would that also be true? Siya rin ba ang inyong deponent kay Mr. Yap?
Isa lang din po, siya din, sir.
Now, General Torre, if you're given information, for example, si Mr. Yap ay may possession of illegal drugs sa loob ng detention center at saka yung isang mayor doon na nakakulong ay mayroong 45, nagbigay ng information yung isang tao, what is the first thing that you should do? Would you believe hook, line, and sinker yung sasabihin ng deponent na yun? O yung informant na yun?
I will check, of course, sir, the veracity of the information
Yes,
given
and
to
that is what we call the vetting process
Yes, sir.
of the information. Now, Colonel Marcos, did you do that?
Sir, ginawa siguro ni Major Laragay yun, sir.
Ayaw ko makuha nyo siguro.
Ginawa niya yun, sir, kasi in-approve man, sir, siya ng application niya. As I said, sir, kahit nandito naman po si Director, ang mga provincial officer natin, sir, is may independence po sila sa pag-apply ng search warrant. Ang regional chief po, hindi po nakikialam.
Look, alam mo, ang sinasabi mo ba sa akin ay hindi mo alam na magkoconduct ng search doon sa jail? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Nung approve na, sir, yung search warrant.
Hindi nga.
Nung approve na po.
Sagutin mo yung umiiwas ka kagad, dumidepensa eh. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, hindi mo ba alam na magkoconduct ng search warrant yung provincial office mo doon sa detention center?
Alam ko po, sir,
And
kasi
then, ano po dapat ang ginawa ninyo bilang regional head?
Binerify-
Hindi ba ang responsibilidad mo ay titignan mo that everything is in order or in accordance with law?
binerify ko yan, sir, cleaner.
So, binerify mo and everything was in accordance with law. Tingin mo.
Ni-repair din po yata yun sa legal, ni-repair din po sa legal ng CIDG yun, sir, kasi before the implementation, sir, mag-clearance po ako kay Director CIDG. At the same time, sir, ipapa-verify din yung Intel report based doon sa information ng implementation ng search warrant ng Intel Division ng CIDG.
Sagot mo na lang yan nung narinig mo yun na kailangan i-vet eh.
Yun po yung...
Afterthought na lang yung sagot mo, Colonel Marcos. But in all probability, hindi nyo ginawa yun. Kasi doon pa lang sa tanong ni Honorable Paduano, yung deponent ninyo, hindi ka panipaniwala. As a matter of fact, sinabi nga na debunk yung claim na yun eh, nung inyong witness. He was not a credible deponent according to the records. Colonel Marcos. Di ba? But anyway, DOJ, is the DOJ present?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ako, kanina, sinasabi ni Colonel Marcos, pinagyayabang na niya, na na-filean siya ng kaso, na-quit siya. Tama?
That is what I heard.
That is what you heard.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yun ang sinabi niya, di ba? Kasi, tama nga rin po yung sinasabi niya na since nagkaroon po siya ng trial, he has been arraigned, double jeopardy will set in. Tama po.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
And would you agree with me that the only way that the case can be reopened is if there is a decision that there was a mistrial?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
That is correct. Thank you. Thank you, DOJ. Pag-aralan mo yun, Colonel Marcos. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Since our lead chairman leave for a while, so I'll be continuing the questions, no? Okay. I'd like to refer to the CHR. If you indeed conducted an investigation on the killing of Mayor Espinosa,
Honorable Chair, magandang hapon po. Yes, Your Honor, based on the records of the Commission, there was a human rights violation case with regards the death of Mayor Espinosa in 2016, Your Honor.
can you tell us about that just in full detail on the human rights violation? Ibig
yes.
sabihin, hindi sinunod ng pulis ang kanyang constitutional right. Am I right?
Your Honor, based on the resolution issued by the Commission on Bank Theft in 2016, yes, I can confirm on the records that the finding of the Commission is that there was a human rights violation committed against by the deceased Mayor Espinosa, Your Honor.
What was your finding?
Your Honor, if you will allow me, I have a soft copy of the resolution in 2016, dated, this resolution, it was resolved and the resolution was issued, dated, it's quite, there. My apologies, Your Honor, it's 53 pages.
That's okay.
2nd of August 2018. So it was the case was filed and docketed in 2016 and resolved in 2018.
Can you just submit that to us, please?
Yes, Your Honor, we can submit the finding the resolution of the Commission and Bank, Your Honor.
All right. I now would like to talk to Mr. Espinosa. Colonel Marcos, nag-peace sign na peace na ba kayong dalawa?
Wala man ako hinanakit kay Kerwin, sir. Peace man kami. Yung sa akin lang, sir, magsabi lang ako kung ano yung tama at saka yung totoo, sir.
Okay. Ganito, no? Bago ang ibang katanungan, I'd like to ask Mr. Espinosa, nung ikaw ay sinundo ni Director General Bato de la Rosa, sakay ng kanyang Land Cruiser, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Sabi mo, sayo mo sa amin dito na ikaw ay nasa likod at napapagitnaan ka ng 2 pulis. Tama ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At pagkatapos niyan, ay nag-usap kayong dalawa, ang 2 pulis ay pinalabas, nasa loob ka ng kotse, correct?
Pwedeng ulitin po, Mr. Chair.
Ang banggit mo ay kinausap ka ni General Bato doon sa loob ng kotse ba?
Oo, doon po sa loob ng sasakyan, Mr. Chair.
So pinalabas na yung 2 pulis, kayong 2 na lang nag-usap?
Hindi po. While nag-moving kami, nagsasalita siya. Po,
Nagsasalita siya?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So andun pa yung 2 pulis?
Andon po.
Nabanggit mo rin na yung nanay mo nandun?
Yung nanay na nandoon, doon po yun sa EIDG na opisina po.
Okay.
Kung saan ako naka-detain.
So inulit ba ni General Bato ang utos niya sa'yo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So ibig sabihin, ang unang utos niya ay ginawa niya nung nasa kotse kayo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Pangalawa, inulit niya to doon nung naka-detain na?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Narinig lahat ito ng
Mami
mo?
ko at kapatid ko.
Sinong mami tinutukoy mo?
Yung mami ko po ay si Salipa E. Espinosa at yung kapatid ko na si Mariel E. Espinosa.
O, inimbitahan po namin dito yan para mag-testify kung tama po yung, kung makorroborate po yung inyong sinabi. Ano po?
Opo, Mr. Chair, pero may hilingin sana ako kasi may nangyari kasi sa nung kami ay papunta dito, may nangyari sa airport. Nihangyo rako sa ako ang parente nga ubani ko ninyo sa kay na ko imbitasyon sa Congress. Gidana ko sila nya kanang mga tawhana puro na ay pusil. So pag abot na mo sa airport pagdating namin sa airport hinarang po kami yung mga kasama ko. Yung baril nila kumpleto po yun ang papel. May PTC, may LTAP, at may permit to carry. At sinabi ng airport police na revoke na daw yung mga baril nila. So, nagkaroon ako ng kaba kung bakit timing.
Ilan yung kasama mo?
8 po.
8 kasama yung mami mo at kapatid mo?
Hindi. Itong pagpunta ko ngayon dito ba, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Ang sabi niya, Chairman Abante, is that nung papunta siya rito to appear before the quad, may kasama siyang mga kamag-anak niya na lahat ay merong LTAP, no, yung license to own and possess yung firearms, at saka permit to carry. Pero may nangyari raw dun sa airport na kung saan sila nag-take off. No? Ang sinabi ata ay na-revoke yung kanilang LTAP, no? Yung LTAP ng mga armas.
Pag-imbitahan po sila, yung mama at kapatid ko, hilingin ko po sa Quadcom ang seguridad at security ng pamilya ko po.
Mr. Chair, we can promise that, correct?
Yes,
we can promise that.
At maghiling na rin ako sa inyo kasi nasabi ko na sa Mr. Chair, pwede matanong sa PNP kung bakit nangyari na ganun na biglang hinold yung mga baril ng mga kasama ko na kumpleto naman sa dokumento. At humihingi ako sa inyo ng protection sa aking pag-uwi. Pagkatapos nitong hearing na to, sa aking pag-uwi, ng seguridad na makarating ako na buhay sa bahay po namin.
Mr. Chair, we can provide that, correct?
Yes, we are making arrangements right now as requested by the lawyers of Mr. Espinosa. Bigyan na ka namin ng feedback maya-maya pag
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so pagkatapos niyan, you could be able to bring with you your mommy and kapatid, no?
Yes po.
All right. Sinabi sa iyo ni General Bato de la Rosa na sinabi na aminin mo na ikaw ay drug lord, correct?
Yes po.
Pero hindi ka drug lord.
Hindi ako po drug lord. Naging addict lang ako.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, ikaw ay user, hindi ka
User.
drug lord.
Opo. Tama po.
Gusto kong tanungin
Mr. Chair.
ang PIDEA, no? Yung pong PIDEA, nakalagay pa ba siya sa listahan na siya ay drug lord? O tinanggal nyo na?
He is still listed, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
So, naniniwala kayo na drug lord siya?
Can I just be clarified?
Go
Can I
ahead,
just make
go
a
ahead.
clarification,
Sige.
Your Honor? Yes.
Sige.
What I was trying to explain, Your Honor, was that, of course, we know now that there were and there are 3 lists. The first list, the second list, and the third list. In the first list, the names of the father and son are already listed as drug lords. This list, this first list was not validated yet when it was first presented. However, after the August 2020 listing, sorry, can I just confirm my intel?
Yes, sir.
After the August 2020 listing, which is now the third list, that list was later on starting to be validated. Kasi po may process, Your Honor. And,
Was it amended? No.
the
Only
names-
validated.
No, when it is when it is validated or when it is being analyzed, Your Honor, that list, there are 3 recommendations. One, once a name is delisted. 2, the name is placed on suspense file. And 3, it is going to be retained. The names of the Espinosas remained in that list, although later on, the father was now negated.
Neutralized.
No, no.
Neutralized.
Negated, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
don't have to use the word neutralized.
So it means that Mr. Kerwin is still active in your list.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is he being investigated?
We are monitoring him.
Is he under surveillance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Kerwin, narinig mo.
Yes po.
So anong
Mr. Chair.
gagawin mo ron para ma-clear yung pangalan mo sa list?
Iano ko po, mag-request ako sa ating kapulisan at sa PDEA, maglagay sila ng, kung pwede, maglagay sila ng detachment doon sa gilid ng bahay ko. At ako ang mag-provide ng pagkain po para totally ma-monitor nila talaga ako.
Oh,
Kung
hindi lang
talagang
yun.
may
Can you not ask your lawyers to do something about that so that your name will be delisted from the PDEA list? Because he's still there. And as long as your name is still there, you will be monitored and surveilled upon and later on be investigated.
Hindi lang po yun, Mr. Chair, pati yung buhay ko, namimiligro pa rin.
Okay, let me ask the lawyer, attorney. Tama ba yung nabanggit ko? What can you do something about that to delist his name kung talagang hindi na siya drug lord? Kaya sinasabi niya hindi na siya drug lord eh. So what should he do for his name to be delisted from PDEA because he's still active?
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. Ang alam ko po dyan, just like the ordinary drug watch, or drug list ng ordinary PNP, watch list, or listing ng PDEA or NBI, that is internal policy po nila yun eh. Memo nila yun according to Intel report. But I think the PDEA should look into the number of cases that were dismissed, which were based only on information relayed by coerced witnesses who never testified in court. Na-file po yung mga kaso kay Mr. Espinosa based on the affidavits of detainees and confession. Wala pong independent, relevant evidence about the drug activities.
Yeah, well, there might not be, but still, officially, he is in the list.
I would not know if there is such thing, Mr. Chair.
Are you not going to do something about it for him to be delisted?
We will try.
If indeed, hindi ka na drug lord. Am I right? Hindi ka talaga drug lord. User ka lang.
Opo,
At hindi ka na gumagamit ngayon, correct?
Hindi na po.
For how many years now?
22 years na po na hindi na ako gumagamit ng droga po.
Napansin ko, meron kang tattoo. No.
Oo.
Ano ba yun?
Meron po akong tattoo.
Tattoo mo dito lang o buong katawan?
Hindi po. Dito lang sa braso ko
Kailan
po.
ka nagkaroon yan?
Nung nakulong ako last 2008.
Nung nakulong ka, user ka pa.
User po ako doon.
Pero talagang
Mr. Chair.
sinasayang mo ngayon, dito sa committee ito, na hindi ka drug lord. Yun ang gusto kong malaman.
Hindi po ako drug lord.
Gusto kong tanungin si Colonel Marcos. Naniniwala ka ba sinabi ni Mr. Kerwin na hindi siya drug lord? Kailanman hindi siya naging drug lord? At hindi siya drug lord ngayon?
Una, sir, yung declaration niya, sir, na hindi na siya drug lord ngayon, siya lang po nakakaalam nun, sir. Ngayon, ang makakasagot po niyan, siguro yung PNP drug enforcement natin.
Ang tanong ko sa iyo, dahil personally, kilala mo siya eh.
Pangalawa, sir, sa Senado po, sir, during the time na nag-Senate hearing kami, inamin naman niya na drug lord siya. Confessed drug lord. At the same time,
Kailan niya inamin?
nung Senate hearing, sir,
Well, inamin niya.
way back 2016.
Inamin niya sapagkat sinabi niya dito, binago mo yung iyong testimony, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Now, let me ask you a question now. Batay doon sa sinasabi mo, Colonel Marcos, no? Yung testimony mo sa Senado ay ayon sa sinabi sa iyo ni General Bato.
po.
Correct.
Opo.
Ngayon, dito sa amin, iba na ang testimony mo.
Opo. Yes po,
Pakisabi mo
Mr.
sa amin,
Chair.
sa taong bayan, kung dapat kami maniwala sa iyo. Ibig sabihin, hindi dapat paniwalaan yung testimony mo sa Senado. At ang dapat paniwalaan yung testimony mo rito.
Para sa taong bayan, kasi nung panahon na nag-testify ako sa Senado, may nangyari na pananakot, may fear sa buhay ko. At pinatay na ang papa ko on that time, no, ang hindi pa ako nag-testify sa Senado. Kaya yung plano, sinunod ko na lang talaga para lang ma-save ang buhay ko at ang buhay ng aking pamilya, lalo na sa aking mga anak. Kaya inamin ko doon kahit walang katotohanan dahil sa takot na tinatakot ako na baka ako ang masunod sa aking ama na pinatay ng mga PNP.
Therefore, Mr. Kerwin, dito sa aming committee ngayon, binabanggit mo ang katotohanan na ikaw ay natakot sa buhay mo nung sinabi sa iyo ni General Bato de la Rosa na may mangyayari sa iyo kung hindi ka mag-testify ng ganon. Tama ba ako?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So pwede bang pakisahin mo ngayon na ang talagang nag-utos sa iyo na sabihin ang testimony mo doon sa Senado ay si General Bato de la Rosa?
Exactly, Your Honor. Siya talaga ang nag-utos sa akin at nagplano kung ano ang mga sasabihin ko doon sa Senado. Hindi katulad dito na nandito ako sa Quadcom ngayon, wala pong sino man na sa akin, nag-udyok, kundi ako ang sarili ko dahil nakita ko sa TV na marami nang lumulutang at na-feel ko ngayon sa panahon na yon na talagang inusisa ang AGK sa ating bayan. Marami.
Kasi, alam mo, Mr. Kerwin, sasagutin yan ni Senator Bato eh. Oo. Pupunta siya ng media para sagutin niya at sabihin niya lahat na mali at kasinungalingan ang sinasabi mo. Hindi lang yun ha. Marami siyang DDS trolls eh. Na ibabas din kami na sinungaling ang iyong sinasabi. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Inaasahan ko na yon na i-deny talaga niya. At ang mga trolls niya, naghanda na ngayon kung ano ang ipalabas nila sa social media at sa mga kwento na gagawin nila.
Okay. Ang nabanggit mo rin, kaya ginawa yan sa iyo ni General Bato, sapagkat yun ay utos ng nakakataas sa kanya. Tama ba ako?
Tama po.
Okay. Sa palagay mo, sino yung nakakataas sa kanya?
Nakakataas kay General Bato, sa palagay ko, sa aking pagkaintindi, walang iba kundi presidente na lang ang pinakamataas na pwedeng mag-utos sa kanya.
Paano mo nasabi yan sa palagay mo?
Kasi itong mga nangyari na mga EJK, kampante ang mga kapulisan maliban lang sa mga matino na pulis na dadamay sa mga kabalastugan ng mga pulis na hindi nahihiya, na gumawa ng karahasan, inabuso ang kanilang uniforme, na gumawa ng patayan dito, patayan doon, parang mga hayop na lang ang tingin nila sa mga mga drug related. Hindi nila binigyan ng pagkakataon, hindi nila binigyan ng tamang due process na pwede namang magbago ang tao. Kaya ngayon ang Pilipinas nakilala sa buong mundo sa maitim na background dahil sa patayan, sa extrajudicial killing.
Okay. Palagay mo, naniniwala ka na ang dating Pangulo ang nag-utos na ipapatay ang iyong tatay?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Bukas, lahat ng DDS troll, titirahin tayo. Tama.
Okay lang yun. Basta ang sa atin, ang katotohanan lang. At hindi naman mga bata ang lahat ng Pilipino na naniwala sa senaryo nila, Mr. Chair.
Ito, no? Colonel Marcos, pakilagay nga sa ating LED monitor dito yung picture na ipinalabas ng ABS-CBN News na ang title Cop Called Soko Before Espinosa Was Killed. Pakilagay nga po dyan sa ating monitor. Ito, nasa pahayagan po ito, no? Ang sinabi po ng ABS-CBN News, tinawag yung Soko bago po siya patayin. Oo. So, anong masasabi niyo rito, Colonel Marcos?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ganito po yan. Bali, during the presentation in the Senate, may present po kasi yung CIDG na presentation.
Teka. Hindi, I'm not referring to the presentation of the Senate. I'm referring to this news issue. Totoo ba ito na merong Soko na bago pa pinatay si Mayor Espinosa? Yun ang gusto kong tanong dyan.
Hindi po totoo yan, Mr. Chair. Na-refute na po yan kasi nagkaroon po ng misunderstanding tungkol po doon sa oras, pero na-verify din po ni chairman ng committee doon sa Senate na based nung makuha nila yung CCTV sa DPWH, during that time, nakita nila yung totoong oras kung anong oras po dumating yung Soko, sir.
Wala na nga CCTV. Mr. Kerwin, di ba? Ang testimony mo, walang CCTV ron sa prison mismo. Tama?
Yun ang sinabi sa akin ng mga detainee na nandoon sa pangyayari.
Yung mga witness doon sa loob, sinabi na tinanggal yung CCTV.
Yung hard drive, pinatay.
Sino nagtanggal ng hard drive?
Yung mga operatives po.
So, Colonel Marcos, palagay mo kaya totoo itong sinasabi ni Mr. Kerwin o hindi?
Totoo po, sir, na walang CCTV po doon sa loob ng jail. Pero yung I'm referring to the CCTV on the adjacent building of DPWH. Yun po yung kinuha po na CCTV.
Doon sa pagpatay mismong lugar ni Mayor Espinosa, iyong binabagit na totoong walang CCTV.
Wala pong based doon, sir, sa investigation, sir, ng IAS, kasi nag-conduct sila ng investigation doon sa area, na find out nila doon sa logbook ng Baybay City Jail that the CCTV was under repair, sir. Nakasa logbook po yun, sir.
Okay.
Kaya po wala pong CCTV sa loob.
Okay. Ngayon, Colonel Marcos, ilang pulis ang dapat humuli kay Mayor Espinosa? Ilang pulis ang pumasok doon sa selda?
I believe, sir, 19 kami, pero yung pumasok, sir, isang team lang. Nasa labas po kami. Yung
Nandun
iba.
ka? Nandun
Opo,
ka?
nandun po ako, sir.
Ibig sabihin, ikaw ang leader.
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
supervised the operation, sir.
You did. 19 ang pulis, pero yung pumasok ilan?
Around 7, sir.
7.
Yes, sir. Kasi joint namin yung maritime group. Yung maritime group, sir, na kasama namin na nakipag-join doon sa operation, outside perimeter security lang sila, sir.
At naka-full battle gear kayong lahat.
We were armed with M16 and our service firearms, sir.
Ayun, oo.
Opo.
Full battle gear kayo, 7 kayo, pumasok kayo para arrestuhin ng isang tao.
Sir. Opo, sir, pero hindi ako kasama
Sapagkat
sa pumasok, sir.
Ang alam ninyo na merong tinatawag na agreement itong mga jail guards with the late mayor. Totoo ba yan?
Yung po ang information, sir.
Pero hindi nyo inaresto yung jail guards.
Bali, sir, nung in-implement namin yung search warrant at present po doon sa gate ng Baybay Provincial Jail, ayaw po kami yung papasukin. Ang ginawa ng jail guard, nagkunyari lang, sir, na bubuksan niya, sir, yung padlock, pero nung pinasok niya, sir, yung susi, binali niya. So there was an intent to not let us in. So we used a reasonable equipment, yung bolt cutter, para po putulin po yung kadena ng gate. So we were compelled to restrain them. Kaya po namin sila pina-face the wall, kaya po namin kinuha yung armas nila kasi we don't want anything to happen between us. Kasi baka mamaya anong maisipan,
You
sir.
were compelled to restrain them.
Yes, sir. Kasi
But you are not supposed to kill Mayor Espinosa because he has constitutional rights that you must observe as police officers. Am I right?
based po sa circumstances, si Major Laraga po makakasagot yun, sir. Kasi based sa,
Teka.
siya po
Andun
siya
ka eh.
pumasok.
Andun ka eh. You were there. You were leading the team.
Yes, sir. I was there, but
What I'm saying is, binayolate ninyo ang constitutional right nung inuhuli ninyo. Whether he be a drug lord or whatever he is, meron siyang constitutional right. Am I right?
yes, sir. We always do that.
And you
but-
ought, no, you're not doing it. And you ought to respect that. Iimon sabihin sa akin, kahit meron kayong compelling reason to have a search warrant, that you should respect the constitutional right of any person because even a suspect is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Am I right, Colonel Marcos?
yes, sir. But circumstances,
But you did not observe that, Colonel Marcos.
it was Major Laraga, sir, who made
Well,
the shoot out.
don't put the blame to somebody else. You were the one leading the team. Do not put the blame on somebody else.
Ang
Hindi mo sabihin, dahilan sa underclass mo si Major Lara, ipipinpoint mo that he is to blame for this?
My clear instruction, sir, is to arrest Mayor Espinosa and Raul Yap. That was my clear instruction.
So that's your clear instruction.
Yes,
so
sir.
Nung napatay itong si Mayor Espinosa, anong ginawa mo kay Major Lara?
I asked him what happened, sir.
Anong ginawa mo sa kanya?
Tinanong ko siya, sir, bakit nagkabarilan sa loob?
At tinanong mo lang.
Ngayon, sabi niya, sir,
Hindi
lumaban, may baril daw, sir. Eh.
Hindi mo kinuha yung baril niya, hindi mo kinuha yung tsapa niya, o kaya naman, tinanggal mo siya sa posisyon. Hindi mo ginawa yon.
Hindi po, sir.
So, my goodness, you're going to blame your underclass, Major Lara, na pumatay doon. Alam mong mali ang ginawa niya. That's why you're pointing him eh. Alam mong mali ang ginawa niya. You should have arrested him. You should have removed him from his opposition. Sapagkat yan dapat ang ginagawa ng pulis. Am I right?
Yes, sir, but I believe Major Laraga has to defend himself.
Can I ask Atty. Neri, kung halimbawa, Atty. Neri, Kung halimbawa, biniblame niya si Major Lara, okay? Hindi siya, samantala siya ang leader ng team. Anong dapat ang ginawa ni Colonel Marcos kay Major Lara?
Under the rules, Mr. Chair, dapat pinaimbestigahan niya. Kasi the claim of self-defense is not something na iabsuelto ng higher up niya. Meaning to say, ang pwedeng sabihin ni Colonel Marcos, sorry Major sa ilalim ng batas, inamin mong pinatay mo, ang sabi mo nag-self-defense ka, kakasuhan ka namin, ilabas mo na lang sa korte yung depensa mo. But ako, as a colonel, I am not a judge, I am not a prosecutor, I have no power to absolve you. So there is already probable cause, Mr. Chair, na may nangyaring pagpatay. Inamin, Mr. Chair. So kasuhan mo na lang. And that's the DOJ opinion in many instances of claims to self-defense. Kasi otherwise, Mr. Chair, kung ang isang koronel o sino man ay magsabi, self-defense pala nanlaban, okay, di ang mangyari sa buong Pilipinas, Mr. Chair, ganun-ganun na lang, na anybody can just claim self-defense. But the rules and the laws require that the PNP should file a case against any of its officers, inquest nga, Mr. Chair, under the rules of engagement, and let the defendant answer the accusation sa court, and if na-prove niya na self-defense nga talaga, then he could be acquitted. But the colonel or the general or Senator Bato or anybody, even the president, cannot absolve any police officer who killed somebody on the mere say-so of that police officer na self-defense ang ginawa niya po.
Mr. Chair, did we invite Major Laraga here? Comsec, inibita ba natin si Major Laraga? Wala, ano? We would like to, I'd like to make a motion to invite him in the next hearing.
Comsec, please take note of the request of Congressman Abante and kindly wrap up, Congressman Abante.
So Colonel Marcos, do you agree with the statement of Attorney Nery Colmenares?
Meron po, Mr. Chair, pinapalo po ang PNP na police operational procedure.
That it's not within the police procedure. Colonel Marcos, do not make me ignorant of that. Ibig mo sabihin, procedure ninyo na meron kayong search warrant, papasukin nyo ang selda, papatayin nyo yung tao, ganun ba yung procedure?
Wala po akong instruction, sir, na patayin. Ang sabi ko, arrestuhin, sir. Wala pong instruction na patayin.
Kung yan ang sinabi mo to restrain them, nakita mong pinatay, you should have done something to the policeman that killed Mr. Mayor Espinosa. You should have done something.
Pasensya na po, sir. Kasi,
but you did not do anything.
Sabi ko nga po, sir, based on procedure sa PNP, wala naman pong sinabi na arestuhin ko yung kasamahan ko na nakapatay during police operation unless na there is probable cause that he made it with intent. Kumbaga, may intention talaga siyang patayin.
CHR, so you believe that the policeman violated his constitutional right and they are guilty of a human rights violation?
Your Honor, yes, it is the stand of the Commission per its resolution in 2018 that Sir Marcos, as respondent in the case of the then now deceased Mayor Espinosa, violated the human rights of Mayor Espinosa due to the death resulting from the operation that they conducted inside the jail, Your Honor.
I
Yes,
hope,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chair, DOJ is listening and that we would like to request that an investigation should be done on the killing of Mayor Espinosa to the policemen that did it, Mr. Chair. Last question na lang, na 27,000 per day ang bayad. Totoo ba yan?
Hindi po. Wala pong nangyaring ganun, Mr. Chair.
Wala nangyaring gano'n?
Wala po.
Nagsasabi ka ng
Pero,
totoo?
Totoo na sa hospital ako. Hospital ako noong
Saan ka
December.
na hospital? Sa St. Luke's?
St. Luke's.
Aha.
Ang gumastos po sa akin, yung kapatid ng papa ko na nandoon sa States kasi siya ay isang CPA lawyer po. May kakayahan siya. Siya ang gumastos sa
Siya
akin.
ang nagbayad ng 27,000 a day.
Yes po.
At doon sa ospital, ikaw ay nakipagmadyong sa mga police officers.
Wala pong madyungan doon. Mr. Chair.
Pwede ka naman magdala eh. Ang bihira ka naman. Pwede ka naman magdala ng madyong, di ba? Pwede hindi.
Hindi ako makapag galaw-galaw nung panahon na yun, Mr. Chair, kasi yung braso ko, inoperahan.
So, ibig sabihin, itinatanggi mo itong allegation na ito.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kung meron magpatunay nito na totoo yung...
Sige. Okay lang po, Mr. Chair.
Kung ipatawag namin yung magpapatunay dito.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Oo.
Opo.
Cross
Sige.
my heart, cross my heart.
Padala, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yun lamang. At para tayo po ay pumunta na sa ating pangalawang round.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Abante. So, tapos na po yung ating interpellation kay Mr. Kerwin Espinosa. But pwede bang, Kerwin, upo ka lang muna dito with your lawyers while we ask the extrajudicial killing victims, the families, no, of the victims of the EJK. And may we know their names too, Congresswoman Arlene and Congresswoman Franz. Who are these people that we are inviting for our hearing today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's Ms. Raquel Lopez.
Si Ms. Raquel Lopez po, pwede po kayong mupo dito.
Anak niya po si Rabi Lopez.
Mr. Chair, can we invite all of the loved ones of the victims to just sit here in front? And maybe the others would be able to join us here if they're downstairs.
Mr. Chair, yes, meron pa pong 26 na nasa baba ngayon. Yung iba po kasi ay after the mass ay na umalis na at umuwi. Yung iba po ay natitira pa sa baba. So there are about 26 doon sa baba na pwede pong umakyat.
Sino po ang nandirito ngayon, Congresswoman Brosas?
It's Miss Raquel Lopez, tapos si Baby Rosales, and si Rodrigo Bailon po. Yung si Tatay Bailon, yung merong 9 years old, si Lenin Bailon, yung kanyang anak na namatay, na pinatay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I also would like to call Colonel Garma and Colonel Patay right in the seeming hot seat over there.
Colonel Patay and Colonel Garma. Paige, paki-assist mo nga si Colonel Garma to take the seat.
Mr. Chair, while we're calling Colonel Garma, there is a video that I believe that yung mga taong bayan po natin nanonood at lahat po dito ay mapanood po nila itong video ito. So may I ask that we play the video, Mr. Chair?
Is there a video that the Secretariat has prepared for this? Meron? Meron? O sige. And then we will just show the video, but before that, we'll ask pwede po ba namin kayong ipasumpain, no? Nakasumpa na po kayo lahat? Nakasumpa na pala kayo lahat. Okay. So, we'll now...
Sila, Mr. Chair, kanina nung pagsumpa nung lahat ng mga resource persons na bago, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Salamat sa information. So, Congressman Abante, we have a video that we will show.
Yeah, please, After the video, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Attorney Conte to make the opening remarks for this. Okay.
So we'll show first the video and then we will ask Attorney Conti to deliver her opening remarks. Okay. So, Secretariat, can you play the video, please?
I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months.
But just give me a little extension maybe of another.
Yun lang ang video natin. Okay? So, nandito, meron po ba isa? Sige, please, Secretariat, can you play the video?
And he said, well, sir, if they are there, destroy them also. Especially if they put up a good fight. O kung walang baril, bigyan mo ng baril. Here's a loaded gun. Fight.
So you cannot play the video. Sige. Okay. 1 minute suspension lang. Please make yourselves comfortable while we fix the technical glitch.
Shoot to kill will. Kaya may order ko rin sa dyan, shoot to kill will. Wala akong pakialam dyan sa human rights. I don't give a shit kung anong gusto nilang sabihin. This campaign against this war against the drug. Ninyo ako sa gobyerno. Yung mga adik ko dyan, kayo na lang ho ang pumatay. Kung anak niya, ikaw ang pumatay. Kung anak niyang adik, kayo ang pumatay para hindi masyadong masakit. Unahin na lang muna niyan kasi dadating talaga yan. Mamamatay yan. Destroy the apparatus. And he said, well, sir, if they are there, destroy them also. Especially if they put up a good fight. O kung walang baril, bigyan mo ng baril. Is loaded.
You do not, that is not, when you kill criminals, it is not a crime against humanity. The criminals have no humanity.
Straight, drug is still flowing inside the country sa custom. Dito, ang droga pumapasok pa rin. Gusto ko pumatay ka dyan ng total bakapan kita, hindi ka makulong. Basta droga, barilit, patayin mo. Yan ang usapan eh.
Tama niya, sinagdad po siya. Nagulat na lang po ako nung may biglang buwan.
Patay na 1,000 dito sa sitwasyon.
Po, marahil na ginagawa ng mga pulis po.
CCTV ng
maluoy ka sa amon.
Hearing is resumed. How's the... Okay na? Okay na ba tayo? O sige. So, papalabas lang po natin yung video at pagkatapos po niyan, meron pong nakalista dito ng mga congressman, congresswoman na gusto magtanong. At kayo po ay magre-request din kami na kumare, sagutin niyo rin po yung mga katanungan ng mga kasamahan namin. Salamat. So, please play the video.
The Philippine leader has faced harsh criticism for launching a bloody drug war in his country. Over the past year, thousands of people have been killed.
Of over 5,000 drug-related deaths, the poor have been mostly affected by the campaign. So that you understand that this Duterte is a killer. Far from it actually, I'm trying to preserve my
Maras na ginagawa ng mga pulis po. Si Jason at Chelsea po yung asawa ko. Pinagbabaril po siya. Nagulat na lang po ako nung may biglang pumutok na at may sumigaw ng Hindi ko po alam na yung asawa ko yun. Di isa-is po yung tama niya. Tinagdag po siya. Yung anak ko po, sisilip po sana sa bintana. Ang ginawa ko po, inatak ko siya para, kasi ang takot ko po baka barilin din po siya pagkabukas ng bintana. Lumabas po ako ng pintuan, nakita ko po na may kotse. Kaya po pumasok po ulit ako. Nito lang pong February 15 yun. Kaya hirap pa po akong sabihin sa harapan niyo. May anak po kaming babae, nag-iisa po. Nung 5 araw po nakaburol yung asawa ko, hindi po niya tinignan. Hindi po siya nakalabas ng bahay sa sobrang takot niya po. Kahit po nung inlibi yung asawa ko, hindi po siya tumingin. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa simbahan dahil sila po yung tumutulong sa mga kagaya namin. Dahil po sa mga politiko, wala na po kaming inaasahan. Noong November 27, tapos sa lupang pangako. Pero siguro mga 3 months na. Ang nabubuhay kami mag-ina. Ako po nanambakan lang po ako sa Payatas. Scavenger po ako doon. Kaming dalawa na lang po ang nabubuhay. Tapos minsan, katrabaho sa minsan, sa parlor. Hindi ko alam na ganun pala yung pangyayari sa buhay niya. Ngayon, napag-alaman ko na ganun. Sabi ko, Nak, ano ba yan? Ako wala ito nga. Sa kanya, Nak, kinakabahan ako sa iyo ah. Pero yung anak ko, hindi naman siya ganun eh. Hindi naman eh. Ngayon, sabi niya sa akin, magbabago na ako. Ganun. Bakit? Pero bakit ganun? Kailan nagsasalita yung anak, sasabi yung anak ko na handa na siya magbago dahil ako matanda na hindi ko na kaya manganambakan. Ano na lang ako, nabigla na lang ako nung pisa sa lupang pangako. Alas 8 ng gabi. Tulog ako pagod ako. Nangangalakal lang ako sa tambakan. Ginising ako. Sabi niya, Tika, yung anak mo nasa ibaba na baril. Hindi dali-dali po ako bumaba. Naabutan ko po yung anak ko. Nakatiyaya sa kalsada. Akap-akap ko yung anak ko. Nagagaw buhay. Bakit ganun? Walang kamuang anak ko. Puro tama ng anak ko. Puro likod. Naglalakad pa uwi na sa bahay. Ngayon po, dalawa na lang kami sa bahay. Ako na lang po, pinagpatuloy ko na lang po ang buhay ng sarili ko. Sa pamamagitan lang po sa tambakan. Kung sino man ka ako yung kumato sa anak ko, isa sa Diyos ko na lang po siya. O Diyos naman eh. Salamat po. Sa lahat. Ako po'y nawalan ng ina, kapatid, at hipag. Nandun po ako nangyayari yun. Panahon ng December 28, 2016, naganap massacre. Nagiging po ako nangyayari na yun sa loob ng bahay. Nang ilang minuto lang po, may dumating po na nakabuton. Nagulat po ako na may narinig po ako ng isang puto. Hindi po namin nakalain. Nasa sunod na putok, marami na po nabatay. Ito po siya. Napatak po kami sa siyan. Nangyari po yun. Nang wala na po kami narinig na putok, pagbukas po namin ng kabilang pinto, nakita na po namin ang 5 nakabulagta. May tama po lahat siya sa ulo. Mga ilang sandali, hinanap ko yung mama ko. Akala ko po kasi hindi kasama doon sa napan. Nakita ko po siya sa kabila ng tubo. Nakabulagta po. Tamit-tamang ng bala. Hindi ko po akalain na mangyayari yun. Kasi po, ang hiling ko lang po na magkasiyahan kami ngayon na ang bagong to. Hindi ko po kaya mawala ng ina. Ang sakit po sa pakiramdam eh. Ginawa po nila yung ginawa nila. Ang hiling ko lang po, namuli po yung gumawa nito. Kaya lang po maraming salamat po.
Magandang hapon po.
Mr. Chair? Yes, Mr. Chair. Finish na yung video, first
Okay.
video. Actually, mahaba po yun, pero pinili na lang natin yung ilan doon sa mga examples. Mr. Chair, I would like to call on Attorney Maria Cristina Conti for her presentation, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Conti, you have a short opening remark, I hope. And after you deliver your opening remarks, we will begin our interpellation. And first on the list is Congresswoman Franz Castro. Please proceed, Attorney Conti.
Thank you, Your Honor. However, Your Honor, I have a PowerPoint. I will just browse through it. This PowerPoint hopes to make sense of the senseless. And as an overview, before the victims here present testify, we'd like to present how we have come to understand the war on drugs. May we ask the staff to put on the PowerPoint? The first slide would be showing the timeline of the war on drugs, which began essentially for us, 2 slides after, which began for us essentially after President Duterte was elected. Actually, we look earlier, the time that he was proclaimed as the president-elect, the killings began. Oplan Double Barrel was launched on the first day of his presidency, later amended as Oplan Double Barrel Alpha, Double Barrel Reloaded, and lastly, Oplan Double Barrel Finale or Adore. At the end of it, 6,252 are acknowledged dead from police operations. More than 300,000 arrested in police operations at the end of May 2022. In the next slide, the infamous Command Memorandum Circular, signed by no less than Ronald De La Rosa. In the next slide, one of the contested portions where we claim that the execution of this Command Memorandum Circular verily points to the neutralization of illegal drug personalities. In the next slide, how was this neutralization conducted? So we had 2 types of killings, one committed by unknown perpetrators. Some of the killings, we just found dead bodies. In other killings, there were vigilante killings where there were witnesses, but the perpetrators were unknown. And then known perpetrators, most of them were policemen, and they were conducted in police operations, whether drug-related or index crime-related. These police operations consisted of buy-bust operations, implementation of search warrants, implementation of arrest warrants. In the next slide, we saw in the first few months that the Mexico or the Sinaloa-style killings were the killings that were first committed. Bodies were dumped by the roadside. They were wrapped with duct tape with narco messages. Wag tularan, pusher ako. And in this short video, this is a common modus operandi, and I would like to show you how it really works, riding in tandem.
CCTV ng Barangay 21, makikitang nakaupo lamang sa labas ang biktima at may mga kausap nang pagbabarilin siya ng riding in tandem. Hinagisan din siya ng karatula na may mga katagang pusher, hold-upper, wag tularan.
In the next slide, how are these killings counted? Essentially, they are classified as initially deaths under investigation. Later on, they said murder cases under investigation, eventually homicide cases investigation. And the numbers that are reflected here are as of March 21, 2017. So there will be 5,000 at least homicide cases within the first year of the Duterte administration. In the next slide, killings committed by the police were publicly tracked through the hashtag real numbers. And this is an infographic that where most of the agencies contributed to, police, PNP, PIDEA, and so forth. These are published on the internet. And in the next slide, how systematic were these killings, whether by an unknown perpetrator or unknown perpetrator? Step 1 is vilification. You would be put on a drug list. You would have to be in this drug list. Possibly there could be crowdsourced public information from the public, such as the controversial Masa-Masid drop box, mandatory drug tests in communities where there would be violation of your right against self-incrimination. There is also, curiously, the palit ulo scheme, where you would take information from small-time targets and exchange your life for that of another. Essentially, ilalaglag nyo po ang ibang tao. In the next slide, step 2 is operation, of course. Police operations usually resulted in nanlaban scenarios, as was mentioned earlier by by Attorney Colmenares. In these scenarios, there would clearly be planting of evidence because that would justify the operation as a drug operation. The victim or the deceased would have to have a firearm, and drugs on his body. There were rewards and quota systems, which we heard from the street. And this is another curious example, which we heard from Cebu so far. One-time, big-time operations, which are guised as sakleo or special anti-criminality law enforcement operations. Kumbaga normal naman po talaga naman pong may sakleo, pero yung one-time, big-time, kakaiba ang nangyari sa Tokhang. Talagang paramihan ng patay. Vigilante killings were made under, tawag nga nila, Davao Death Squad style. Either you have contract killings, or in some cases, the police themselves conducted the hits, but they were in disguise or off-duty, essentially. And third step, and this is what makes these extrajudicial killings not just murders, absolution, absolute impunity for the crimes. There would be no or poor investigation, and in many of the cases, no prosecution. And as we've seen, the President has promised pardon for many of, or almost all of the policemen who would likely have killed someone in the course of operations. In the next slide, we already saw this video earlier. So in the next slide, I'd just like to present, this is a Reuters report, short videos taken from CCTVs. This was in 2016. After this, CCTVs ended up, turned off or busted. This is from the Reuters report on the killings in Tondo, Manila, October 2016. Can we just play the video? If you could see, there is no sound, but if you could see, here would be the police coming into an alleyway in Tondo, warning residents and asking them to leave the area. This has been a common characteristic of these killings, that the police would ensure that there are no witnesses in the area. Here are two kids who could be found, obviously near their homes. This is supposed to be a police operation against two persons, Rolando Campo and Sherwin Bitas. In the next slide, there is also a short video where you would see Campo falling to the ground after being shot by a police officer. And this is how usually the killings happened, in broad daylight, brazenly. But of course, with intimidation of all others who would have or could have testified as to the killing. In the next slide, I'd just like to point out the President's 2017 key accomplishments released to media. The PCOO, there is a question as to whether the PCOO released this formally, but this is where we get the numbers as high as 20,322 dead. This is the number of personalities killed in quote-unquote legitimate or police operations, and those who are killed extrajudicially or with unknown perpetrators. In the next slide, even the PNP has admitted that up to 29,000 deaths have been proved since the drug war launched. And in the next slide, just to make sense, there is no actual figure of government the number of killings, but for us, it doesn't matter. Government data says there's 6,252 who have died. 7,000 says the PNP at the House HR committee hearings. And then in the next slide, academia and media have also taken count. We have Ateneo, we have UP taking stock. In the next slide, even media. You have Drug Archive, ABS-CBN, and the Philippine Daily Inquirer. In the next slide, there is a US-based research group which has recorded, and this is only for 5 years, they recorded 7,742 civilians killed from January 2016 to November 2021. And it was at this point that they noticed a significant shift. If you see the orange color, it would refer to killings by vigilantes or unknown perpetrators, and the blue coloring would cover those made by government forces. So from vigilante killings, the face of the drug war shifted to police operations. In the next slide, you have supranational organizations recognizing the number. For the UN, High Commissioner on Human Rights, they talk about 8,000 killed as of June 2020. The CHR has recognized 3,790 cases as of their EJK report 2022. And in the next slide, the ICC. They talk about 12,000 to 30,000 killed, and they're investigating these numbers. In the next slide, this is just a brief video.
Ilan? 3,000? I will kill more. If only to get rid of drugs. And this campaign, I thought that I would finish it within 6 months, but my standard then was Davao City. When I became president, I had access to all information. And then I started to squeeze everybody. And then you realize it, you saw it on TV, by the hundreds of thousands, ganun pala kalala. And there are about...
And so for President Duterte then, the numbers don't matter. The more, the merrier. And now how the perpetrators can be taken to account, you can have domestic investigations, you can have international investigations, as I have listed here. And in the next slide, what is the character of these killings? For domestic cases, that would be either homicide or murder under the revised penal code. Crimes against humanity under Rome Statute, Article 7, which talks about widespread and systematic attacks in the acts of murder and other inhumane acts. So it is a little bit different from just homicide and murder. Crimes against humanity talk about the whole lot. And for crimes against humanity, the numbers don't matter. And so in the next slide, we talk about who are responsible for these killings. So if it's murder or homicide, it's the police operatives themselves. If it's crimes against humanity, the most responsible would be the one who bears the greatest responsibility, would be the one who ordered it or had the responsibility to stop it. In the next slide, he admits to the killings.
Yung sa TV, yung tumatakbo, sa CNN, pati BBC since yesterday, said that Duterte admits killing or shooting the criminals. Hindi sila nagkamali. Putang ina, papatayin ko talaga magagawin. My campaign against drug will not stop until the end of my term. That will be 6 years from now. Until the last pusher and the last drug lord are...
President Duterte did not act alone, and so he had policemen, he had civilian hitmen, and he had other civilian personnel who came with him from Davao, and they are called, what we call them, the Davao Boys. That is Senator Bato de la Rosa in the photo prior. And here are the names of some of the quote-unquote Davao Boys, the policemen who we have come to know and have encountered in the cases that we have filed, led by no less than the former PNP chief, Ronald Bato de la Rosa. It goes down to those on the ground, as invited prior, Charles Owen Molinos and company, Ali Jose Duterte, Johnson Almazan, Lito Patay. I've also noted their batches from the PNPA and PMA, and there would be a correlation because they would be either classmates or upperclassmen, lowerclassmen. In the next slide are also key officials, and they might not have been in the PNP, but of course, they were placed in civilian positions. I would just like to point out the key role of the PIDEA, because the PIDEA actually must take the lead role in drug operations. During the time of President Duterte, he made the PNP the lead agency for drug operations. Eventually, it was adjusted, but well, until today, it appears that they are taking the lead in violation of the original intention of the law. Other Davao boys on the periphery, because they're not actually from Davao, but they are well connected to these personalities. We have former Chief Oscar Albayalde, Jovi Espinido, and Marvin Marcos. There's also Attorney Afelgar Triambulo from IAS. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. He's from Davao. IAS is important because it is the agency, it is the unit within the PNP, it's the Internal Affairs Service, which should investigate these deaths during police operations. In the next slide, just briefly, this is the ICC investigation. We started with preliminary examination, and now on to investigation. The Office of the Prosecutor actually has a website where you can put in information or volunteer information in their investigation. In the next slide, I just clarify what is a preliminary examination rather, and an investigation. Sa PE po, preliminary examination, ang tanong, ano yung krimen? Yung krimen ba ay crimes against humanity? Sabi nila, yes. Next stage, sino ngayon ang may kasalanan? And that is where we are at. The ICC is looking at who are responsible before they can determine who is most responsible. In the next slide, I have clipped a portion from the application of the request of the Office of the Prosecutor to open an investigation, and they name personalities aside from President Duterte. In the next slide, this is why we have information as verified by the Solicitor General that 5 personalities have been identified as suspects by the ICC. Bato de la Rosa, Oscar Albayalde, Romeo Karamat from Bulacan, Eliazar Mata, Edilberto Leonardo. And lastly, Your Honor, just last video, thankfully not everybody has died in the war on drugs. And we do this not only for the victims or survivors, but also for people like, in our next slide, people who have survived these killings and they have lived to tell the tale. It's frustrating, Your Honor, in these cases where people have survived, and even for the persons who have been deceased, the police file charges against them. And this is a complication that should be addressed not only by the PNP, but the justice system entirely. Today, Your Honor, we have the Rise Up for Life and for Rights organization, our clients. And if I might yield the floor to them. Thank you, Your Honor, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Attorney Conti. Before we actually did not, of course we did invite them, but we did not actually include in the agenda that they will be allowed to speak. However, Congresswoman Brosas has asked the committee if she can do the presentation while asking some of the invited resource persons to give their own statement. Is that correct, Congresswoman Brosas?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chair, para i-expedite, i-question and answer na lang natin yung kanilang supposedly kasi may testimony po sila eh.
Okay.
So, if you can give them a few minutes para magsalita, it would be better. Pero meron din pong nakahanda na question and answer if ever na ano.
Kayo po ba kayo po lahat, meron po kayong sasabihin? Lahat po kayo? Sige po, pero pwede po bang iksiyan natin? Baka abutin tayo hanggang bukas kapag hinabaan natin. So, who would like to start?
Sir Chair, may we ask Rubilin Litaw, because she's from Rise Up, to introduce yung ating mga resource persons na victims ng EJK.
Yes, Miss Rubilin Litaw.
Mr. Chair, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Naririto po ang mga pamilya na matapang na magpapahayag ng kanilang mga kwento. At kanina po kasama rin nila ang marami pang pamilya sa baba. Nagkaroon po ng misa, maraming salamat po sa Quad Committee. Nagkaroon po ng misa at panalangin at ang iba po sa kanila ay naririto pa. So nagpapasalamat po kami sa Quad Committee at ngayon po meron po tayong 2 pamilya mula sa Cebu na magpapahayag at si Tatay Bailon mula naman po sa Caloocan at si Jane Lee po ay isang biktima yung kanyang asawa at nais din po niya magpahayag sa as representative din po ng aming organization, yung Rise Up for Life and for Rights. At kanina rin po ay nakasama din namin na ibang mga pamilya mula sa Diocese of Novaliches at naririto rin po ang ilan sa kanila. So maraming salamat po at nais po naming ibigay ang pagkakataong ito sa 2 pamilya mula sa Cebu at sa Caloocan para magpahayag. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Litaw. Sino pong mauna sa kanila?
Si Raquel Rosales po. Sorry, Raquel Lopez.
Sige po,
At
Mrs.
meron din po tayong translator, si Dayan Gumanaw, para po kasi
sige.
Cebuano po yung ating 2 tagapagsalita.